Chapter 3687. Alright, great master, tell me. Who do you not want me to see? This person is definitely not Xiao Jun. Xiao Hua went straight to the point. No. Who is it? This person is the person that fellow immortal Xiao is looking for, but in reality he is not the person in fellow immortal Zhao's heart. Furthermore, this old monk does not lie. That person is really not in the single Yang kingdom. Jingyi spoke in riddles again. Whoa. Hearing a huge gust of wind, Jingyi and Jinko suddenly felt as if the space around them had solidified. Not only were they unable to move, even breathing became difficult. Jinko turned pale with fright. The Buddhist staff in his hand trembled and Buddhist light shone brightly. Unfortunately, before his telekinesis could reach the Buddhist staff, he saw Xiao Hua suddenly stretch out his hand and grab Jingyi's neck. He said fiercely, "Little monk, can you speak properly? Who exactly is this person?" Jingyi did not resist and allowed Xiao Hua to grab his neck. He said with a hoarse voice, "This old monk cannot say and does not want to say. If this old monk says I'm afraid, fellow immortal Xiao will not be able to leave the single Yang kingdom. I'm also afraid that the single Yang kingdom will no longer exist." Oh, who is so powerful? Xiao Hua was shocked and asked. Sigh. A soft sigh like a spring breeze brushed past Xiao Hua's spiritual will hammer. A Buddhist will that was even more indifferent than Xiao Hua's Buddhist will swept over from the distant mountain. A voice that was louder than a golden bell rang in Xiao Hua's ears. "If you are looking for this old monk, then come over. Martial ancestor." Jingyi escaped from Xiao Hua's hand and immediately knelt in midair. Tears flowed down his face. How can you show yourself? You know that this is a trap. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" The voice sighed, but there was no resentment or hatred in the voice. Even though the voice was loud, Xiao Hua felt comfortable listening to it. Since Buddha wants this old monk to die, how can this old monk not die? I don't know how many years it will take to get rid of this skin. Now is the time. Martial ancestor. Jinko also knelt, but as his tears flowed, he looked at Xiao Hua with resentment. Damn it, he's at least in the embryo formation realm. Xiao Hua was truly shocked. He never would have thought that in the hidden immortal continent, in this Danliang country, there was actually a hidden 7th grade elemental energy. Buddhist expert. I think. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. I'm afraid things are different from what Grandmaster thinks. There must be a mistake. Xiao. Of course, Xiao Hua already knew that he had made a mistake. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this misunderstanding was extremely serious. It was actually related to the life and death of this 7th level origin power expert. Since he had already forced the other party out, how could a mere misunderstanding be resolved? Moreover, Xiao Hua immediately understood why clean clothes and those ordinary monks had blocked him. Not only did they not want him to find this Buddhist expert, they also did not want him to lose his life. Fellow immortal Xiao, please? Jingyi stood up. Her expression returned to normal as she raised her hand. Fairy Jing smiled and said, "Master Clean Clothes, we must have misunderstood. The master is meditating, so we won't disturb him." As she spoke, she gave Xiao Hua a meaningful glance, hinting for him to flee. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. This was a 7th grade elemental energy expert. He had never encountered something like this before. Although he had made a breakthrough in his lightning evasion technique, but Xiao Hua wasn't confident that he could escape. And if he escaped, not only would he leave behind Fairy Jing, he would also provoke the other party. There would be no room for negotiation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fairy Jing, don't be anxious. This is a Buddhist 7th grade elemental energy expert, a Buddhist senior monk. He must have benevolence in his heart. I'll explain it to him clearly." 7th grade elemental energy? Fairy Jing was also stupefied, her face instantly becoming deathly pale. However, she immediately smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. This concubine will accompany you." Fellow Taoist? Jingyi frowned. She sized up Xiao Hua but did not say anything. Jingyi impatiently said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Don't you want to find Grandmaster? Grandmaster agreed to meet you. Why are you still not leaving?" Alright, this little monk will lead the way. Although Xiao Hua's heart was pounding, he still believed in his intuition. The benevolence in this old monk's words would not lie. Jingyi still sneered. He urged his Buddhist light to fly towards the distant mountain peak. Seeing the mountain peak approaching, Xiao Hua looked at Jingyi beside him and said softly, "Monk Jingyi violated the precepts. This mountain peak is within the single Yang nation. How is it not within the single Liang nation's territory? This mountain peak has already been donated by the single Liang nation's king, Xiaojun, to our Buddhist sect. It is a pure land and not within the single Liang nation's territory. Hee, Xiaohua chuckled and did not ask any more. Buddhist disciples were the most passionate. If he did not let Bodhi out, he would not be able to win against Jingyi. After flying to the side of the mountain peak, Jingyi did not dare to directly fly up. Instead, he landed on the ground and walked up the mountain path. The mountain path was rugged, narrow and rather steep. Jingyi did not use Buddhist techniques and climbed up step by step. Xiaohua naturally did not mind. He also walked with his feet firmly on the ground. As for Fairy Jing, how could she walk? However, after walking a few steps, light clouds appeared under her feet. When they arrived at the waist of the mountain, they walked to a cave full of thorns. Jingyi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Martial ancestor, disciples have brought 2 people here. Do you really want to see them? Come in. That voice was still faint, as if it was neither sad nor happy. Jingyi saw that they could not persuade their martial ancestor. They stood up and stood at the 2 sides of the cave. They put their palms together and said, 2 immortal friends, please. Looking at the pitch-black cave, Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense. He turned to look at Fairy Jing and said, Fairy Jing, wait outside. I can go in by myself. No need. Since we are here, I will also pay my respects to the Buddhist seniors. Fairy Jing's eyes were sincere as she looked at Xiaohua. She had the determination to advance and retreat together. All right. Xiaohua was helpless. He took the lead and walked into the cave. Fairy Jing did not hesitate to follow. The cave was very big and also very dark. There was no light, but it was nothing for Xiaohua and Fairy Jing. Xiaohua walked into the cave and saw that at the end of the cave was a huge wall. In front of the wall was a square stone. A tall and thin monk wearing a shabby monk robe was sitting there facing the wall. Looking at the back of the monk, Xiaohua respectfully put his palms together and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets the Buddhist seniors. Junior Li Jing greets the senior. Fairy Jing did not dare to be negligent and also bowed. Xiaohua, are you looking for this old monk? As the monk spoke, he slowly turned around. Xiaohua stared unblinkingly at the monk as he turned around. When he saw the monk's appearance, there was a boom sound. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck his head. Xiaohua's mind was filled with an explosion. He had never seen this monk before, but he clearly remembered this monk's appearance. Although this monk's face was very thin, his appearance had changed too much. Wasn't it the appearance of the shabby golden body in the Jianghu temple of the Longevity Town? Wasn't it Xiaohua's disguised appearance of Si Hang? This was the fake Si Hang meeting the real Si Hang. Moreover, in a flash, Xiaohua immediately understood everything. It must be what he had said in front of the Qinghui Temple of the Centipede Territory. If all the temples in the world were like Qinghui Temple, then why would there be a Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent? This attracted the attention of others, who thought that he came from the Longevity Town. Now that his Tao cultivation had not recovered, he only used the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. They thought that he was a Confucian cultivator. The news was naturally sent from the Qinghui Temple to the state preceptor of the Danliang country, Jingyi. Jingyi only needed a little analysis to conclude that he knew about this monk and came to the Danliang country to look for this monk. Jingyi definitely knew that his grandmaster was not Si Hang, not the owner of the 99 Zhang golden body in the Longevity Town, so he wanted to stop him. However, he could not say it clearly. He could only say that although the Si Hang Xiaohua was looking for looked exactly the same as his grandmaster, and even his grandmaster left merit in the Longevity Town and set up a statue, his grandmaster was not Si Hang. Jingyi did not lie to Xiaohua. Moreover, as the state preceptor, Jingyi could clearly see that the Longevity Town, which was hundreds of thousands of li away, was now at the peak of the storm. As long as his grandmaster appeared, he would definitely be killed by the Confucian cultivators. He naturally did not want Xiaohua to see his grandmaster. It's a misunderstanding. After thinking it through, Xiaohua hurriedly bowed again. Junior came to the Danliang country to verify whether Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun was lying. I never thought of looking for Senior. Besides, this Junior has no idea who Senior is. Hee. The monk shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and pointed at the stone wall, asking, Xiaohua, do you see what this is? Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the shadow on the stone wall that seemed to be carved by a knife. He said in surprise, Senior is this Senior's shadow? That's right. The monk nodded faintly. This old monk has been thinking about the relationship between my skin and the Saraira for the past 1,000 years. I have been meditating in front of this stone wall. This shadow is left behind by this old monk's skin. Great Master's Dharma is powerful. Junior is truly impressed. Xiaohua was so impressed that he prostrated himself on all fours. The monk continued, since the shadow can leave behind traces, how can your eyes not reveal any flaws? Benefactor Xiao, you must recognize this old monk. AI, alright. Xiaohua knew that this monk's dharma was powerful. He might know something like mind reading, heavenly vision, and so on. He simply admitted, this Xiao has seen Senior's statue in the Longevity Town. There's nothing to hide. The Danliang country's monarch, Xiao Jun, knows. As he spoke, Xiaohua recounted the events of the past. He smiled bitterly and said, at that time, when Senior displayed his invincible might in Longevity Town, Junior had already fainted. By the time Junior woke up, Senior had already left without attaining the fruit. However, Junior heard from others and naturally knew who Senior was. Chapter 3688. At this point, Xiaohua honestly admitted, moreover, this Junior also knows that the Longevity Town isn't a good place. Master Jingyi doesn't dare to let people know that Senior Si Hang is here. Therefore, this Junior didn't dare to admit it and wanted to cover it up. I was afraid that Senior would kill me to silence me. Hee hee. The monk laughed, so you're a Taoist cultivator. Jingyi should have thought of this long ago. This Junior also understands Confucian cultivation, so Master Jingyi misunderstood. Xiaohua hastily explained. Benefactor, don't be afraid. How could this old monk kill you to silence you? Actually, the monk sighed and said, if this old monk was Si Hang, so what if this old monk went to the Longevity Town? Unfortunately, this old monk's Buddhist name is Benevolent, not Si Hang. That Buddhist fruit isn't this old monk's, so how could this old monk go to the Longevity Town? Ah? How is this possible? Xiaohua was shocked to death. He looked at Fairy Jing, who was also shocked, and exclaimed at the same time. There was a Buddhist disciple who used this old monk's appearance to do good deeds in the Longevity Town. The benevolent Ku Tuchuo sighed and said, it was misunderstood by others. Oh, this Junior understands. Xiaohua hastily said with a smile, just like today's misunderstanding, what a coincidence. Today was a misunderstanding, but the Longevity Town might not be a misunderstanding, and it can't be so coincidental. The benevolent monk said. Hearing this, Xiaohua hastily bowed and said, Senior Si Hang, as for whether it's a coincidence or a misunderstanding, this Junior doesn't know. This Junior definitely won't speak of what happened here. This Junior is a Taoist disciple. This Junior isn't interested in the disputes between immortals and Buddhas. Do we need to swear a blood oath? Fairy Jing probed. No need. The benevolent monk said kindly, this old monk has never forced anyone to swear a blood oath before. Okay, this Junior guarantees that he won't say a single word. Xiaohua solemnly vowed. Of course, Xiaohua had to make a solemn vow. He definitely wouldn't say a single word about this matter, because he was the real Si Hang, a fake Si Hang. How could he reveal the real Si Hang, a fake Si Hang? Fairy Jing was overjoyed as she said, this Junior is the same. This matter concerns Senior's life. This Junior definitely wouldn't dare. Benevolent Xiang waved his hand and said, if that's the case, you may leave now. Thank you, Senior. Fairy Jing hadn't thought of such a simple ending. She bowed, looked at Xiaohua and prepared to leave. But Xiaohua's starry eyes flashed with a strange expression. He looked at the knife-like marks on the stone wall and said in a low voice, Senior, you said that you've been in this cave for 1,000 years, and you've always been thinking about the relationship between the skin and the Saraira. I wonder if you've learned anything? Can you tell me? Oh, Benefactor Xiao also knows about Buddhism? Si Xiang was a little surprised and asked curiously. Xiaohua had a humble expression on his face. This Junior has been curious since young. Regardless of whether it is the Taoist sect, the Confucian sect, or the Buddhist sect, I have some understanding of them. Since Senior has some insights, this Junior is also secretly delighted. I hope to hear it. All right. A smile appeared on Si Xiang's face as he said, Jingyi, Jinko, wait for the two of you to come in. Xiaohua and Si Xiang's words weren't hidden from Jingyi and Jinko. The two of them heard clearly from outside and their faces were already red. When they heard the call, they thought it was Si Xiang scolding. They hurriedly came in and knelt on the ground. This disciple was careless and caused such trouble. Grandmaster, please punish me. Unexpectedly, Si Xiang didn't answer and instead said, My Buddha has said that the corporeal body is a skin on the outside, easily decaying. Inside, the Sarira is a spirit, immortal for 10,000 years. When Jingyi and Jinko heard this, how could they not know that Ci Xiang was lecturing? They hurriedly sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to listen carefully. Xiao Hua hurriedly sat down after seeing this. Similar to Jingyi, he put his palms together and quietly listened to this rare comprehension. This old monk thinks that a person is a person. Everything is based on the corporeal body. The corporeal body's influence is truly important, sometimes even more powerful than the Sarira. The corporeal body is the shadow, leaving scars on stone walls. However, the Sarira has no light, leaving no traces in the mortal world. The Sarira can't leave the corporeal body, and it can't be nourished without the corporeal body. Ci Xiang's words drifted in the cave. Those who were fated to hear it were intoxicated, while those who weren't fated to hear it were irritated. Fairy Jing sat for a moment and saw the joy on Xiao Hua's face. It was even more pronounced than Jingyi and Jinko's frown. She was delighted. She knew that she didn't understand this, so she quietly flew up from the ground and landed outside the cave. She also sat down cross-legged and comprehended Xiao Hua's teachings in her heart. She stood guard for the 4 people at the side. Time flew by and 81 days had passed since Ci Xiang's words. On this day, just as Fairy Jing comprehended the beauty of it, an indescribable smile appeared on her face. The magic power around her quietly surged, and layers of multicolored light began to ripple under her snow-like skin. Suddenly she heard a thunderclap in the pitch-black cave. It was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. However, Fairy Jing still didn't frown because this sound was very strange. It seemed to be extremely loud, yet also extremely soft. It seemed to be in her ears, yet it also seemed to be in her heart. Fairy Jing only felt her body expand, and all of her magic power instantly dissipated. Then, before Fairy Jing could think again, she saw Buddha's light flourish in the cave. This Buddha's light was different from what Fairy Jing usually saw. Not only did it rush out of the cave, but it even rushed into the mountain. The mountain didn't seem to have anything in it, but it also came out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha's light spread from the middle of the mountain to the top of the mountain. It was as if the entire mountain was filled with Buddha's light. Then, bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the cave and even the entire mountain, floating in the air and in people's hearts. In the Buddha's chants and in the Buddha's light, there were tiny images of fairies that were as small as flies, and images of dragons that were even weaker than mosquitoes. Not only did they dance around the cave and the mountain, but they also surged with the Buddha's light toward the capital of the Chanyang kingdom, enveloping the surroundings. Gurgle. The Buddha's light pierced through the void, and streams of sparkling and translucent silver light fell on the mountain peak. When the Buddha's light on the mountain peak came into contact with the silver light that was invisible to the naked eye, it immediately swelled and gradually formed a humanoid golden body. Fairy Jing immediately understood that this was the strange phenomenon caused by the benevolent Venerable Master. She wanted to get up, but in the Buddha's light her muscles and bones were limp and she couldn't move at all. Even her mind was drifting. Roar. The strange phenomenon lasted for an hour, and then there was a lion's roar in the cave. The Buddha's light on the mountain, as well as the Buddha's light that rippled for miles, suddenly shrank and disappeared into the cave. In front of Fairy Jing's eyes was still the ordinary cave and the inky darkness. Amitba. As a Taoist Yuanying, Fairy Jing couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. She stood up from the ground, and the benevolent voice sounded in the cave again. Buddha has a saying that a flower is a world, and a leaf is a spring and autumn. We Buddhists are burdened by our physical bodies and we can't be free for our entire lives. I've cultivated hard for thousands of years, but I still haven't achieved Buddhahood. I don't have any obsessions in my heart, and I'm even comforted. Senior brother Tsihong from afar almost achieved Buddhahood. Although it's senior brother Tsihong's merit, it's also my merit. I have no hope of achieving Buddhahood in this life, so I'll wait for the next life. There's always hope and there's always an end to life. Everything in the world is arranged by the Buddha. Although I don't know why the Buddha sent Xiao Tanyue to me, I know that I can't remember any merit in my heart, and all cultivation is based on external things. Therefore I can't not see Tanyue. Jingyi Jinko, do you understand? There was silence in the cave and no sound could be heard. Fairy Jing shook her head slightly, knowing that Jingyi and Jinko didn't understand Great Master Ci Xiang's Zen theory. Xiao Tanyue. Great Master Ci Xiang's tone was hesitant and he probed, have you understood? There's a lamp in the world that illuminates the earth. People see the light but don't see the lampstand. What's wrong with the lampstand? Xiao Hua's voice sounded. There's a lampstand but there's no light. Who can see the lampstand? There's no need to have a lampstand, there's no need to have light, but there's light that illuminates the world. Amit Ba. Excellent, excellent. Great Master Ci Xiang chanted Buddha's name and didn't speak again. After a while, Jingyi and Jinko accompanied Xiao Hua out of the cave. Fairy Jing's gaze wavered, and the Xiao Hua in her eyes seemed to have changed greatly, but also didn't seem to have changed at all. Let's go. Xiao Hua quietly transmitted his voice. Great Master Ci Xiang is in seclusion again. Alright. Fairy Jing transmitted her voice and moved her body, slowly flying down the mountain path. Xiao Hua and the other two respectfully bowed towards the cave and carefully walked down. After leaving the mountain peak, Xiao Hua bowed and said, Great Masters, please forgive me for offending you. Jingyi's face was rather dry. Great Master Ci Xiang's rare lecture, but he and Jinko didn't get as much as Xiao Hua. They were really disciples of Buddhism in vain. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly put his palms together and said, Amit Ba, there's no need to mention this matter. It's this old monk's fault. Please, Xiao Tanyue, if you want to see if Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun is lying, just go to the capital city and you'll know. Alright. Xiao Hua didn't want to go, but looking at Fairy Jing, he felt that there was only one last step left. After hesitating for a while, he agreed. However, the four of them flew into the capital city of the single Yang Kingdom and flew out in less than an hour. At this moment, Jinko was no longer there, and Jingyi was beside him. Xiao Hua had a smile on his face as he bowed and said, Great Master Jingyi, please return. The doubts in my heart have been resolved. Thank you, Great Master. And as long as Xiao Tanyue doesn't have any doubts. Jingyi smiled and said, This old monk is an ascetic monk, following the ascetic path of my Buddhism. It's rare for Xiao Jun to be able to participate in the daily practice, which surprised this old monk. That's right. To be able to live in a dilapidated palace, to be able to protect Queen Gigi, and to live in a daily life that's even worse than the ordinary marquises of other kingdoms, this kind of monarch is the fortune of the single Yang Kingdom. Xiao Hua nodded and then took out a huge Chengkuan bag from his sleeve and handed it to Jingyi. He said with a smile, This Xiao has disturbed your kingdom and also listened to Great Master Ci Xiang's lecture. This is this Xiao's sincerity, please accept it. Chapter 3689. Oh. Jingyi glanced at it and didn't take it. He waved his hand and said, My Shanliang country's bodhisattva doesn't accept charity from any benefactor. Please take it back. Xiao Hua explained, This is a gift from me to the king of Shanliang country, Xiao Jun. It's also a gift to the people of Shanliang country. It's not charity. Jingyi wanted to say more, but Xiao Hua smiled and said, Master, take a look first. Okay. Jingyi could only take it. He opened it and was moved. He put his palms together and said, Amit Ba. Since that's the case, this old monk thanks. Just as she said that, Reverend Clean Clothes shuddered and grief appeared on her face. She turned her head around and looked at the mountain in the distance. She said mournfully, Amit Ba. Grandmaster has passed away. Huh? Xiao Hua was also shocked. In his heart, he instantly understood why Great Master Ci Xiang still wanted to see him even though he had some misgivings. Why Great Master Ci Xiang still had to spend 81 days of hard work to give them an explanation. This old monk won't send you off. Jingyi bowed and said, I hope the two of you can remember your words. Master, don't worry. The Xiao understands. Xiao Hua hurriedly replied. Fairy Jing also nodded in agreement. Jingyi didn't say anything else. He put away the Chengkuan bag and hurriedly flew to the mountain peak. Xiao Hua stood in the air and bowed deeply to the mountain peak where Master Ci Xiang was. Then he flew away without saying a word. Fairy Jing knew that Xiao Hua was in a bad mood, so she didn't say anything. She silently followed behind. The two flew for half a day. Xiao Hua suddenly stopped and looked around. He asked curiously, Where are we flying to? How would this concubine know? This concubine is following behind you. Fairy Jing smiled and said softly, Although Master Ci Xiang left, this concubine heard him say that if he couldn't achieve karma in this life, he would be able to in the next life. Moreover, Buddhism's cultivation is different from my Taoism. They emphasize reincarnation the most. Today's death is tomorrow's life. Today's karma is tomorrow's cause. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too sad. Xiao Hua nodded. He understood. He knew that he had thought of many things. Alright, what did you give Jingyi Master? At first he didn't want it no matter what, but in the end he refused to let it go. Fairy Jing tried to find something to talk about. Xiaohua smiled. He took out another Qinghuan pouch from his sleeve and tossed it to Fairy Jing. Then I'll give you one too. Oh. Fairy Jing was truly surprised. When she opened it, she unconsciously beamed with joy. So it's so much rice. Then I will kindly accept it. On behalf of the people of my country, I thank Taoist Master Xiao. That's right. If it were ordinary spiritual herbs, Fairy Jing might not lack them, and there were plenty of them in this world. But with so much rice, who could take out so much in such a short time? With so much rice at the critical moment, who knew how many lives could be saved? No wonder even the clean clothes master was moved. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Pegasus and flying chariot rushed out of the space. He said, let's return to Black Wind Ridge. This Xiao wants to see how Xiao Jian will face this Xiao. Fellow Taoist, have you forgotten? Fairy Jing didn't get on the chariot. She sweetly smiled and said, you promised me that after arriving at the Danliang country, you would follow me to a place. Yes, this Xiao remembers. But when this Xiao was discussing with Shui Ping about going to the secret area, didn't you also say so? Xiaohua was somewhat confused. I thought you were going to that place with me. Fairy Jing rolled her eyes at Xiaohua. Shui Ping asked for my opinion. No matter what, he is still a junior. How can this Xiaohua not answer? Just because this Xiaohua gave advice doesn't mean this Xiaohua has to go. This Xiaohua thought that the things inside moved Fairy Jing's heart. Xiaohua giggled. Unexpectedly, Fairy Jing didn't laugh. Instead, she solemnly reminded him, fellow Taoist Xiao, my Tao sect has many ruins on the hidden immortal continent. Those that are easy to find or not too dangerous have all been found by fellow Taoists. The ruins that have been found today are all left behind from the ancient times. The restrictions inside are very powerful, and the methods are also unimaginable. Although fellow Taoist Zhao's strength is outstanding, if you face the restrictions left behind by the ancient Almighty, you may not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, according to what this Xiaohua knows, fellow Taoist Zhao's accumulation is very deep. Now is the time to comprehend and go into seclusion. This kind of dangerous matter is mostly done by people who are unable to break through bottlenecks. Fellow Taoist Xiao is not suitable. Then what about Fairy Jing? Xiaohua giggled as he looked at Fairy Jing. Don't be so mischievous. Fairy Jing was somewhat embarrassed and angry. I'm telling the truth. My cultivation is different from others. Although I do need some ancient items, ordinary things, I can solve them myself. Seeing that Fairy Jing was angry, Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, Fairy Jing, please calm down. It's not that this Xiaohua doesn't want to listen to Fairy Jing, but since this Xiaohua has already made a promise, he still has to keep his promise. Moreover, this Xiaohua also faintly feels that this trip to the secret area may have some gains. This Xiaohua still has some confidence in himself. Fairy Jing helplessly waved her hand and said, as you wish. As for whether I will go or not, wait until you go with me to that place. That place, where is it? Why is it so mysterious? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled and asked in a low voice. It's a secret for the time being. We'll talk about it when we get there. Fairy Jing giggled and jumped on the flying car. I'll show you the way. All right. Xiaohua's heart was rarely peaceful. He nodded and urged the flying car to fly in a certain direction. After flying for more than a month, the weather also changed a lot. From autumn to cold wind and then to hot. Seeing that yellow sand and barren mountains began to appear in the surroundings, Fairy Jing's always calm face had some slight fluctuations. During this month, Fairy Jing didn't close her eyes to cultivate. Instead, she chatted with Xiaohua. She would tell him some stories about the sea or some interesting things about her travels in the hidden immortal continent, or some of her experiences in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Occasionally, Fairy Jing would ask him questions about her cultivation. Regarding cultivation, Xiaohua naturally didn't hide anything from her. As for chatting, he generally just smiled and didn't say anything. He originally didn't come from the hidden immortal continent. If he spoke too much, he would naturally be exposed. As for cultivation, as soon as Buddha's relic Bodhi came out of the cave where Benevolent Master was meditating, he immediately went into seclusion. It seemed that Benevolent Master's comprehension of life and death, the corporeal body, and the relic were extremely important to Bodhi. In fact, even Xiaohua understood that Bodhi was one of his primordial spirits. Bodhi's corporeal body was actually his relic, and his corporeal body was the corporeal body of the Buddha's relic. Benevolent Master's so-called spirit was Bodhi, and the relationship between the corporeal body and the relic was ultimately the relationship between Xiaohua and Bodhi. If Bodhi could comprehend this point, it would most likely be extremely beneficial to him and Bodhi. As for the place in Xiaohua's Dantian that was injured by Kong Hongwu, it had already recovered under green-robed Xiaohua's wholehearted efforts. In particular, the 140 or so nascent souls were placed around the invisible nascent soul by green-robed Xiaohua according to the formation of the capital star formation. The 5 Qi righteous thunder had already returned to normal. Every time it landed on the invisible nascent soul, a trace of lightning would rush into the bodies of the 100 or so nascent souls. Although these nascent souls grimaced in pain, their bodies would gradually expand, and they also seemed to be nourished. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua naturally wasn't idle. Every 6 hours he would come out of the mysterious dark cloud and release all kinds of vibrating green seal characters from his mouth. At an extremely rhythmic pace, the characters would land between the eyebrows of these nascent souls. The green seal characters would become green threads that lingered between the nascent souls' eyebrows and gradually merge with them. While the souls of these nascent souls were being repaired and their corporeal bodies were being tempered, they gradually fell into Xiaohua's control. Green-robed Xiaohua, on the other hand, felt as if he had just survived a calamity. After his Dantian's injuries were healed, he happily lay down within the 5 Qi righteous thunder to receive the lightning strikes. While enjoying himself, he narrowed his eyes and pondered on how to refine a spirit tool. Therefore, Xiaohua's harvest during this month was also great, whether it was in experience or cultivation. Xiaohua keenly felt the change in Fairy Jing's mood and asked in a low voice, "Are we almost there?" Fairy Jing took a rare sniff as if she had caught a cold. She faintly glanced at Xiaohua, then pointed at the desert in the distance and whispered, "It's in the valley over there." Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the barren land to his left and then narrowed his eyes to look at the scorching sun above. He didn't quite understand why Fairy Jing insisted on bringing him here. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua released his divine sense. However, after only a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. Xiaohua. What's wrong?" Fairy Jing naturally noticed Xiaohua's expression and asked in bewilderment, There doesn't seem to be anything funny, right?" "This Xiao isn't laughing," Xiaohua said with a smile. This caused Fairy Jing to frown and faintly say, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I know it's wrong to hide it from you, but since we're already here, can fellow Taoist also tell me a story?" Of course. Seeing that Fairy Jing, who hadn't called herself concubine for a long time, suddenly called herself concubine without saying "I," Xiaohua hurriedly stopped smiling and said very sincerely, "This Xiao didn't see the place Fairy Jing talked about, but this Xiao saw something interesting. Fairy Jing will know about it after a while." This Xiao isn't laughing at Fairy Jing. That's good. Fairy Jing knew she was overthinking and blushed. She nodded and said, "Then, let's fly there?" "Okay." Xiaohua pointed in a direction similar to where Fairy Jing was going. A long time ago there was a girl who liked to cultivate. Fairy Jing sat on the flying carriage and said in an indifferent tone, as if she was really telling a story. However, Xiaohua understood that this should be Fairy Jing's own experience, just like how he told Shui. Chapter 3690. Fairy Jing's story was naturally Fairy Jing's love story. It sounded very ordinary. The young Fairy Jing met a cultivator she fell in love with. Unfortunately, this cultivator was a Confucian cultivator and not a Taoist cultivator. In the beginning, the Confucian cultivator still insisted on his love and resisted the resistance from his family. Unfortunately, nothing in this world was perfect. After Fairy Jing told him about her bloodline, the Confucian cultivator was completely defeated. In his eyes, the human bloodline was incomparably noble and the bloodline of a Confucian family was incomparable. He couldn't accept that his lover had a demonic bloodline. Fairy Jing looked at the departing figure of the Confucian cultivator and collapsed on the ground. Her heart was incomparably gloomy. However, this decadence only lasted for a moment. When Fairy Jing got up, she was an incomparably strong Taoist cultivator. Moreover, her Tao heart was so firm that it was beyond ordinary. "Xiaohua, do you believe in love at first sight?" Fairy Jing's face, which had turned pale because of the opening of her scar, was now somewhat flushed. Xiaohua nodded. He unconsciously thought of Fairy Hongxia and even Jiuxia. "I also believe in it." Fairy Jing firmly nodded. However, she immediately became a bit disappointed. "However, I also know that emotions that start easily are also easily lost. Love that doesn't sharpen together won't last long. I feel that I can't compare to the love of that female cultivator in your story, your past life. I didn't have time to participate. As for your future, I don't dare to participate. I don't think. Facing Fairy Jing's confession, Xiaohua bit his lips. He didn't know how to face it and didn't know how to open his mouth. Fortunately, just when Xiaohua was feeling very awkward, whoosh! A communication talisman unexpectedly flew over, and a voice came from afar. So, fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you here? Xiaohua hastily got up and said to Fairy Jing with a smile, Fairy Jing, look, this is what this Xiao was talking about before. The Xiao laughed because he saw him. Hee. Fairy Jing felt a bit regretful. After all, she didn't hear Xiaohua's reply. However, if he didn't reply, wouldn't she be more satisfied? Fairy Jing, who had reached the 4th grade of elemental energy, didn't know how she should face Xiaohua's reply. When Fairy Jing raised her head, she saw a young man in scholarly robes flying over from the distance. The young man had a pleasant smile on his face. Who else could this young man be but Fujiwen? Ah! When Fujiwen saw Xiaohua's Pegasus and flying chariot, he naturally knew that Xiaohua was on the chariot. However, he didn't rashly release his divine sense. When he flew closer, he saw that there was also a female cultivator on the flying chariot. He swept his divine sense and involuntarily cast a spell. However, he couldn't help but be shocked. This female cultivator's cultivation was actually unfathomable. How could he not know that this female cultivator was a Dao sect senior? When Fujiwen flew closer, he immediately bowed and respectfully said, Junior Fujiwen greets Senior. Get up. Fairy Jing flicked her sleeves and smiled. I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind. You should address him as an equal. Little friend Fu, there is no need to be so polite. Ah. Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Fujiwen was even more shocked. When he first met Xiaohua, although Xiaohua displayed his invincible might and charged into the Copper Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy alone, Xiaohua's cultivation was only around the middle of the 3rd grade. It had only been a few years. How could Fujiwen believe that even Fairy Jing was inferior to him? However, Fujiwen used a spell to probe again. Just like before, he couldn't see through Xiaohua's cultivation at all. Hee little friend Fu, don't look. Even I can't see through fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation. Fairy Jing naturally noticed Fujiwen's spell and smiled. Even an early nascent soul cultivator became his disciple. What do you think his cultivation is? Hee. Xiaohua looked at Fujiwen's shocked face and said self-deprecatingly, a few years ago, this Xiao took the initiative to ask someone to become his disciple. Someone even made excuses. Fujiwen's face suddenly turned red. Wasn't this talking about him? So, Senior Xiao. Fujiwen didn't dare to call Xiaohua fellow Taoist anymore. He whispered, why is Senior here? Hee, Xiaohua laughed, come up and talk. You've seen this heavenly horse before. Oh. The heavenly horse neighed and wagged its tail intimately at Fujiwen, as if it understood Xiaohua's words. Yes, sir. Fujiwen obediently got on the flying carriage and stood respectfully at the side. You still remember Xiao Jian, right? Xiaohua knew that he would never see that unrestrained scholar in front of him again, so he asked with a smile. Fujiwen nodded. Junior knows. Junior's impression of him is not very good. Junior had told Senior before. Yes. Xiaohua nodded. This old man wants to help the princess of the Jianghu country establish a country. This Xiao Jian is one of the people this old man will rely on in the future. Therefore, after this old man obtained the Imperial Master's lot at the Jade Pavilion meeting, I came to the Danliang country accompanied by Fairy Jing to investigate Xiao Jian's background. Then, what was the result? Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua's face as if he had already understood something, but he still asked. What else could it be? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This old man is very disappointed. I hope this matter will not affect Senior's wish to establish a Dao sect. Fujiwen glanced at Fairy Jing and said in a low voice. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua laughed. This old man has already dealt with it, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. On the other hand, this old man remembers that you should be from the Yu province's Pingshan country. Why? Why did you suddenly come here? Fujiwen bit his lips slightly and said, Junior, used to be from the Yu province's Pingshan country, but now and in the future, I will no longer be from the Pingshan country, nor will I be a disciple of the Fu family. What? Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that you were expelled from the family? That's right. Fujiwen sighed deeply. Right now, this junior is cultivating in a hut not far away. For your wife. Xiaohua also looked at Fairy Jing, hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, then, why did you build a hut here? I won't hide it from the two seniors, that's right. Fu Jiwen said with a bitter smile. Back then, I went against my father's order and swore that I would grow old with my wife, which provoked the family's anger. However, the old housekeeper always mediated, so the family didn't send down any lightning. The old housekeeper passed away last year, and this junior no longer had any protection in the family. My father gave a restriction that if I wanted to protect my wife, I would be expelled from the family, and if I wanted to stay in the family, I would have to abandon my wife. What an infatuated man. Fairy Jing praised. After thinking for a moment, she took out a magic treasure from her Qingquan bag and handed it to Fu Jiwen, saying, This is something I obtained in my early years. I'll give it to you today. Thank you, senior. Fu Jiwen knew that a nascent soul cultivator's magic treasure was extraordinary, so he hurriedly received it and bowed to thank her. If this item is refined by a male and female cultivator together, it will have unexpected effects. Fairy Jing said with a smile. Yes, this junior understands. Fu Jiwen said with a bitter smile, Unfortunately, this junior can't ask my wife to come out and thank senior. Oh, little friend Fu, what do you mean? Fairy Jing was slightly taken aback. Fu Jiwen said respectfully, Seniors, please don't be impatient. This junior should have reported this matter to Senior Xiao long ago. Seniors, please follow this junior to the hut, and this junior will explain it in detail. All right. Xiao Hua patted the Pegasus and the flying carriage rushed to the place where Fu Jiwen came from. Not long after, they arrived at a tall mountain range. A small, simple house made of poplar wood was erected on a slightly shady foothill. Seniors, please. Fu Jiwen got off the flying carriage first and respectfully invited Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing inside. Xiao Hua smiled and put away the flying carriage and Pegasus. He entered the wooden house first and saw that the interior of the house was very simple. Apart from the praying mat, there were some scrolls. The scrolls were a bit messy, and it seemed that Fu Jiwen's cultivation was very difficult. Fairy Jing looked around and glanced at Xiao Hua in surprise. Because there was no trace of a second cultivator in the wooden house, Fairy Jing didn't know where the wife Fu Jiwen mentioned was. After the two sat down, Fu Jiwen took out some spirit fruits from his small cosmos pouch and respectfully handed them over. He then said with a smile, Didn't Senior Xiao ask before? The reason why this junior built a hut here is very simple. It's because this junior first met his wife here. Hee, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua smiled and picked up the spirit fruit. He tasted it and said, Then the memories here must be very beautiful. It's not that beautiful. Fu Jiwen said with an embarrassed smile. The situation at that time was very strange and almost scared this junior to death. With that, Fu Jiwen carefully took out a fist-sized wooden box from his bosom. Xiao Hua saw the wooden box clearly. It was the thunder amplification wood that he gave to Fu Jiwen at the auction in Jianghu that day. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he became pensive. Sure enough, Fu Jiwen took out a wooden box made of thunder amplification wood and carefully opened it. Inside the wooden box, there was a fist-sized odd-shaped jade crystal. The jade crystal was suffused with rays of multicolored light. Lines of multicolored inscriptions flowed on the surface of the jade crystal like chains. Layers of lightning mist floated on these inscriptions. Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? When Fairy Jing saw this item, her face showed surprise. She let out a low cry as if she had seen something terrifying. Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? Xiao Hua frowned and carefully thought about it. It was as if he had never seen this item in the scrolls. Fairy Jing glanced at Fu Jiwen with dissatisfaction. She raised her hand to stop Xiao Hua's hand and then transmitted a few words. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's face was a bit strange. Chapter 3691. On the other hand, Fu Jiwen blinked, not understanding what Fairy Jing was talking about. He then looked at Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing in surprise and awkwardly put away the wooden box in his hand. Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Xiao Hua stared into Fu Jiwen's eyes and kindly asked, Fu Jiwen, do you know that this is a Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? Reporting to Senior, this junior doesn't know. Fu Jiwen honestly replied. Fairy Jing sneered, Even if you don't know, does your family not know? But at this point, Fairy Jing seemed to realize something and shook her head. This old one understands. As the saying goes, knowing the law and breaking the law adds 3 levels of punishment. If you don't know that this is a Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, even if the Immortal Palace's law enforcers catch you, your punishment won't be too strict. This is your Fu family protecting you. The Immortal Palace's law enforcers? Fu Jiwen's face instantly paled. Although he didn't know what a Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was, he knew what a law enforcer was. After a while, he said in a low voice, "My Fu family is originally a small family in the peaceful mountain country. We might not be as knowledgeable as Senior and might not know the origin of this item." Perhaps. Fairy Jing saw that Fu Jiwen didn't seem to be faking it and said thoughtfully, "Since you really don't know the origin of this item, then you didn't purposely lead the disaster to Xiaohua." This old one misunderstood. "Ha," Xiaohua laughed, "Fairy Jing is overthinking. This Xiao and Fu Jiwen can be considered friends in times of trouble. He wouldn't have any dirty thoughts. It doesn't matter whether he has it or not." Fairy Jing glanced at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal floating in the clouds and said indifferently, "If this old one encounters this item of Heaven's Punishment, I will definitely throw it away immediately. The farther the better." "No." Fu Jiwen said resolutely, "This junior's wife is inside. This junior will never abandon her." Fairy Jing narrowed her eyes. She looked at Xiaohua and said in a warm voice, "Actually, although fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't said anything yet, I presume fellow Taoist already has a plan in mind? This matter is Fu Jiwen's private matter. All the decisions are in his hands." Xiaohua similarly did not hesitate as he spoke with a grin. "That's true." Fairy Jing nodded. She turned to look at Fu Jiwen and said, "Fu Jiwen, I can see that you're an infatuated person, so why don't you say a few more words? The decision is still in your hands." Fairy Jing pointed at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal and explained, "The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, as the name suggests, is a punishment from the heavens. It imprisons those who break the law within 3 inches of heaven and earth. Confucian cultivators had a painted ground as a prison, and this was the case when they refused to make any progress. This punishment is one of the methods the Celestial Palace uses to punish those who break the laws of the Celestial Palace. The sinner is imprisoned in the crystal and can't cultivate, talk to others or see others. The sinner's entire world is a 3-inch well. It's worse than being a frog in a well. Moreover, during the imprisonment, there will be divine lightning from the heavens every day to destroy their body and soul. It's said that the suffering inside is unbearable for ordinary people." "I see. This junior understands." Fu Jiwen's eyes were filled with tenderness. He was very grateful for Fairy Jing's explanation. Fairy Jing continued, "Above the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal is the law chain of the Celestial Palace. Without the jade seal of the Celestial Palace, it can't be unlocked. Only at the end of the punishment will the law chain be unlocked. Anyone who dares to try to break it will be seen as going against the Celestial Palace and violating the laws of the heavens. If the punishment is light, the Celestial Palace will send celestial soldiers to encircle them. If the punishment is heavy, the Celestial Palace will send law enforcers to the lower realm to kill them." At this point, Fairy Jing paused again and looked deeply at Fu Jiwen. She said warmly, "Fu Jiwen, you are infatuated with your wife, but she clearly lied to you. She is using you." Yes, since Fu Jiwen still didn't know this was the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, it meant that the sinner inside the crystal didn't tell Fu Jiwen the truth. The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was such an important punishment that even Fairy Jing knew about it. How could the sinner not know? If she didn't tell Fu Jiwen, wouldn't she be pulling Fu Jiwen into this whirlpool? Who would have thought that when Fu Jiwen heard this, his eyes would be filled with deep emotions? He bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, thank you for your concern for me. Things are not as you think. My wife did not deceive me. She even asked me to throw away the Heavenly Punishment prison crystal. But I really couldn't bear to do so. It was all my own doing." Fairy Jing was a bit confused. She also knew that this matter was a bit strange. According to what she knew, the sinner inside the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal couldn't communicate with the outside world. The sinner didn't even know where they were. Even if they fell into an abyss, even if they encountered a landslide and the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was buried underground, the sinner inside wouldn't be able to escape. She didn't know how Fu Jiwen contacted the sinner inside and even called her his wife. "That's strange. Tell me about it." However, Fairy Jing suddenly realized something and hurriedly waved her hand. "Wait, it's better not to talk about this." Fairy Jing said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this matter involves the law of the Celestial Palace. It's not something that Taoist cultivators like us can come into contact with. Even a first-rate scholarly cultivator clan would probably avoid it if they were to encounter it." Hee. How could Xiaohua, who had even killed the Hall Master of Star Lord Hall, be afraid of this? Especially Fu Jiwen, who he admired a lot. Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, Fairy Jing, don't be afraid. Let's listen first. I'm very curious. What kind of law did the woman who made Fu Jiwen fall in love with her commit? Alright. Fairy Jing knew that she couldn't persuade Xiaohua, so she could only nod. Fu Jiwen carefully put the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal into the wooden box. Looking at the time, he hid it close to his body again. He stood there and explained the whole matter in detail. It was really a sad but beautiful story. As early as a few years ago, Fu Jiwen traveled to this place. Seeing that the time was late, he rested at the foot of the mountain. When night fell, the stone wall behind Fu Jiwen suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor. Then a beautiful woman flew out from the mountain rock. Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded, and a strange ripple appeared in his heart. The woman was also very happy to see Fu Jiwen, and she immediately had a long talk with Fu Jiwen. The woman's name was Worry Cloud, and she was a mountain spirit. However, the woman was very knowledgeable and witty. Fu Jiwen only chatted with her for an hour, and he immediately regarded her as a celestial being. What made Fu Jiwen overjoyed was that the woman also had a special liking for him. Under the clear moonlight, the two of them were in love, and the heaven became the quilt and the earth became the bed. What was even more unexpected to Fu Jiwen was that after the spring breeze, without waiting for Fu Jiwen to ask anything, the woman's face immediately changed. She actually turned into a ferocious monster with a ferocious face, and wanted to devour Fu Jiwen's essence blood. It was also at this moment that the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and a thunderbolt struck the woman until she disappeared without a trace. Fu Jiwen trembled with fear and didn't dare to stay at the foot of the mountain. He used a technique to escape far away. However, after escaping, Fu Jiwen couldn't forget the woman for a long time. The woman's lovely appearance and elegant manner of speech had always lingered in his mind. Carefully thinking about everything that happened on that moonlit night, Fu Jiwen felt that something was wrong. After all, if the woman had the intention to harm him, why would she wait until the end? Not to mention the time when they first appeared, and not to mention the time when the two of them were entangled, the woman's strength seemed to far surpass Fu Jiwen's. If the woman wanted to devour Fu Jiwen, it would simply be too easy. After thinking for a long time, Fu Jiwen, who couldn't forget the woman, finally returned to the foot of the mountain and carefully searched for traces. Unfortunately, the foot of the mountain was desolate. Other than withered branches and mountain rocks, there were no clues at all. Even the absurdity of that night had long drifted away in the mountain wind. After searching for dozens of days and nights without any results, Fu Jiwen increasingly understood that no result was actually the best result. This meant that the woman was definitely not the mountain spirit she claimed to be, and was definitely not an evil person who wanted to devour the essence blood of others. Therefore, Fu Jiwen looked at the stone wall that the woman flew out from, and then used his magic power to drill through the stone wall. The cave behind the wooden house was what Fu Jiwen had done that day. Unfortunately, even though Fu Jiwen had dug out many passages in the stone wall, he still couldn't find the woman. In the end, Fu Jiwen even wanted to push down the foot of the mountain layer by layer, but when he thought that this might hurt the depressed woman that he hadn't found, Fu Jiwen stopped this crazy idea. Very quickly, a year's time had passed. Fu Jiwen faintly had a connection in his heart. It was as if that day, that moment, the woman in his heart would definitely descend again. He might as well quietly cultivate in the cave and wait for that moment to arrive. Sure enough, on the same day at the same time, extraordinary splendor reappeared. The woman really did appear. When the woman saw that it was Fu Jiwen again, besides being shocked, her expression changed greatly. Instantly, a vicious look appeared on her face, and she prepared to kill Fu Jiwen. Facing the repulsive face, facing the slender hand that wanted to kill him, Fu Jiwen wore a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. He tore open his clothes and presented his bare chest to the woman. The woman was stunned. She actually couldn't do anything. When the woman saw the passage in the stone wall, she cried again. The woman was drunk again. She hugged Fu Jiwen and didn't let go for a long time. The two who hadn't seen each other for more than a year naturally had sex again. After the romance, the woman's attitude changed again. Although she wasn't as vicious as before, she still warned Fu Jiwen not to stay here. She also made it clear to Fu Jiwen that she was a mountain spirit and was different from ordinary humans. She didn't have any sense of shame or etiquette. Fu Jiwen wasn't the first man that she had given herself to. She was just lonely and unbearable, so she easily found Fu Jiwen. Chapter 3692. That night's ending was no different from the first time. After the thunderbolt, the woman disappeared. However, this time Fu Jiwen was careful and used his divine sense to follow her. However, the moment his divine sense was released, it was immediately destroyed by the thunderbolt. Not only did Fu Jiwen not find the woman's whereabouts, but he was also injured. Fu Jiwen was unwilling to admit defeat. He immediately thought hard and used the runes of the Tian Shu in his chest as a guide to seal the areas near the cave and explore one by one. Hard work paid off. After nearly half a year of hard work, Fu Jiwen finally found an area in the depths of the mountain with faint lightning and found the Tianfa prison crystal inside. Although Fu Jiwen didn't know what this thing was, his intuition told him that this thing was the woman named Yu Tan. Looking at the lightning that would appear from the void above the heaven punishment prison crystal every once in a while, his heart would ache when the lightning landed inside. He could imagine how his lover would be suffering inside. Sure enough, on the same day in the second year, the Tianfa prison crystal flashed with dazzling clouds. The binding inscriptions on it broke and turned into strokes. Yu Tan flew out of the clouds. Worry Tan looked at Fu Jiwen and then at the heaven's punishment prison crystal in front of Fu Jiwen. She sighed slightly and didn't say another unpleasant word. She held Fu Jiwen's hand and looked at the crescent moon in the night sky. She told him how much she missed him in the past year. The two of them made love to each other until 2 hours were up. The inscriptions on the crystal recast and produced a thunderbolt that pulled the woman into it. The woman didn't mention her origin, let alone what the Tianfa prison crystal was. Fu Jiwen brought the Tianfa prison crystal back from the foot of the mountain. From then on, he regarded the woman as his wife and told this to his parents. Of course, Fu Jiwen's parents didn't agree. They even threatened to expel Fu Jiwen from the family and exterminate the mountain spirits. However, just as Fairy Jing had guessed, Fu Jiwen's parents didn't ask to see the Tianfa prison crystal and the so-called mountain spirit, Yu Tan. Fu Jiwen didn't give in. He took Xiao Rui and the old housekeeper out of the house and made a living alone. In order to help Yu Tan resist the sky thunder in the void, he went to Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar country, met Xiao Hua and obtained the thunder amplification wood. I see. Fairy Jing nodded and said, "It seems that this old one has wronged you and Yu Tan. Your relationship is truly admirable. Unfortunately, you are a cultivator of the mortal world. Your Confucian cultivation base is not high, and you have also mixed Taoist cultivation methods. It is very difficult for you to marry someone from the Immortal Palace. Not to mention that this woman has violated the laws of the Immortal Palace and is a sinner. How can you be with her? Even if you're sneaking around right now, if you're discovered by the law enforcers, you won't be able to keep your lives. I'm afraid that Yu Tan also knew this. That's why he decided to separate from you. He didn't want you to be implicated." Fairy Jing. Xiao Hua was a little bewildered. Didn't you say that the sinners in the heavenly punishment prison crystal are unable to communicate with the outside world? Why can this sorrow cloud come out for 2 hours every year? I can't answer fellow Taoist Zhao's question. Fairy Jing shook her head. I've only heard rumors and don't know the truth. There might be 2 possibilities. Xiao Hua nodded and said, the first possibility is that the heavenly punishment prison crystal has been in there for too long. The engraved law chains inside have already lost some of their effectiveness. That's why Miss Yu Tan can come out for 2 hours every year. This possibility isn't big, Fairy Jing said with a smile. The engraved law chains are made of the Immortal Palace's most authentic engraved law chains. They can absorb the awe-inspiring chi from the heavenly lightning. No matter how long it has been, it can still bind the sinners. Then it's the second possibility, Xiao Hua said with a smile. The engraved law chains of the heavenly punishment prison crystal have been tampered with. Every once in a while, it has to be unlocked for 2 hours to let Miss Yu Tan come out for a breath of fresh air. And under this possibility, Fairy Jing nodded. Then Miss Yu Tan's identity is rather interesting. Indeed. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen. That Miss Yu Tan is most likely a member of the Immortal Palace's inner family. She has committed a great crime. Although there is the punishment of the Immortal Palace, there is still someone who can reach out and block some of it for her. Inner family? Impossible. Fairy Jing said with a smile. How could the Empress bloodline be so carelessly left in the hidden immortal continent? I'm afraid she has some relationship with the inner family, a female official, or a side branch of the Empress. However, judging from this woman's scheming, it's more likely that she's a female official. Scheming? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he understood a little. Disregarding everything else, this woman had been with Fu Jiwen for so many years without revealing any of her background. It was impossible for an ordinary woman to do that. It doesn't matter who she is. Fu Jiwen didn't care. He smiled and said, Since this junior believes that she is my wife, this junior will stay with her for a lifetime. A lifetime? That's your lifetime. Fairy Jing sneered. Even if you turn into a skeleton, that woman will still live well. Unless, you can cultivate to the 9th grade of essence energy. To be able to have such a wife, this junior is already satisfied. Fu Jiwen seemed to have steeled his heart. He turned a deaf ear to Fairy Jing's reminder. Forget it. Either way, it's your own matter. Xiaohua smiled. You can decide for yourself. 2 seniors came at the right time. In a dozen or so days, Worried Tan will come out. If 2 seniors are willing, this junior would like to invite seniors to see her. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and asked with an earnest expression. Aside from the old housekeeper, no one has seen her yet. No need. Fairy Jing refused very simply. This old one has other matters to attend to with fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua faced Fu Jiwen's earnest gaze and said to Fairy Jing, since we're already here, why don't you wait for a few more days? Fairy Jing didn't know which heartstring had been touched. She shook her head and said, this concubine doesn't want to get involved in this kind of trouble. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to stay, this concubine will go there myself. Fairy Jing got up and walked out of the wooden house. Xiaohua frowned. He felt that Fairy Jing's appearance today was different from before. He nodded to Fu Jiwen and followed her out. Fairy Jing stood in front of the mountain and looked at the golden desert in the distance. She said from the bottom of her heart, Xiaohua, everything about you is good except for one thing. Your heart is too soft. Previously, at the Jade Pavilion banquet, I saw that you killed decisively. You were the image of an ambitious and ruthless person. That was why I admired you. But along the way, I discovered that what I saw was far from what I imagined. A person like you. Not to mention Sun Kong, even if it was Zhang Daoran, you might not be able to compare. Forget it, let's not talk about this. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. From today onwards, you and I will go our separate ways and be strangers. Oh, before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. The Immortal Palace. The reason it's called the Immortal Palace is because it's the representative of Confucian cultivators for millions or even tens of millions of years. It's far from what our declining Taoist sects can compare to. Xiaohua frowned and said with a bitter smile, Fairy Jing, how long is the journey from where you want to go? 2 days. Fairy Jing's expression didn't change as she faintly replied. How about this? Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I can't be someone who doesn't keep his word. I'll accompany Fairy Jing to that place first and then come back. Actually, since we're already here, whether you go or not, it doesn't matter. Fairy Jing's misty eyes became even more hazy. Let's go. Xiaohua said to Fu Jiwen in the wooden house and then flew into the air. Fairy Jing didn't say anything. She didn't wait for Fu Jiwen to fly out of the wooden house and flew away. 1 day later, in the depths of the desert, a strange mountain stood out in the dusk. The mountain was oval in shape and split in the middle. There was a dangerous path leading from the yellow sand to the top of the mountain. At this moment, aside from Fairy Jing and Xiaohua who flew to the mountain and stood in the air, there was a man and woman who were struggling to climb the only path. Seeing Fairy Jing stop, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. The man and woman weren't cultivators, but they were quite agile and had a foundation in climbing. They should be using a light body cultivation technique. Even so, the almost straight-up mountain path was too difficult for the 2 of them. Although the 2 of them did not help each other at the beginning of the climb, when they were halfway up the mountain, the woman was surrounded by danger several times, and the man beside her could not help but lend a helping hand. In the end, when the man was in danger, the woman risked her life to save him. When the 2 of them escaped danger, what surprised Xiaohua was that the 2 of them actually held hands and returned from the middle of the mountain. They didn't forget to climb to the top of the mountain. Fairy Jing also stood in the air and stared at the man and woman. She waited until the 2 of them landed on the ground, then rode 2 horses at the foot of the mountain and left. Only then did she faintly say, Xiaohua, what do you think this mountain peak looks like? A circle. Xiaohua was stunned. He thought for a moment and replied, 2 semicircles. In fact, this is a heart, a broken heart. As Fairy Jing spoke, the corners of her eyes became moist. Did you see those 2? They were a couple. Although I don't know them, I know that they must have been trapped by love and reached a desperate situation to come to Heartbreak Mountain. The reason why Heartbreak Mountain is in such a remote desert and has such a difficult path is because of the unruffled love water. Anyone who drinks the unruffled love water will forget the person they love the most. There is love in the heavens and love in the world. Although there is unruffled love water in this world, there is no lack of lovers. Heartbreak Mountain was such a desolate place. It was meant to make people think carefully on their way here from the noisy mortal world. Did they need to forget their true love? Did they need to drink a mouthful of water of forgetfulness? The path of Heartbreak Mountain is so difficult to pass. It is also a test to see if people are willing to use life and death to erase the scar in their hearts. The couple just now must have passed the test and couldn't bear to part with each other, so they gave up their earlier impulse and reconciled. Chapter 3693. After she finished talking about the origin of Heartbreak Mountain and the forgotten love water, Fairy Jing held back the tears in her eyes and said with a smile, "I have already told you a story before. Now, can you accompany me to the top of Heartbreak Mountain and watch me drink a mouthful of the forgotten love water? Watch as this concubine forgets about that person?" See. Xiao Hua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He stared at Fairy Jing and couldn't figure out whether her words were true or false. He vaguely felt that Fairy Jing had feelings for him, but her story clearly didn't mention him. Xiao Hua really didn't know what Fairy Jing meant by this. As the saying goes, a man can't guess a woman's thoughts. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua was at a loss when facing Fairy Jing's unfathomable heart. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid, Xiao Hua thought to himself. Then he followed Fairy Jing and slowly flew up Heartbreak Mountain. He probed in a low voice, "Is there really forgotten love water in this world? Can it really erase the love in a person's heart?" "Of course," Fairy Jing said decisively, "don't think that this is a desert where not a drop of water exists. Although the forgotten love water on Heartbreak Mountain is only the size of a fist, it can last for tens of thousands of years. There's an ancient saying, hearts are united on Heartbreak Mountain, but the person on Heartbreak Mountain is heartbroken. It's not a rumor. I've been looking for this place for thousands of years to forget that person. After a while, I drank the forgotten love water. Fellow Taoist Xiao will know when he sees it." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua suddenly understood. His heart suddenly lightened, but he sighed and said, "AI, it's really hard on Fairy Jing. Actually, sometimes a true love is a rare memory that doesn't necessarily have to be forgotten. Hehe, for a male cultivator like fellow Taoist Xiao, it's a beautiful memory. But for female cultivators like me, it might be a disgrace. How can I cultivate when I have to face the unhappiness in my heart every day? The danger of an unstable Tao heart doesn't disappear. I'll tell fellow Taoist Xiao." Fairy Jing smiled sweetly, as if she could really forget that person after drinking the forgotten love water. "Forget it, I'll listen to your decision." Xiao Hua knew that for Fairy Jing, forgetting someone was much more realistic than missing someone. This method of severing emotions was the best choice for a cultivator like Fairy Jing. While the two of them were speechless, they had already landed on the peak of Heartbreak Mountain. The mountain peak was not big, only a few hundred feet. There was a deep crack across the mountain peak, which was where the mountain peak had split open. In the center of the crack there was a stone stool that looked like a wine cup. The stone stool was as tall as a person and was extremely clean. In the center of the stone stool was a heart-shaped groove, and within it, there was a fist-sized spring that flashed with a blood-red color. "Are you sure this Wangqing water is not poisonous?" Xiao Hua was a bit worried. He looked at the color of the spring water and then looked at the setting sun that was only left with a smear of blood red at the edge of the desert. And, at this time, Fairy Jing was really tender. Although she didn't look at Xiao Hua, her face that was looking at the setting sun in the distance revealed a kind of deep longing. She then looked at Xiao Hua as if she would never recognize him again in the future. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry. If it's as Fairy Jing said, this Wangqing water can only make you forget the person you love the most, then after drinking the Wangqing water, you will definitely remember this Xiao." This Xiao, Shu. Fairy Jing stretched out her white hand, placed it in front of Xiao Hua's lips and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I still have a very important matter to ask of you." "Is there any danger?" Xiao Hua's heart trembled. "No." Fairy Jing smiled sadly and said, "There is no danger. I just want to ask fellow Taoist Xiao that after I drink the Wangqing water, fellow Taoist Xiao must not tell the story I told you before. Otherwise all my previous efforts will be wasted." "Don't worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "When did Fairy tell this Xiao a story? This Xiao seems to have never heard of it." If Xiao Hua was joking like this normally, Fairy Jing would have already laughed. But today Fairy Jing couldn't laugh no matter what. Looking at Xiao Hua's smile, and then looking at the Wangqing water in the shadows, 2 drops of sparkling tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes, falling on both sides of her cherry lips. A salty and moist taste came from her mouth. Fairy Jing's tears were like her heart, salty and bitter. From now on, there will be no distractions in my heart, no emotions to rely on, no heart to rely on, no soul to return to. What can I do when people are in front of me? There is no shadow in my eyes. A journey on the mountain, a journey on the water, the body walks towards the lonely place, the night is deep and the shadow is invisible. The wind blows, the snow blows, the noise shatters my heart's dream, there is no such sound in this world. Fairy Jing chanted in a low voice. Seeing that the sun was setting and the sky was half red, Fairy Jing's delicate body trembled slightly. She opened her mouth, and a stream of water flew out from the heart-shaped groove and fell into her mouth. Just as the forgotten love water touched Fairy Jing's tear-stained red lips, the forgotten love water condensed in the air. Fairy Jing stared at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, thank you." Then Fairy Jing closed her eyes and the Wangqing water fell into her mouth. After a while, Fairy Jing opened her eyes and looked around strangely. She touched her damp face and looked at Xiaohua in bewilderment. Who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Where is this? Ah. Xiaohua opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had an unimaginable understanding. It was as if heavenly lightning had fallen on his head. At this moment he finally understood that the person Fairy Jing was talking about wasn't the person in her story, but the person in front of him. Everything before was hidden from him. Fairy Jing's words in front of Fujiwen's log cabin were the same as Yutan's words. This one. Xiaohua originally wanted to introduce himself, but when he thought of what Fairy Jing said a few moments ago, he held back the indescribable feeling in his heart. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to know who I am. It's already late. Fellow Taoist, it's better for you to return early." Okay. Fairy Jing smiled and cupped her hands. "Although I don't know who you are, I feel very relieved. This one is called Li Jing and my Buddhist name is Fairy Jing. I'm in charge of a seaside country in a corner of the hidden immortal continent. If fellow Taoist comes to the seaside that day, you can come to my country for a chat. Goodbye." With that, Fairy Jing urged her magic power, turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. Could it be? Xiaohua watched as Fairy Jing nimbly left. His heart was truly bewildered. He looked at the already withered groove on the stone block and secretly said, Is this really the unruffled love water? The strange water that can make people and cultivators forget the person they love the most?" Xiaohua stretched out his hand as if to test it, but just as he touched the ice-cold stone groove, he hurriedly withdrew his hand. His figure turned into the wind and flew toward Fujiwen's log cabin. He really didn't dare to touch the Wangqing water. He didn't want to forget the person he loved the most. Poor Fairy Jing. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Xiaohua's mind. It was the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. Even at the last moment, she still refused to say the love in her heart. She still buried it in the deepest part of her heart. Even if she had to bear the burden herself, she didn't want to let someone else be the burden. Actually, fellow Taoist already has a lot of dual cultivation partners. One more Fairy Jing doesn't matter. One less Fairy Jing doesn't matter. Why be so pedantic? Let the world have one more person without love? Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, the green-robed Xiaohua sighed. "Alas, what do you know?" Xiaohua said helplessly in his heart. "It's not that I don't like Fairy Jing. It's just that I like her. I haven't reached that level of love. You all know about my situation. I already owe others a lot. I don't know if this kind of love will have any results. The less I can, the less I can." Fellow Taoist dares to say that you don't miss her in your heart? Fellow Taoist dares to say that you didn't have any doubts just now? The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua was somewhat unwilling to let it go. If Fairy Jing had said a few more words, perhaps fellow Taoist would have thrown himself into her arms? Perhaps. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hide it from these primordial spirits. He could only admit it. However, I still admire Fairy Jing's decisiveness. She's worthy of being a cultivator in charge of a country. Although her cultivation isn't very high, her way of dealing with people is much better than my indecisiveness. She's already at the early nascent soul stage. Her cultivation isn't high? The green-robed Xiaohua mocked. Taoist Zhao's vision is also very high now. Alas, you all can say whatever you want. Perhaps this is fate. Actually, Xiaohua's heart was also very uncomfortable. It was as if he had lost something for no reason. His heart was empty. "I-oh." Suddenly, the green-robed Xiaohua exclaimed. "Interesting. Fellow Taoist, do you feel like your heart is being twisted by a knife? A bit, but fellow Taoist's words are too exaggerated. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He also felt the green-robed Xiao Hua's surprise. Fellow Taoist, do you have something to say? Good. The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed. Now that someone has delivered himself to your door to let you vent your anger, give I another Taoist robe. Who? Xiao Hua was about to release his divine sense when the green-robed Xiao Hua hastily shouted. Don't. If you release your divine sense, won't Taoist Huada run away? Eh? Why is Taoist Huada here? Could it be that he also wants to forget the person he loves the most? The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was also very surprised. Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. He asked, Taoist Huada is coming here. I didn't know, how did you know? Hee, of course it's the result of fellow Taoists stealing. The green-robed Xiao Hua explained. I have been thinking about how to refine Taoist Huada's fire gourd into a sword gourd for the past few days. I still haven't killed the trace of Taoist Huada's primordial spirit in the gourd, so I can sense Taoist Huada's movements within a certain range. At this point, the green-robed Xiao Hua paused for a moment and said again. Fellow Taoist has already ordered I to refine a spirit treasure. I presume you're also thinking about how to refine your life treasure? Chapter 3694. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Looking at the desolate Heartbreak Mountain in the night, he sighed and said, Fairy Jing said it well. On Cast Emotion Mountain, one's heart is united, but on Heartbreak Mountain, one's heart is broken. The night on Heartbreak Mountain is truly desolate. Over there. The green-robed Xiao Hua pointed in a direction. Xiao Hua used the wind evasion technique and flew for a while. Under the guidance of the green-robed Xiao Hua, he used the trace concealing technique to hide. Only then did he use his mind to enter his body. He saw that around the tricolored heaven's heart in his dantian, balls of true energy were constantly surging like flames. They seemed to have some spirituality, but if one looked carefully, they would feel that this spirituality was a bit forced, or rather it was a bit passive. It wasn't the kind of rare spirituality. Looking outside the 5-brocade cloud painting, the endless amount of righteous qi was much more vast than before. The true energy that Xiao Hua had bitterly cultivated for who knows how many years had already been condensed into true energy by the 5-brocade cloud painting. There was not a trace of impurities in his dantian. Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator, how do you feel? Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the scholar's primordial spirit and asked with a smile. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the scroll in his hand turned into countless words. These words turned into birds and fishes or plants. Some of them turned into birds and fishes, and some of them turned into plants, and some of them turned into plants, and they covered the nearby area with green leaves. If fellow immortal had asked me before the year, I might have proudly shown off to fellow immortal. Xiao Hua indifferently replied, After all, fellow immortal has been tempering the true energy in your chest for the longest time. After the seal was broken, I worked hard to catch up. Now my strength is close to fellow immortals. Of course, according to the realm of Confucian cultivators, my cultivation is not worth mentioning. However, fellow immortal from the Buddhist sect received guidance from Grandmaster C.I. Xiang and went into seclusion. His thoughts made me feel a lot. Just as fellow immortal has been pondering, Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism have their own strengths. What is the true essence of each sect's cultivation? Perhaps I already know a little bit. Fellow immortal, please speak. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a smile. Taoism's techniques are ever-changing and have the ability to reach the heavens. Whether it was the Confucian cultivators or the Buddhist cultivators, they were far inferior in this aspect. If I simply pursue the ability of Confucianism and cultivate the Tao of primordial spirit, I will follow the prescribed path of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into heaven. In the end, I will be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. It is better for me to abandon these appearances and search for the foundation of Confucianism. When Xiao Hua heard this, he clapped his hands and said, Immortal friend is right. I also feel that Great Master C.I. Xiang's words are right. If the Buddhist sect's Fozi doesn't properly handle the relationship between the corporeal body and the Saraira, even if he reincarnates for 10,000 years, he still won't be able to reach the peak. If Confucian scholars don't understand the essence of true energy and cultivation, what can they do even if they reach the void refinement and heaven fusion stage? Taoist cultivators are the same. They don't know the foundation of Taoist cultivation. Even if they cultivate to the transcending tribulation stage, I'm afraid they won't be able to achieve anything. Xiaohua echoed. That's why we each have our own responsibilities. There's no need to compete with each other. The so-called realm, the so-called means, they are all just appearances. Only by grasping the foundation can we achieve the great Tao. Green-robed Xiaohua also spoke from his lower dantian. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and opened his mouth. The imperial star spike and imperial shield flew out. He said with a smile, to be honest, I already don't want to refine these two imperial tools. This is because the Tao of imperial tools of Confucianism is far inferior to the Tao of Taoist magic tools. It has already deviated from the foundation of Confucianism. Immortal friend, you should still slowly refine them. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, it's currently a chaotic world. You and I can't cultivate peacefully. One more life-saving means is one more opportunity to explore the essence of cultivation. And Xiaohua agreed and sucked the two imperial tools into his mouth. Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiaohua said with a smile, presumably you also understand. The so-called life origin magic treasure is to separate a part of the primordial spirit and refine it into the magic treasure. Using one's own primordial spirit to drive the magic treasure is far more convenient than using one's divine sense to drive it. It's like another magic treasure controlled by oneself. This way, although cultivators can't refine spirit tools with a life origin magic treasure fused with the primordial spirit, it's possible to touch the threshold of spirit tools. Indeed. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Moreover, fellow Taoist already knew that your primordial spirit can no longer be split after going through the three gold lightning tribulation. Presumably, you've already given up on the idea of refining a life origin magic treasure, right? No. Xiaohua shook his head. Actually, the origin of a life origin magic treasure, other than the function that I just mentioned, has another function. And I know. Among the Taoist magic skills, there is a primordial spirit entrustment technique. Green-robed Xiaohua had read who knows how many ancient books and secret techniques. He naturally understood very well. A small part of the refining method of this life origin magic treasure was born from this. Yes, the primordial spirit entrustment technique is a great magic skill. It's impossible for ordinary cultivators to successfully cultivate it. Some almighty experts changed this magic skill and taught it to their own disciples, thus obtaining a life origin magic treasure. Xiaohua said with a smile. Similarly, if a cultivator's main body dies with only the primordial spirit in the life origin magic treasure, it's impossible to achieve the goal of primordial spirit entrustment technique. However, other methods can be thought of, such as possession, to leave a chance of survival. If that's the case, to be honest, I and the others, I'm afraid we're all fellow Taoists' life origin magic treasure. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a sigh. Why is fellow Taoist still entangled with the life origin magic treasure? I don't want to give up on the life origin magic treasure, not because I have to refine it, but because I want to see the mysterious primordial spirit entrustment technique. Xiaohua replied. Unfortunately, the secret technique we obtained is abnormally incomplete. We can't see anything from it at all. Don't think about it. Fellow Taoist already has a spirit tool. In the future, when this spirit tool is complete, it may even be a spiritual treasure. Why bother about the life origin magic treasure? Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. Speaking up to here, green-robed Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, that's right. If fellow Taoist has nothing to do in the future, don't use the yin and yang dual magic treasure to block disasters. Thinking about Taoist Jianghu's cauldron, I feel a bit of heartache. See, so that's how it is. Green-robed Xiaohua said, and Xiaohua immediately understood. Although that cauldron isn't much, it contains a trace of Taoist Jianghu's primordial spirit. It can be considered half a spirit tool. This spirit tool is not a tool spirit. After the yin and yang dual magic treasure, it will certainly have spirituality. In the future, if there's a coincidence, it can be compared to a heavenly spiritual treasure. How can it be just a heavenly spiritual treasure? Green-robed Xiaohua sneered. It's also possible to advance to the Xiantian realm. Fellow Taoist, you're more prodigal than I. I'm happy, so what? Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Who asked I to be rich? Not only do I have the ocean overturning seal, but I also have the Tingjiao scissors and the Kunlun mirror. Although I don't know where the other half of the Tingjiao scissors is, as long as the Kunlun mirror returns to the Dawn Rain continent and finds the golden core cultivator of the rock border sect, Chang Yefeng, I'll be able to obtain the last fragment of the Kunlun mirror. At that time the Kunlun ruins will become Just as he said that, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. That's right, I seem to have said this before. Why am I repeating it now? It was also at this moment of vigilance that shock appeared on Xiaohua's face as he looked in disbelief. At the same time, green-robed Xiaohua already understood Xiaohua's thoughts. His figure flashed and landed in that place. This was where Xiaohua stored his Qingkuan pouches, storage pouches, and worn-out magic treasures. An extremely ordinary storage pouch was thrown among them. Green-robed Xiaohua didn't use any magic. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through the storage pouches one by one. He looked at the ordinary storage pouch but didn't open it. He looked up at Xiaohua's strange expression and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist, isn't this the storage pouch of Tongmu City's Qinyeming? There's a fragment of the Kunlun mirror inside. If there's no accident, it should be in the hands of Changyu Feng. When fellow Taoist obtained it that day, you knew about it. Why didn't you think of it? Could it be, there's something in this space that you and I don't know about?" "Yes." Xiaohua raised his head and looked meaningfully at Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao above the starry sky. He said word by word, "Everything in this world is under the control of the heavenly Tao. Although you and I control this space, you and I aren't the heavenly Tao. It's impossible for us to know everything in this space. Moreover, even if we become immortals, gods, and the so-called heavenly Tao saints, don't forget there are 50 Dian numbers, 49 Dian numbers, and there's still the evasive one. In this world, there's never anything that can be completely controlled." Rumble. Above the starry sky, a deafening sound was endless. The entire space was shaking. The originally vast space couldn't help but expand again. Damn it, the heavenly Tao, is there a mistake? This guy clearly forgot. This made-up reason can actually be understood? Green-robed Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He held his forehead and shouted, "Haha, green-robed fellow Taoist, there's no place without knowledge under the heavenly Tao. You've only cultivated for a short time, so learn slowly." Xiaohua proudly took Qinyeming's storage bag, took out the last fragment of the Kunlun mirror, looked at it, and threw it to green-robed Xiaohua. "When you're refining the Kunlun mirror, think about it carefully. How did this Kunlun mirror get from Changyefeng to Qinyeming? Maybe you'll know something." Huh. Green-robed Xiaohua naturally wasn't convinced. He originally wanted to retort, but his face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He then said with a smile, "All right, this poor Taoist won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Either way, you and I will benefit. At this time, Huoda is already here. How about it? Fellow Taoist, you can't let him run away this time, right? Fellow Taoist, you should watch the show from the side. When fellow Taoist makes a move, I will help fellow Taoist to kill this guy." Chapter 3695. Good. Jade Archive. Xiaohua nodded. This Hua de Jinren is really hateful. He is especially good at borrowing power and stirring up trouble. At the Jade Pavilion conference, he was lucky to escape by using the Confucian Cultivator's formation. This time we must take his life. With that, Jade Archive Xiaohua left his body and hid to the side to observe. In the night sky, several figures flew over from the distance. However, these figures did not fly directly. Instead, they flew and stopped. Quite a few times, they even flew in other directions. Under the moonlight, the faces of 8 cultivators appeared. The one in front was Zhai Xingzi, who was wearing an emperor's robe. Next to him was Gusu Qiran, who had changed into a Taoist robe. At this time, Gusu Qiran had a smile in her eyes, unwilling to leave Zhai Xingzi for a moment. Although the two were not flying hand in hand, their hearts were vaguely limitless. Behind Gusu Qiran was the smiling Hua de Jinren, but he deliberately kept a certain distance from the two and did not disturb them. Behind Taoist Huoda were 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. They all had different appearances and expressions, but all of them had respectful expressions on their faces as they carefully followed behind the 3. Zhai Xingzi accompanied Gusu Qiran to a mountain peak. The two circled around the mountain and met again in the air above the mountain peak. Their faces were full of disappointment as they shook their heads. "What? Isn't this the place that you two fellow cultivators are looking for?" Hua de Jinren flew forward and asked anxiously when he saw this. "Well, fellow Taoist Huoda, it's not here." Zhai Xingzi looked at the somewhat oval mountain peak below and sighed. "That mountain peak is cracked." "Oh? Could it be Zhai Xingzi is looking for Heartbreak Mountain?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Who is the female cultivator beside Zhai Xingzi? But, within 400 miles of my spiritual sense, there is no such mountain. Fellow Taoist and fairy are mistaken? Hua de Jinren was somewhat puzzled. No, it must be nearby. I know. Gusu Chiron thought for a moment and shook her head. Although I don't know why, I know that as long as I find that place, I will be able to solve my confusion. That's right, this old man has the same idea. Jai Xingzi nodded. Fellow Taoist Huada, fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. Let's go take a look over there. Jai Xingzi raised his hand in the direction of Heartbreak Mountain. All right. Adept Huada felt somewhat helpless, but he still smiled and said, as long as fellow Taoist Jai Xing and Fairy Jai Xing can solve the mystery in your hearts, it's no problem for us to work a little harder. Humph, you were the one who insisted on following us. Gusu Chiron snorted as if she was looking down on Hua de Jinren. Chior. Jai Xingzi blurted out, how can you speak to Taoist Huada like that? As expected you. How do you know my nickname? Gusu Chiron's face was filled with surprise and joy. I don't know either. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Jai Xingzi's face, but his eyes were the same as Gusu Chiron's, showing surprise. Gusu Chiron shouted, I knew it. You and I must have known each other in our previous lives. Otherwise it wouldn't be so coincidental. Just as Gusu Chiron was pleasantly surprised, there was a sudden scream. Gusu Chiron's body fell like a rock, straight towards the sharp rock beneath her. Chior. Jai Xingzi hurriedly moved his body and immediately landed below Gusu Chiron. He shouted as he was about to catch Gusu Chiron. However, just as he extended his arm, Jai Xingzi's expression changed slightly. The protective light flashing around his body suddenly disappeared. Like Gusu Chiron, he could no longer stand in the air and fell towards the rock. However, just as he fell, Jai Xingzi forced himself to change his position so that he was below Gusu Chiron to prevent her from getting hurt. After doing all this, Jai Xingzi took a deep breath. He wanted to circulate his true origin and fly up again. Unfortunately, the light on the surface of Jai Xingzi's body flickered a few times like a candle in the wind. In the end, it was extinguished. Bang bang. With two loud sounds, Jai Xingzi, who was a late nascent soul master, fell powerlessly on the rock. Gusu Chiron landed on Jai Xingzi's face, knocking his jade crown askew. Hua de Jinren, what's going on? Jai Xingzi raised his hand and picked up Gusu Chiron, who was on top of him. He struggled to stand up and sat on a big rock. He looked at Hua de Jinren, who was looking at him with a cold smile in the distance, and asked faintly. Gusu Chiron, who was sitting in Jai Xingzi's arms, lowered her head shyly at first. When she heard Jai Xingzi's words, she immediately came to her senses. If it weren't for Hua de Jinren's plot, even if they were in danger, Hua de Jinren would only need to wave his hand and they would not fall from the sky. Gusu Chiron could not help but rage. Jin Yuda? You dare to plot against me? Gusu Chiron's words were beyond her expectations. She could not believe it was Hua de Jinren who did this. Fellow Taoist Jai Xing, don't worry. Hua de Jinren had a faint smile on his face. He did not fly closer but stood on the side. He waved his hand and the 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators quickly flew around the mountain and surrounded Jai Xingzi and Gusu Chiron. Hua de Jinren then spoke, I just want to ask, who is this fellow Taoist with Confucian cultivation? How does she know the name of I's nascent soul? I don't remember. I don't know this fellow Taoist. Jin Yude, you? Gusu Chiron's face was a bit pale. She called out a few times but did not know what to say. You're too bold. Fellow Taoist. Hua de Jinren sneered, I don't even know who you are. How is this bold? Then Hua de Jinren looked up at the 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators who had surrounded Jai Xingzi and Gusu Chiron and said, Fellow Taoists, please be the judge. This fellow Taoist appeared out of nowhere and met Jai Xingzi alone when we returned from the Jadestage meeting. Jai Xingzi brought her out and did not mention her origin. He only said she was Qiu Xianzi. The strangest thing is that Jai Xingzi actually sent all the fellow Taoists away while he brought this strange Qiu Xianzi to a strange place. We have already discussed the rules that we will get after the Yaotai meeting. He has already forgotten about the rare treasures and other things that we will get. If I didn't argue with him, he would have brought the 6 of us here. Otherwise, who knows what Jai Xingzi is up to? Jai Xingzi looked coldly at Hua de Jinren and did not speak. There was no sign of surrender in his eyes. If I didn't bring you fellow Taoists to follow behind them, how would we have discovered that this so-called Qiu Xianzi is not a Taoist cultivator? Perhaps she knows the simple spells of our Taoism, or perhaps she has our Taoism's mental cultivation method, but this old man can see clearly that she is a genuine Confucian cultivator. Hua de Jinren did not hesitate to reveal Gusu Chiron's background. Since we know that Qiu Xinzi is a Confucian cultivator, then, fellow Taoists, can you think about it more? We just took the pure young ancestor from Jadestage Mountain and Qiu Xinzi appeared. What does this mean? Think about it, what else can it mean? It means that Zhai Xingzi is not the Zhai Xingzi we trusted before. He is in cahoots with Confucian cultivators. And this Qiu Xinzi. If I'm not wrong, she should be someone from Jadestage Mountain Star-Lord Palace. This so-called pure young ancestor must be Star-Lord Palace's bait. Zhai Xingzi wants to return the treasure we risked our lives for to Star-Lord Palace through Qiu Xinzi. Damn Jin Yuda, you yourself are Kong Hongwu's subordinate Star General. You unexpectedly slander others, falsely accuse the star plucking? The matter involved the star plucking. Gusuchiran could not help but be furious, cursing. Qiu Xinzi is truly incredible. How do you know that I am Kong Hongwu's Star General? Hua de Jinren asked thoughtfully, if you are not from Star-Lord Palace, how do you know? Since you are not from Star-Lord Palace, are you not slandering me? However, Hua de Jinren only said this. He then said to the 5 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, you didn't believe me before, not daring to help me kill the lackeys of Confucian cultivators. Do you understand now? Jin Yuda? Gusuchiran bit her lip, her eyes flashing with anger. You are truly despicable. Of course you know who I am, but how can I not know who you are? Gusuchiran turned to the nascent soul state cultivator next to her and said, Jin Yuda was a pawn that Star-Lord Palace placed among the Tao cultivators. When I saw you all, the first person I contacted was naturally Zhai Xingzi, but the second was him. You may not have noticed Jin Yuda's expression at that time. It was very interesting. His face was ashen. What? He was afraid I would expose his true face. Fine, now that things have come to this, I will make it clear to you. I am naturally from Star-Lord Palace, and I have an agreement with Jin Yuda. We can't expose each other's details. However, I really didn't expect that Jin Yuda, a little star general like you, would dare to make a move against me. Are you tired of living? AI, Lady Qiu, I don't know what you are talking about. You can make up all you want, but I've always been upright. How many cultivators on hidden immortal continents say that I'm from Star-Lord Palace? It doesn't matter whether you're there or not. Hua de Jinren's face was full of sorrow. I believe I am worthy of heaven and earth. I believe I am worthy of my conscience. This is enough. Damn it. Gusuchiran was obviously not as good as Hua de Jinren. She cursed and struggled with all her might. Unfortunately, no matter how she urged her true chi, it was useless. Heart-corroding bone? Suddenly Gusuchiran understood and exclaimed, You actually got Star-Lord Palace's secret poison from Kong Hongwu? You really deserve to die. Chapter 3696. AI, Qiu Xinzi, why don't you honestly admit how you colluded with Zhai Xingzi? Taoist Hua decide again, what's the point of clinging to this old man? To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the 5 fellows seeing the truth, how could this old man allow you dogs to live until today? And this old man's actions are open and above board. This old man absolutely won't be criticized. Using poison is open and above board? Gusuchiran sneered, others don't know your face, but how could I not know? Taoist Hua righteously said, your cultivations are similar to this old man's. This old man admits he is not your opponent, but for the sake of the hidden immortal continent's safety, this old man would rather destroy his own reputation. And I absolutely won't let your scheme succeed. Good Taoist said it well. A tall and thin cultivator praised, previously, your servant had some misunderstandings about Taoist. Now these misunderstandings have been cleared up. In the future, if someone asks about Zhai Xingzi's death, your servant will naturally testify for Taoist. AI Taoist Huada. Hearing this, Zhai Xingzi said, this old man truly underestimated you. I never expected your scheme to be so deep. Just now, this old man felt your goal was that supreme young object, pure young ancestor, but now it seems you still want to take over this old man's forces one by one. Of course, Zhai Xingzi did not know that Taoist Huada's goal was not just these two. The most important thing was that he was unable to kill Xiao Hua at the Jade Pavilion gathering, so he was unable to give an explanation to Kong Hongwu. Now that he saw Star-Lord Hall's Star General Gusuchiran unexpectedly betrayed Yaotai Mountain, he naturally felt this was an absolutely great opportunity. He only needed to capture Gusuchiran and send her to Star-Lord Hall, and all his previous mistakes would be forgiven. Furthermore, with Gusuchiran rebelling and Jing Mushuan dead, would Star-Lord Hall not have even more Star-Lord positions? He was much closer to Star-Lord positions. It would be strange if he did not seize this opportunity. However, this idea, aside from the dead Kong Hongwu and Linghu Pyron who was currently guarding Star-Lord Hall, perhaps Gusu Chiron herself was not clear. This was why she was especially shocked that Daoist Huoda would go back on his word. Daoist Huoda did not take any precautions against him. However, Huoda Jinren laughed and said, Zhai Xingzi, you secretly colluded with Star-Lord Palace. How many disciples of Dao School have you killed in the Yaotai meeting? Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Previously, I respected you because you were a pillar of my Dao sect. Now, I will kill you because you are a lackey of the Confucian cultivators. Your so-called goal is nothing more than smoke in this old man's ears. This old man disdains to lower himself to your level. Fellow Taoists. Zhai Xingzi looked at the 5 nascent soul cultivators. His piercing gaze made the 5 of them not dare to look straight at him. Zhai Xingzi said, I won't say much about other things. I admit that Fairy Chiu is a Confucian cultivator. But what I want to tell you is that when we seized the pure young ancestor, the dragon gate that should have appeared didn't appear. At that time, the entire origin formation was about to be destroyed. It was inevitable that we would all die. But at the critical moment, a rainbow bridge appeared. It was this rainbow bridge that allowed us Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to escape. This rainbow bridge was released by Fairy Chiu. It can be said that without Fairy Chiu, all the Dao School cultivators who participated in the Yaotai meeting would have been completely wiped out. This kind of kindness, this old man does not ask you to repay it, but you can't turn hostile and bite the hand that feeds you, right? The 5 nascent soul cultivators were obviously stunned. They also participated in the Yaotai meeting and were clear about the danger at the last moment. The appearance of the rainbow bridge was absolutely abrupt. However, they never thought that this sudden and life-saving rainbow bridge was created by Fairy Chiu in front of them. The 5 of them looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Hehe Zhai Xingzi. Huoda Jinren laughed. You finally revealed yourself, right? Didn't you say that you didn't collude with the Star-Lord Palace? If you didn't collude with Fairy Chiu, how did you know that the rainbow bridge was created by her? This old man saw it. Zhai Xingzi was a little angry but he still said coldly. Huoda Jinren also sneered, this old man is strange. My cultivation is not much lower than yours. Why didn't I see it? That day Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were also there. Why didn't they see it? Their cultivation is not lower than yours, right? Why didn't they see it? Do you think that your cultivation is higher than all the Taoist cultivators? Zhai Xingzi was speechless. The glance between him and Gusu Chiron was absolutely shocking. How could he explain it to others? How could he let others understand? So, Zhai Xingzi, why do you have to say more? Huoda Jinren laughed grimly, you're the lackey of the Star-Lord Palace. You're the culprit who caused our Taoist cultivators to suffer losses in the Yaotai meeting. I didn't wrong you by taking your life. Senior Huoda. A slightly shorter cultivator was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, I think Senior Zhai Xingzi doesn't seem to be a spy of the Star-Lord Palace. And it's a little unfair to determine Senior Zhai Xingzi's life based on this inference. Even if Fairy Chiu is a Confucian cultivator and a member of the Star-Lord Palace, doesn't Senior Zhai Xingzi have a good personal relationship with Kong Hongwu, the Lord of the Star-Lord Palace? This doesn't mean that Senior Zhai Xingzi has wronged us Taoist cultivators. Reverend Mingchen. Huoda Jinren said with a smile, I know you have some doubts in your heart. Of course, the other 4 fellow cultivators also have doubts. However, I didn't invite you here to fight. I just want you to be witnesses. When someone asks, I can tell the world that I'll end Zhai Xingzi's life today. Reverend Mingchen looked at the 4 people beside him, who all looked a little embarrassed. However, Huoda Jinren had made it clear. The 5 of them knew that they were no match for Huoda Jinren, so they could only sigh slightly. Buzz. Huoda Jinren finished his words. He had achieved his goal. He raised his hand and a magic treasure appeared in the air, making a roaring sound. Jinyuda, how dare you? Gusu Chiron felt her bones and tendons go numb, but she forced herself to straighten up. She stood in front of Zhai Xingzi and scolded, if you want to kill Zhai Xingzi, you'll have to kill me first. Hehe, Zhai Xingzi deserves to die, so do you? You don't think I don't dare to kill a Confucian warrior, do you? Huoda Jinren sneered. Gusu Chiron was not afraid. She stared at Huoda Jinren and threatened, Jinyuda, Star-Lord Palace, is not the Star-Lord Palace you know. I can tell you clearly that even if I let you Taoist cultivators go, as long as I return to Star-Lord Palace, as long as I reveal my identity, that Kong Hongwu won't dare to blame me. Moreover, I can tell you clearly that even if you dare to touch a hair of Zhai Xingzi, I'll let immortal soldiers and immortal generals chop you into minced meat. Ah, I'm so scared. Seeing Gusu Qiran shouting herself hoarse, Huada Immortal thought Gusu Qiran was just bluffing and pretending to be scared. He shouted, I can't believe a poisoned Confucian woman dares to threaten me with immortal soldiers and immortal generals. That's right. People who have been poisoned by the heart and bone corroding poison cannot threaten you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the air. 6 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of gold core disciples of the new country were poisoned to death by you. The state preceptor of the Kujiang country, the state preceptor of the Fu country, and the state preceptor of the Lingqing country were also killed by you. There were also 4 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of gold core cultivators from the Luoshui country and Jinyu country of Yongzhou. You also shamelessly offered the monarch of the Luoshui country, Luo Qin, and Jihong Ferry of the Yongzhou country to Jing Mubai of Star Lord Palace. Jinyuda, do you think these Taoist cultivators who were poisoned by you can't threaten you? Who are you? After hearing these words, Huada Daoist was scared out of his wits. These were his absolute secrets. He thought that he did it without anyone knowing. Outside of Kong Hongwu and Jing Mubao, no one else knew about it. But now it was suddenly exposed by someone. How could he not be frightened? At the same time, he released his divine sense and frantically scanned the source of the voice. However, just as Huada Jinren released his divine sense, the voice sounded from another place. It was cold and terrifying. Who I am is not important. What is important is, what did you do? You are Kong Hongwu's lackey. How dare you sow discord and slander Zhai Xingzi? Although I don't know if Zhai Xingzi is a spy of Star-Lord Palace, looking at you jumping up and down, I know he is being slandered. Go to hell. How could Huada Jinren dare to let the voice speak again? He activated the magic treasure in his hand and a flame flew out, rushing towards the source of the voice. However, just as the flame flew out a few feet, Huada Jinren's body was overflowing with brilliance. A fist of several feet in size attacked Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran. Moreover, Huada Jinren did not wait for the fist to completely hit Zhai Xingzi, who was no longer able to resist. He immediately turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. Everything was done in a split second. Huada Jinren made a prompt decision. Zhai Xingzi roared, "Chiu, get out of the way." As he spoke, starlight shone above Zhai Xingzi's head and countless runes surged out. Gusu Qiran's expression changed greatly and she shouted, "Zhai Xingzi! Don't." Obviously, Gusu Qiran had seen Zhai Xingzi's determination to sacrifice himself to protect her. Even your natal magic treasure has been taken by me. Why are you still so arrogant? At this critical moment, the entire mountain peak was suddenly enveloped by an incomparably powerful restrictive formation. Xiaohua's tall and thin figure slowly appeared in the sky. His pair of phoenix eyes flashed with ridicule, and he was still holding a fire gourd in his hand. Chapter 3697. Xiaohua? Huada Jinren felt his whole body sink into a quagmire. Moreover, this restriction was becoming harder and harder. Not only was his body unable to move, but it was also difficult for the world's yuan qi to flow in. When he heard the voice, although he didn't look back, Huada Jinren still screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He really didn't expect to meet Xiaohua here. Daoist Master Xiao? At the same time, 3 of the 5 Yuanying middle-stage cultivators were shocked, as if they had heard of Xiaohua's name. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He glanced at them and didn't pay any attention to them. He smiled at Zhai Xingzi and said, "What a good match. If you were to use your secret technique now, then this fairy Chio's hatred would be endless in the future." Fellow Daoist. Zhai Xingzi's secret technique was naturally blocked by Xiaohua and couldn't be completed. Now that he heard Xiaohua's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were many Daoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent, but who would dare to say such words to Zhai Xingzi? Weng. Huada Jinren didn't dare to be negligent. His whole body was covered in flames. Waves of abnormally strong fluctuations were produced from his body. Xiaohua's restriction immediately began to collapse. Following the loosening of the restriction, a thin crimson crystal thread flew out from Huada Jinren's head like an arrow. Immediately after, a violent explosion was produced. A passage of fire was immediately revealed. Huada Jinren's body suddenly turned into a rainbow and flew out of Xiaohua's restriction in a flash. Seeing Huada Jinren escape, Xiaohua wasn't nervous at all. He smiled and said, "Damn it, old man Huoda, look at you. Your life source magic treasure is in my hands. Where can you run to?" While speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand. A golden light chased after him like a thunderbolt. At the same time, a light pillar also shot out from Xiaohua's head like lightning. What was special was that between Xiaohua's curved eyebrows, a layer of dark green brilliance emerged. Hundreds of soul strands, which were invisible to the naked eye, stretched out from the delirium dharma eye and landed on the fire gourd. Sizzle. A series of noises, which sounded like water droplets falling into a pot of oil, was heard. A faint shadow was dragged out from the fire gourd by the soul strands. Looking at the appearance of the shadow, wasn't it Huoda Jinren? Those who deserve to die, will die in the end. No matter how many times you escape, Xiaohua indifferently said as several hundred soul strands stirred with a shua shua sound. Taoist Xiao, save me. Taoist Xiao, save me. Taoist Huoda's primordial spirit screamed crazily, as if he was in extreme pain. Fellow Taoists from the New Nation won't let you go. Fellow Taoists from the Kujiang Nation, the Fu Nation, and the Lingqing Nation won't let you go. The Luo River Nation, Jingyu Nation, and Fairy Jihong also won't let you go. Xiaohua coldly said. With a twist of his soul thread, Taoist Huoda's primordial spirit immediately turned into a blue dot and scattered in the air. Ah! In the distance, Taoist Huoda also screamed in pain as his primordial spirit was destroyed. He held his head with his hands and rolled in the air. How could he still have the strength to escape? In fact, as early as when Xiaohua obtained Taoist Jingru's natal magic weapon, he could also control it like this. However, Xiaohua's soul cultivation realm was still low at that time, and his primordial spirit was not as solid as Taoist Jingru's, so he didn't dare to try it. Now, facing Taoist Huoda, it was really easy. The primordial spirit inside the fire gourd was destroyed, and the brilliance of the magic weapon was completely restrained. Xiaohua turned his hand and threw it to the green-robed Xiaohua. Moreover, at this time, the dragon-like golden light had already flown to the left of Taoist Huoda. With a wave of the dragon's tail, Kacha sounds were heard. Taoist Huoda's protective armor was immediately cut open. The golden light protecting his body was also cut into two under the golden light. Pooh! Following the destruction of his physical body, a 3-feet-long baby's hands were empty. His pale face carried severe pain, and his eyes were also filled with resentment. Xiaohua, just you wait. Taoist Huoda's primordial spirit screamed, if I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Just wait for Star-Lord Palace to chase you to the ends of the earth. After saying that, a 3-colored cloud accompanied the golden light flashed, and Taoist Huoda's primordial spirit disappeared in an instant. Pung. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light crossed the sky, paused at the place where Taoist Huoda's primordial spirit stopped, and then shot towards the void several hundred feet away. As the light fell, another miserable cry was heard. The late-stage Taoist Huoda had actually teleported several hundred feet away in the blink of an eye. However, the pitiful Taoist Huoda had really met his nemesis. Even if he had teleported to the void, he was still swept up by the Kunlun mirror's beam of light and was sucked into the broken Kunlun paradise. In the future, perhaps it would be green-robed Xiaohua's excellent robe again. Seeing the seemingly invincible Taoist Huoda being killed by Xiaohua in a few rounds, the eyeballs of the 5 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators almost fell out. Aside from the 3 cultivators who had previously shouted out Xiaohua's name, the other 2 were pale. They stared blankly at Xiaohua destroying Taoist Huoda's corpse and keeping the Qingkuan pouch. He turned his head to look at them with a smile. Taoist Huoda, please spare our lives. The 2 cultivators saw Xiaohua's gaze and suddenly woke up. They hurriedly bowed and said, we were also deceived by Taoist Huoda. Xiaohua sneered and looked at the 3 people. These 3 people's appearances were very unfamiliar. Xiaohua didn't know when he had seen them, so he asked, do you know this old man? Are you not afraid that this Xiao will kill you? Seeing this, the 3 people looked at each other. One of them hurriedly said, let me tell you, Taoist Xiao, this junior has never seen Taoist Huoda before. However, this junior's good friend is Qin Ning. He was saved by Taoist Xiao at the Yaotai gathering. After he left the Yaotai gathering and said goodbye to Sun Kong Shangren, he met this junior. This junior heard him talk about Taoist Xiao's righteousness, especially what Taoist Xiao said, although I have traveled half a li earlier, I know that I am a disciple of the Tao sect, but I am also a human. The word human is easy to write, but human actions are difficult to do. Don't do small kindness, don't do small evil, this is a human. Without a human, without humanity, where would the Tao foundation come from? Where would the Tao skills come from? Only by being a good person can you be a good cultivator, can you truly comprehend the Tao of heaven. This really made him have a deep understanding and also made him admire Taoist Xiao. That's why this junior remembers Taoist Xiao, that's why. This junior is not afraid because this junior did not do anything wrong, and is not afraid of Taoist Xiao coming to find me. Yes, this junior's good friend is Taoist Jian, he also said the same thing. Another cultivator hurriedly said. This junior's good friend is Tsong Yunzi, he followed Senior Zhang Daoran. The last cultivator also hurriedly explained, this junior knows that Taoist Xiao will not kill the innocent. Forget it? Xiaohua waved his hand. These three cultivators all heard of his name, he could be considered to have some reputation in the hidden immortal continent. Although killing Taoist Huada would provoke Star-Lord Palace's anger, but would Star-Lord Palace's anger be limited to this? He also wasn't afraid of this matter being leaked. Of course, Xiaohua himself also knew that even if these 5 people didn't know him, he couldn't kill them to silence them. You all, make a blood oath. Xiaohua glanced at Zhai Xingzi and Gusuqiran on the mountain rock and said, if what Taoist Huada said is a lie, then what Zhai Xingzi and this Qiu Shenzi said is true. We can't repay the kindness, but we also can't bite the hand that feeds us. Don't let Star-Lord Palace know about Qiu Shenzi's matter. Good Taoist Xiao is right. The 5 cultivators knew that this matter was no small matter. No matter how generous Xiaohua was, he still had to protect his life first. Xiaohua said Qiu Shenzi, but he might be hinting at Taoist Huada. The 5 cultivators hurriedly made a blood oath to not leak tonight's matter. Then they very gratefully cupped their hands toward Xiaohua and turned into rainbows and left. Haha, Zhai Xingzi, we meet again. Xiaohua smiled and landed on the mountain rock. He tilted his head and looked at Zhai Xingzi, who was holding Gusuqiran. Gusuqiran naturally didn't know that Zhai Xingzi had said bad things to Xiaohua after leaving Yaotai Mountain. She was very shy in front of Zhai Xingzi, but in front of others she was very bold. Now that the danger was over, her eyes rolled and looked at Xiaohua. She didn't care that she was lying in the arms of a male cultivator. Xiaohua? Taoist Xiao? Gusuqiran asked strangely, you're very powerful. How come I've never heard of your name? It seems, at the Yaotai Mountain gathering, you were also seriously injured. I'm just a nobody. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly, I can't afford to be remembered by a big shot. And I can't afford to be misunderstood by a big shot. Tisi? You're still a nobody? Gusuqiran said disdainfully, how can a person who can make Jin Yuda, a late nascent soul cultivator, flee at the first sight of him and easily kill Jin Yuda with just a magic treasure be a nobody? It's just that you hide it so well that others can't see it. Since that's the case, Chiron Fairy should quickly forget about me. Xiaohua said with a smile, but he didn't go forward. Zhai Xingzi didn't expect Xiaohua to be so narrow-minded. He sighed and said, Taoist Xiao, previously this old man had eyes but failed to see and was deceived by old man Huada. I didn't know that Taoist Xiao was the real chivalrous person and spoke ill of Taoist Xiao. This old man apologizes to this person. Hehe, look at what fellow Taoist said. How foreign. You and I are both Taoist cultivators. Even if my bones are broken, my muscles are still connected. How can I put a little misunderstanding in the bottom of my heart? Xiaohua rubbed his hands and looked embarrassed. But when he looked at Zhai Xingzi again, although he was apologizing, his face was still proud, as if this strength of character was innate. If it weren't for Gusuqiran in front of him, Zhai Xingzi probably wouldn't even be able to say these soft words. Seeing that Xiaohua still didn't go forward and still had a smile on his face, Zhai Xingzi suddenly understood and a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. He knew that Xiaohua was definitely not an otherworldly expert. He immediately said in a loud voice, Taoist Xiao, this old man can't thank you enough for saving me today. This old man sees that you and old man Huada are both good at fire attacks. This old man obtained the pure young ancestor on Yaotai Mountain, but it's useless in my hands. Chapter 3698. You can't do that. When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, this Xiao doesn't even know what the pure young ancestor is, so how would I know that I'm useful? It's not too late to talk about it later, right? Xiaohua walked towards Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, he was reassured by Xiaohua's attitude. If a person had no greed, then, could he still be called a person? Moreover, if Xiaohua accepted his gift of gratitude, he would definitely do his best to detoxify him. How can that be? Zhai Xingzi smiled. I'm a man of my word. Since I've said it, I can't take it back. If you don't believe me, you can take the jade box out of my Chengkuan bag. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. If you're really useless, then I'll accept it. However, it's not too late to wait until you're able to move. Xiaohua looked at Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran awkwardly. I only know some basic detoxification techniques. I'm afraid I can't detoxify Star-Lord Palace's secret poison. Since Zhou Qiran is from Star-Lord Palace, you must know how to detoxify it? Gusu Qiran was furious. This heart-corroding, bone-corroding poison is controlled by Star-Lord Palace's Palace Lord. How can we have it? Damn Jinyuda, I really want to chop you into minced meat. However, Gusu Qiran looked at Zhai Xingzi embarrassedly, afraid that Zhai Xingzi wouldn't like it. Alas, old Huda really did bad things. Fairy Jihong was such a good girl, yet she was harmed by him. I didn't think of it. Zhai Xingzi sighs. He glances at Xiaohua and asks curiously, that's right, Taoist Master Xiao, are the things you said true? Even Qiu Er doesn't know about these things. Huda Jinren felt that only he, Jing Muxue, and Shengguanyi Ran knew about this evil deed. But he didn't know that everyone would show off. The immortal generals of Star-Lord Palace were also like this. Jing Mushue's drunken show-off fell into the ears of Star Sun Horse Taisher Zhanran. Xiaohua searched Taisher Zhanran's soul and naturally knew about it. However, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't say it out loud. He only smiled and said, this Xiao doesn't know if these are true or not. I just took some cases from several hundred years ago and made up some nonsense. Who would know that it was really done by old Huada? If there's a reason, I'm afraid it's because the Tao of Heaven is clear. Xiaohua, take the Star Child away and send me back to Star-Lord Palace. Gusu Qiran said, Kong Hongwu won't dare to make things difficult for me. I'll go find you after I get the antidote. Xiaohua naturally knew that Star-Lord Hall must be in a mess right now. Kong Hongwu was dead, so where could Gusu Qiran get the antidote? Besides, with Star-Lord Palace's current vigilance, would Gusu Qiran come out after returning? Of course, Xiaohua had Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan pouch in the space. It might also have the antidote, but Xiaohua wouldn't take it out unless he had no other choice. Qiu Er, you can't go back. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Star Child whispered, you saved my Dao sect cultivators. Even if Kong Hongwu doesn't dare to touch you, what about the others? You'll only be walking into a trap if you go back. But if I don't go back, how can you cure the poison? Gusu Qiran whispered, this is the heart-corroding bone, a poison that kills the nascent spirit and nascent soul. So it's like this. Star Child smiled and said to Xiaohua, how about this, Taoist Xiao, I'll have to trouble you. Send me and Qiu Er back to Star-Lord Palace and say that you captured us, Star Child. Gusu Qiran saw that Star Child was just against her going back. Now that she heard that the poison could harm the nascent spirit, she knew that he was thinking for her safety. She whispered, although I don't know why I'm so in love with you, you'd better not go. You'll only die in vain. I'll be happy to accompany you in death. Star Child looked at Gusu Qiran with the same expression. Although I don't know why, when I see you, I can't take my eyes off you. Alas, it's a pity that we still haven't found the unforgettable place. Gusu Qiran sighed. It's really funny. Xiaohua laughed from the side. It's really a touching scene of a couple in love. But have you all forgotten? How far is this place from Yaotai Mountain? Even if I fly there, can you all last until then? Alas, not bad. Gusu Qiran let out a long sigh. Star Child, with our cultivation, the heart-corroding, bone-corroding poison can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, our nascent spirits will start to fester and slowly spread to our bodies. Finally, we'll turn into sewage and even our souls won't be able to escape. It's okay. Star Child didn't seem to be afraid. He looked at Gusu Qiran and said, I've lived for 1,000 years and have long been tired of living. Since I met you today, even if I die, so what? It's just that these 3 days are really too short. It's hard to let you and me live freely in this world. Star Child, me too. Gusu Qiran also had a sweet smile on her face. Xiaohua was really moved and said with a smile, how about this, since you only have 3 days to live, I'll take you to the unforgettable place first. So, Xiaohua, do you know where it is? Gusu Qiran's voice trembled with excitement. Xiaohua let out a long sigh and nodded solemnly. It's not just the unforgettable place for you too, it's also the place where the hearts of countless couples in the world have been broken. After speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and a cloud wrapped around the two of them and flew to Heartbreak Mountain with Xiaohua. While flying, Xiaohua asked about the appearance of the heart-corroding, bone-corroding poison in detail, as well as the symptoms of poisoning. He secretly thought about how to detoxify it. After all, Xiaohua had an ancient secret technique to fight poison with poison, so he could give it a try. Heartbreak Mountain. Yes, this is Heartbreak Mountain. When they arrived at Heartbreak Mountain, the sky was already bright. In the dawn, the mountain that looked like a broken heart was particularly conspicuous in the desert. Gusuchiran saw it and cried out loudly with tears in her eyes. Even Starchild couldn't help but shed tears on his resolute face and dignified tiger eyes. You're right, Chio, this is Heartbreak Mountain. There's forgotten love water on it. You and I weren't fated in a previous life, but in this life, it's just that you and I were forced to drink forgotten love water, so we don't know each other anymore. It's a pity humans are humans because of love. With love, there's each other, there's hidden immortal continent. Naturally, the forgotten love water can temporarily erase the memories of the lovers, but the love in the heart has a seed, so it won't disappear. Time can't destroy this seed. As long as the lovers meet, no matter how far apart they are, no matter how long they've been apart, the seed will break through the ground again and grow into a towering tree. Looking at Starchild and Gusuchiran holding hands and sitting in front of the stone block, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. One night ago, at dusk, an infatuated woman drank the forgotten love water and left. One night later, at dawn, two infatuated men and women used love to erase the forgotten love water's effects and came here because of love. Everything in the world was strange and variegated, but this was it. Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchiran hugged each other as they sat down. They appeared very warm and cozy under the sunlight. After a long while, Zhai Xingzi lifted his head and smiled at Xiaohua. Daoist Xiao, thank you for bringing Chiu and me here. I am more grateful than if you had saved our lives. I've given you everything in my Chengkuan bag. Everything I've learned in my life and the forces I control. I've also given them all to you. Fellow Taoist has my Tao sect's inheritance in your heart, so you'll definitely treat these cultivators well. I have no more regrets to be able to meet Chiu again in this life. Chiu and I only have 3 days left to live, we want to quietly spend our last days. No way. Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded, but looking at Gusuchiran's tranquil smile, he already understood what the two were thinking. At this moment, even if he had the power to overturn the 3 realms, so what? How could it compare to the happiness of being close to the person you love the most? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Gusuchiran also smiled. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist, I'm a sinner of the Immortal Palace, I've been demoted to Starlord Palace to confess my crimes. My things are also in my Chengkuan bag, fellow Taoist can also take them. If you're fated, you can bring them to the Immortal Palace. If not, fellow Taoist can take them yourself. Immortal Palace? Xiaohua's eyes turned, he had an idea and smiled. Fellow Taoist, your friendship is so deep that it can move heaven and earth. Today we've finally reunited, I originally shouldn't disturb your last moments of peace. However, if fellow Taoists can help those 2 couples in the same situation as you two, wouldn't it be more meaningful than waiting for death here? What do you mean by that? Starchild was a bit confused. After all, he and Gusuchiran were both crippled, how could they help others? Does Fairy Chiu know about the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal? Xiaohua asked. Gusuchiran was stunned, she turned to look at Starchild. The two exchanged glances and nodded, I know. Thus, Xiaohua told Gusuchiran and Starchild about Fujiwen, then looked at the sky and said solemnly, counting with my fingers in 2 days that Lady Yutan should come out. If Fairy Chiu can help the 2 of them, even if the 2 of you can't spend your last days in peace, wouldn't you be able to do great deeds? You should go. Without waiting for Gusuchiran to speak, Starchild said decisively, such a sentimental little guy, how can we not help? I'll listen to Starchild's instructions. Gusuchiran replied sweetly, then said to Xiaohua, however, I can't guarantee that I can help. After all, the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal needs the Jade Seal inscription of the Immortal Palace to open. I can only give some suggestions or ideas. Chapter 3699. Hearing Chiu Xinzi talk about the Jade Seal inscription, Xiaohua's heart moved. He said with a smile, well said Chiu Xinzi. This Xiao has been thinking hard for a long time, but I don't know how to help you two detoxify. This inscription has enlightened this Xiao. If you two don't worry, this Xiao can try to cure it, but This Xiao can't guarantee. Really? Gusuchuran was overjoyed. But Zhai Xingzi frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Daoist Xiao, if we don't go to Fujiwen's place, can you help us cure the poison? Xiao Hua looked at Zhai Xingzi and said seriously, Daoist Zhai Xingzi, do you think this Xiao is the same as old Huada? This Xiao just didn't know how to cure the poison. Hearing Qiu Xinzi's words, this heart-corroding, bone-corroding poison was refined by the Immortal Palace. It must be tried from the perspective of a Confucian cultivator. But? Gusuchuran nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, but Daoist Xiao knows my Confucian cultivation method? Qiu Xinzi doesn't need to worry about this. Let this Xiao think about it carefully first. Saying this, Xiao Hua waved his hand and pulled the two up from the mountain rock. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet and he took the two to Fujiwen's wooden house. A day later, Xiao Hua took Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchuran to Fujiwen's wooden house. Looking at the small wooden house and the cave on the stone wall, Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchuran knew that Xiao Hua was telling the truth. When Fujiwen came to greet them, the two's expression was very good. However, Fujiwen was stunned. He knew that Xiao Hua would definitely come back and that Xinzi Jing might not necessarily follow. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to bring two dispirited seniors. However, Fujiwen didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly tidied up the house and invited the two seniors to sit. Seeing the two of them sit down, Fujiwen brought up some spirit fruits that didn't seem to be anything special. Xiao Hua waved his hand and had Fujiwen leave the wooden house. Afterwards, his face changed into a layer of solemnity and he said in a deep voice, This Xiao has two pieces of news, one is bad news, the other is good news. I don't know which one the two fellow immortals want to hear first. Good news. Gusuchuran smiled. But there are still 2 days left. Wouldn't it be better to be a little happier? Zhai Xingzi shook his head and said, Let's hear the bad news first and leave the good news for last. I'll listen to you. Gusuchuran was clearly a strong woman, but in front of Zhai Xingzi she was so timid and obedient. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. The bad news is that after thinking about it for a long time, I still feel that my detoxification skills are too shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to cure the two of you. You haven't tried it yet, how do you know it won't work? Gusuchuran immediately shouted, Why don't you try it on me right now? I'm not afraid. Zhai Xingzi hurriedly said. If you want to try, you should try it on me. Why are you snatching it? Of course not. Gusuchuran retorted, In this life I've let you do whatever you want, but today, you have to listen to me. Since you've been listening for a lifetime, why? Zhai Xingzi said. Suddenly his heart moved. Looking at the smile on Xiao Hua's face, he couldn't help but laugh. Daoist Xiao then, what's the good news? At this time, Zhai Xingzi seemed to understand something. Xiao Hua was definitely not the kind of cultivator who was inflexible. Instead, he liked to watch others make a fool of themselves. Cough cough. Xiao Hua awkwardly touched his nose and said, Qiu is really impatient. Why didn't you wait for this Xiao to finish? You didn't say it yourself and you said I was impatient. Gusuchuran of course also realized that Xiao Hua was laughing at her. Ah. Xiao Hua laughed. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and said, The good news is naturally, this Xiao found the antidote from old man Huada's universe bag. Impossible. Gusuchuran immediately shouted, Even I don't have this kind of secret medicine, how could Jin Yuda have it? Xiao Hua shrugged and said very confidently, This Xiao doesn't know. Anyway, if you don't want to take it, I'll throw it away. With that, Xiao Hua pretended to throw it away. This old man will try it first. Zhai Xingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and hurriedly said, I'll try it first. Gusuchuran rushed to say. Xiao Hua walked in front of Zhai Xingzi and rolled his eyes at Gusuchuran. Qiu is a fairy of the Immortal Palace. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? You can watch from the side first. You. Gusuchuran pouted. Her gray face showed a kind of anger, as if no one other than Zhai Xingzi could make her suffer like this. Xiao Hua opened the jade bottle and a refreshing sweet fragrance immediately spread out. Xiao Hua pointed his finger and a drop of milk-like juice fell into Zhai Xingzi's mouth. Gusuchuran had never seen a real heart and bone-corroding antidote before. Her eyes unconsciously widened and her heart jumped as she stared straight at Zhai Xingzi. After the antidote entered his mouth, Zhai Xingzi immediately closed his eyes. After a while he opened his eyes. His eyes were dim and he slightly shook his head. Impossible? Xiao Hua scratched his head and looked at the antidote in his hand. This should be. At this time, Zhai Xingzi's slightly regretful voice sounded. Alas, it's a pity that this is the antidote. Otherwise, this old man would like to see Taoist Zhao's detoxification technique. Che? Xiaohua flung his hand and threw the jade bottle at Zhai Xingzi, not caring whether Zhai Xingzi could really move or not. Zhai Xingzi rarely teased Xiaohua. Gusu Qiran was just in a good mood. At this time, Xiaohua immediately threw the jade bottle and hurriedly shouted, "Catch it, Xingzi." Of course, Zhai Xingzi was very anxious. The antidote was not wrong, but how could it be so effective? Zhai Xingzi's primordial spirit and Yuanying had just recovered. His limbs were still stiff and it was impossible for him to catch the jade bottle. Seeing the jade bottle fall on his body, Zhai Xingzi was flustered. After catching the jade bottle with great difficulty, his forehead was already covered with sweat. As a late Yuanying master, Zhai Xingzi seemed to have never been in such a difficult situation. However, at this time, Zhai Xingzi did not have any superfluous thoughts. He hurriedly clumsily took the jade bottle and poured the antidote into Gusu Qiran's mouth like an old man of thousands of years. After a drop of antidote entered her mouth, Gusu Qiran hurriedly closed her eyes. She opened her eyes in an instant and said with a smile, "Xingzi Jinren is right. This is the antidote to the heart and bone erosion. This Jin Yuta really has Kong Hongwu's trust." "That's good." Zhai Xingzi had just opened his mouth when the jade bottle in his hand flew back into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua's faint voice could be heard. "This kind of poison that can kill without leaving a trace is really a good item to have at home. I have to keep this antidote for myself." Hee hee. Zhai Xingzi was in a very good mood after surviving a disaster. He took out a small Qinghuan bag from his arms and handed it to Xiaohua. "There is the pure young ancestor that I got from Yaotai Mountain. There is also the jade eye in the jade box, which is the way to unlock the inscription seal. I haven't had time to see it yet. You can see it yourself." "Good." Xiaohua was not polite. He took the small Qinghuan bag and put it in his arms. Cough cough. Zhai Xingzi coughed twice and said, "Jinren Xiao, there are also some jade slips in the small Qinghuan bag. They are the secret books of my Dao cultivator lineage. Please return them to me." "Is that so?" Xiaohua put his hand into his bosom and was about to take out the small Qinghuan bag. However, after taking out half of the Qinghuan bag he stopped there. Xiaohua tilted his head and asked curiously, "What is the secret book of your lineage about?" "This." Zhai Xingzi looked at the small Qinghuan bag and hesitated for a moment before saying, "When I was young I obtained some secret techniques about the power of stars." "Oh, no wonder. I understand now." Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "No wonder you call yourself Zhai Xingzi. When I heard the name Zhai Xingzi I couldn't help but think of Zhai Xinglu. I thought you were the shopkeeper of Zhai Xinglu. Oh, do you know Zhai Xinglu? Could it be that I didn't recognize the mountain? I've heard of Zhai Xinglu. However, I don't have any relationship with Zhai Xinglu. It's just that my name is a little coincidental." Zhai Xingzi was now somewhat regretting that he had impulsively given the small Qinghuan bag to Xiaohua. However, it was still all right. The small Qinghuan bag was right in front of Zhai Xingzi's eyes. He reckoned that Xiaohua wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Xiaohua nodded and took out the small Qinghuan bag from his bosom. However, he stopped as if he had thought of something again. He didn't return the small Qinghuan bag to Zhai Xingzi. Instead, he blinked his eyes and asked, "Then has Zhai Xingzi been to Zhai Xinglu before? I once saw a map of the stars in Zhai Xinglu and was deeply moved by it." Cough cough. Zhai Xingzi coughed again. He shook his head and said, "I've never been to Zhai Xinglu before. If I have time in the future I'll go back and take a look. Taoist Master Xiao, please take the jade box away and return the Qinghuan bag to me." "All right." Xiaohua opened the small Qinghuan bag with a smile. He took a look and said with a smile, "Fellow Zhai Xingzi, you have a lot of private collections." It's nothing much. It's just some junk." Zhai Xingzi smiled as he watched Xiaohua take out the jade box. Xiaohua suddenly asked, "That's right. Fellow Zhai Xingzi, why didn't you open it and take a look?" Zhai Xingzi was startled. He smiled and said, "Didn't I say earlier that I wasn't interested in the pure young ancestor? What I wanted was the Azure Abyss Dragon Saliva. However, that item was taken away by Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, so I could only take this item. As for the other treasures on Yaotai Mountain, I wasn't interested in them. Therefore I never opened them." At this point, Zhai Xingzi hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I have a secret technique that I haven't been able to make any progress in. It requires the help of a treasure with the power of the stars and moon. Therefore, I wanted to use this item to exchange for a treasure with the power of the stars and moon. However, before I could say anything, I was framed by Huada. Chapter 3700. Really? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "That's really too much. I don't know if it's my fate or Zhai Xing's." "What do you mean?" Zhai Xingzi was stunned. He looked away from the small universal pouch in Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua looked very excited. He glanced at Gusu Qiran and said, "I have an appointment with a Taoist cultivator from the Single Yang Kingdom. We'll go treasure hunting somewhere in the Jing province in a month." Single Yang Kingdom? Zhai Xingzi frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Which Taoist is the state teacher of the Single Yang Kingdom? How come I've never heard of him?" Even if Zhai Xingzi didn't mention the state teacher of the Single Yang Kingdom, Xiao Hua would have thought of a way to mention it. Now that Zhai Xingzi was so cooperative, he immediately told Xiao Jian and Xiao Jun's story with a smile. He then explained, "That Taoist isn't a state teacher. I just happened to meet him. However, I heard from him that it's an ancient ruin. His cultivation isn't enough, so he didn't dare to go. He wanted to ask for help, but he himself, the help he could find was limited. So he asked me to take him there. Now that you want to get the Star Moon treasure, the ancient ruin might have it. Why don't you go with me?" Zhai Xingzi hesitated when he heard about the ancient ruin. Just as Fairy Jing said, the ancient ruin was too dangerous. Ordinary Taoist cultivators wouldn't go there unless they had no other choice. After thinking for a moment, Zhai Xingzi said, "Let's discuss this after Qiu, and I detoxify the poison." "That's fine. There's still enough time." Xiao Hua replied happily. Soon after, he came to his senses and hurriedly returned the small cosmos bag to Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi saw that the small universal pouch didn't leave his sight and didn't sense any spiritual sense or magic power fluctuations. He didn't suspect anything. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to copy the jade slip. Why would he need to do it himself? Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran both closed their eyes. They either activated their vital essence to detoxify the poison. Xiao Hua glanced at them and left the wooden house. Outside the wooden house, Fuji Wen stood there respectfully. Seeing Xiao Hua come out, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior." Xiao Hua looked at the sky and said with a smile, "Are you feeling especially excited right now?" "Yeah." Fuji Wen didn't hide it. "Junior can only see my wife for 2 hours a year, so of course I'm excited." "Hee hee." Xiao Hua smiled and said somewhat disrespectfully, "Unfortunately, no matter how excited you are this year, I'm afraid you won't have enough time." Fuji Wen blushed and smiled. "Senior, has Fairy Jing left?" "Yeah, she's gone." Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Some people are very smart and can always be melancholy without rain. Stupid people like you and me are unable to reach that level. It's fine if this old man is stupid, but I've never seen you. You clearly know that this kind of marriage is impossible, but you still wait for a year after year. In the eyes of a smart person, this kind of wait is not worth it. Where is Senior?" Fuji Wen faintly smiled. Since Fairy Jing has left, she must have realized that Senior is as stupid as this Junior. Perhaps. Xiao Hua stretched. Everyone has their own choice and everyone has their own path to walk. Bystanders can't force them. Yes, this Junior understands. Fuji Wen lowered his head. After a while, he quietly said, "I wonder who these two seniors are? One is a late-stage nascent soul Taoist master. The other is a Confucian master who has refined his spirit back to the void." Xiao Hua said indifferently. "But they're also a pair of ill-fated Mandarin ducks." "Ah?" Fuji Wen was really shocked. He didn't expect that the two poison people had such a great background. They were both people that he couldn't compare to, so he couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. "What's so strange about it?" Xiao Hua glared at him. "You'll be such a person sooner or later, as long as you walk your own path." Yes. Fuji Wen was sweating profusely. He was only at the 2nd level of essence energy. He was far from the upper 4th level and 5th level of essence energy. Even if he had this ambition in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Last time this old man saw that the inscription you used was very strange. Aside from being able to form sentences and chapters like ordinary inscriptions, it can also form formations. Has your cultivation improved in these past few years? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Then he waved his hand and a restriction covered the two of them. Back then, Fuji Wen still hid some things from Xiao Hua, but now he was sincerely convinced of Xiaohua's abilities. He only pondered a little before telling Xiaohua about his cultivation. It had to be said that Fu Jiwen was also a genius. In addition to being familiar with poetry and books since childhood and condensing the noble spirit, he had also comprehended the Tao sect's cultivation method. In particular, he had obtained an incomplete talisman cultivation method. At that time, Fu Jiwen didn't know much, but he liked these strange things. Therefore, while condensing the true qi and refining the essence into qi, he had also tried these powerful things. Who would have thought that he would hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck when the noble spirit in his middle dantian condensed into something that looked like a page of a book? This book page seemed to be a seed, a golden core, and even a tortoise shell. However, Fu Jiwen's cultivation was still shallow. Although there were some simple inscriptions on the book page, the inscriptions were faintly discernible. Moreover, the outline of this book page was already incomplete. It was very damaged, like a mulberry leaf that had been swallowed by a silkworm. Although Fu Jiwen still didn't know what this book page in his middle dantian was, he did know that this thing was extraordinary. Therefore, Fu Jiwen called this book page the Heavenly Book. In particular, because the book page condensed from the noble spirit, although it also looked like a Confucian book page, it was different from ordinary cultivation. Fu Jiwen didn't dare to tell anyone and could only explore and cultivate by himself. As Fu Jiwen continued to understand the Heavenly Book, not only did the book page of the Heavenly Book slowly become complete, the inscriptions inside also gradually became clear. At the same time, more inscriptions appeared for Fu Jiwen to comprehend and use. According to his own cultivation of talismans, Fu Jiwen began to impart these inscriptions according to these inscriptions. In addition to the unique attack and defense methods, he also used different inscriptions to form different array talismans. These array talismans could be used for both defense and attack. The degree of defense and attack was different according to the array talismans. When he was in the Bronze Pillar country, Fu Jiwen used the inscriptions to form an array talisman to cover his body. In recent years, Fu Jiwen's array talisman technique had made progress. The offensive array talisman that he used in the past had a new change. It could be formed into 36 array talismans with different power to be used together. Fu Jiwen called it the Tiangang Talisman Array. Now he was comprehending more array talismans, which was the Earth Demon Talisman Array that he had not yet completed. "Senior, please take a look." While speaking, Fu Jiwen's genuine qi surged around his body. One by one the inscriptions flew out. These inscriptions danced slightly and formed a flying sword that was more than a foot long. The flying sword was overflowing with layers of inscriptions and wisps of noble spirit drifted. The sharp sword edge looked no different from a Tao sect's magic weapon. Fu Jiwen said with some pride, "This is the latest discovery of this junior. This junior has tried it and its power is not small." With that said, Fu Jiwen waved his hand. "Om." The flying sword rushed out with a roar and landed on the stone wall. Shwa. Like penetrating a piece of tofu, the flying sword went straight through the stone wall. "Good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and praised. This kind of noble spirit is the source of the Confucian cultivator's noble spirit and is used in the Tao sect's way is rare. Especially the Heavenly Book in your dantian. If this old man does not expect, in the future if you cultivate properly, you will definitely reach the peak of 5 Qi's unification. However, as for how to cultivate, this old man still needs to carefully consider for you. Hearing this, if Fu Jiwen missed it again, then he was really a fool. Fu Jiwen almost did not hesitate to kneel on the ground, kowtow, and said, "Disciple Fu Jiwen is willing to become a disciple of Benevolent Master. Benevolent Master, please guide disciples' cultivation." "Hee hee," Xiaohua laughed and said, "This old man and you are quite fated. Last time, I had the thought of accepting you as a disciple, but you may not believe this old man." This old man also laughed and felt that we were not fated to be together. Who would have thought that I could meet you here? Especially you can be loyal and devoted, which is quite to this old man's taste, so this old man will accept you as a disciple. Many thanks, Benevolent Master. At this time, Fu Jiwen was really lonely and felt that there was nothing in this world that he could trust. Seeing that Xiaohua did not abandon him and even accepted him as a disciple, faint tears flowed down his face. He respectfully kowtowed 9 times and shouted, "Ai, what a pity." Just as Xiaohua reached out to help Fu Jiwen up, Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran walked out of the wooden house behind him. Gusu Qiran had a strange expression, looking at the world's simplest apprenticeship and sighed. This concubine heard that Fu Jiwen is a Confucian cultivator, and that he is so faithful to his wife. This concubine wanted to accept him as a disciple, but who would have thought that Taoist master would be one step ahead of me? Fairy, you are not just one step behind. Xiao Hua helped Fuji Wen up and said with a smile, this Xiao has already formed a relationship with Fuji Wen. You are one step behind and one step behind. How can you accept him as a disciple? Hehe, Fuji Wen. Gusu Qiran actually looked at Fuji Wen and said with a smile, although Taoist master Xiao knows some Confucian cultivation methods, you can rest assured that what he cultivates is definitely not the orthodox method of the 100 schools of thought. Although this old man has been banished to the hidden immortal continent, this old man was originally a soldier of the immortal palace. In the future, I will definitely return to the immortal palace. You are a Confucian cultivator. If you accept this old man as your master, not only will you be able to cultivate the orthodox method, you will also be able to step into the immortal palace. You have to think clearly. Are you willing to accept this old man as your master? Fuji Wen respectfully saluted and said carefully, this question, actually senior doesn't need to ask. You should already know the answer. Why make things difficult for junior? Chapter 3701. Haha, what a smart kid. Zhai Xingzi laughed, took out a jade eye and handed it to Fuji Wen. This is a cultivation method that I obtained in my early years. It's useless for me, so I'll give it to you. Thank you, senior. Fuji Wen didn't care whether he needed it or not, and hurriedly took it and bowed. Gusu Qiran was a bit embarrassed. She looked at Zhai Xingzi and said, I came out in a hurry, so I didn't bring any imperial tools. In fact, the imperial tools of the immortal palace are really good. Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's okay if you don't have any imperial tools. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Fairy, just take out one imperial tool refining method. Taoist Xiao is really good at scheming. Gusu Qiran pursed her lips and smiled, but a moment later she took out a jade eye and said, I really do have one here. It's a greeting gift. Thank you, senior. How could Fuji Wen not know that Xiao Hua wanted it himself? He hurriedly took it and prepared to give it to Xiao Hua. Zhai Xingzi asked again, fellow Taoist Xiao, what is the pure young ancestor? Have you seen it? Hearing this, Xiao Hua was immediately on guard. He said with a careful face, I haven't seen it yet. But it's already mine, so fellow Taoist Zhai Xing shouldn't think about it. Zhai Xingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't understand. Xiao Hua's cultivation is higher than his, and he is thousands of years old. How can his expression be so rich? Actually, I'm also very curious. Gusu Qiran smiled and said, Star Lord Hall? Speaking here, Gusu Qiran apologetically stopped and said embarrassedly, I won't talk about Star Lord Hall. I also want to know what kind of treasure the immortal palace took to lure the Tao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent into a trap. Okay. In fact, Xiao Hua was also curious. After all, it was one of the 3 great treasures of the Jade Pavilion gathering. Moreover, it was the last one to appear, so it had a huge gimmick, pure young ancestor. Xiao Hua really couldn't think of any treasure that deserved the name of pure young ancestor. Xiao Hua opened the jade box and took out the jade eyes. After a moment, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran were confused. Zhai Xingzi suppressed his curiosity and did not ask. Gusu Qiran asked, Zhenren Xiao, what do you mean? There's no other reason. Xiao Hua said with a smile, opening the inscription chain requires the true qi of a Confucian cultivator, and there are also requirements for the control of the true qi. If there's even the slightest mistake, the inscription chain will explode, and the things inside will disappear. Hehe, I knew it. How is it possible for a pie to fall from the sky? Zhai Xingzi mocked himself. This old man doesn't have the confidence to open these inscription chains. I'll leave it to you. Xiao Hua handed the jade eyes in his hand to Fuji Wen and said, help your master first. Meh. Fuji Wen was surprised, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly took the jade eyes and looked at it carefully. Gusu Qiran smiled and said, if you are not confident, then let me help you. Or, it won't be too late for me to help you after I recover my cultivation. It doesn't matter, I can do it myself. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, it's just that I want to see Fuji Wen's background. Fuji Wen looked at the cultivation method for an entire meal, then handed the jade pupils over to Xiao Hua, an eager expression appearing on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Hua simply didn't ask any more questions. He tossed the jade box in his hand and said with a smile, you open it. Yes, master. Fuji Wen took a deep breath, and a huge vortex appeared above his head. The awe-inspiring qi rushed into the vortex, and then Fu Jiwen opened his mouth, and hundreds of inscriptions flew out in a very orderly manner. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as these inscriptions appeared, they immediately flashed with different lights. As the lights flashed, the inscriptions also made strange sounds. When the sounds fell into Gusu Chiron's ears, a kind of surprise arose spontaneously. Fu Jiwen raised his hand and put his index finger and middle finger together, as if he was making a sword gesture. Quick! As Fu Jiwen chanted the incantation, the hundreds of inscriptions rushed toward the inscription chains in the jade box. The inscriptions were only a few feet away from the jade box. The chains of inscriptions inside the jade box seemed to have sensed something and instantly shone brightly. Wisps of clouds emerged from between the inscriptions. Immediately, several chains of inscriptions began to circulate within the clouds, as if several dragons were roaring in the clouds. Shua! Fu Jiwen urged the inscriptions to rush into the jade box. In the blink of an eye, the inscriptions were divided into several parts, and each part covered an inscription chain. Moreover, the inscriptions were a little slow at first, but gradually they became similar to the inscriptions' chains. In the end, they were almost exactly the same as the inscriptions' chains. Fall? Just as Fu Jiwen urged the inscriptions to circulate in the same way as the inscriptions' chains in the jade box, Fu Jiwen shouted. Boom! The hundreds of inscriptions immediately turned into array talismans and fell into the inscriptions' chains. Zalala! An unpleasant and obscure sound came out, like the friction between flying swords. The hundreds of inscriptions were like ants falling between the inscriptions' chains. Separate. Fu Jiwen saw that his formation talisman could easily fall into the inscription chain, and his face was filled with joy. He reprimanded again without hesitation. Swish! Like the sound of rain hitting banana leaves, the inscription chains fell from the jade box one by one like dead insects. Good. Others may not know, but when Gusu Chiron saw this control of inscriptions, she couldn't help but applaud, and even said with great regret, "What a pity!" It seemed that it was a great pity that she couldn't accept Fu Jiwen as her disciple. Good. Xiaohua smiled faintly and gently opened his mouth. Puff! A sharp sword cry sounded, and a green light seemed to break the restriction formation under the inscriptions. Immediately, a hot and sharp green light gushed out from the restriction formation, and wherever the green light passed, the void was burned and cracked. Taihe green light? Seeing the slightly familiar green light, Xiaohua couldn't help but be happy. He opened his mouth again, and the flying swords of Tai Wei green light and Tai Yi green light fell into it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Tai Yi green light seemed to have spiritual qi, and rushed into the air with the flying swords of Tai Wei green light and Tai Yi green light, revealing a red and delicate object in the Tai Yi green light. This is innate fire essence. Zhai Xingzi didn't know how powerful it was, and when he couldn't see it clearly with his naked eyes, he released his newly recovered divine sense. As soon as his divine sense scanned the object, it was immediately burned by the object, and even cut by the sharp Taihe green light. Zhai Xingzi immediately thought of the legendary object. No wonder it's called Pure Young Ancestor. Gusu Chiron was also shocked. It's innate fire essence. How strange. Xiaohua smacked his lips. He knew better than anyone that innate fire essence, innate gold essence, and innate jellyfish couldn't be wrapped with divine sense, and couldn't be taken away by ordinary techniques. Therefore, even when Kong Hongwu said it was Pure Young Ancestor, he didn't think that it was innate fire essence, because he didn't think that the Confucian cultivator had any means to take innate fire essence, let alone put it in a jade box. Zhai Xingzi felt lucky and said, "Luckily that old man Huode gave himself away first. If he had hidden for another half a year, I would have given him the innate fire essence when I saw that I couldn't use it. When he finished refining it, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be his opponent." Xiaohua didn't answer Zhai Xingzi. With a wave of his hand, his mind wrapped around the entire jade box and the scattered restrictions, sending them all into the space. As for the Taihe green light, Xiaohua had already absorbed it into his middle dantian, fusing it with the sword intent of the 9 stars soaring the sun for Xiaohua to refine. Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, Xiaohua received the innate fire essence and was very happy. He smiled and said, "This Xiao has great use for it, thank you very much. Since this Xiao obtained it, I hope you won't be empty-handed. What's your decision now?" Go Zhai Xingzi. Gusu Chiron smiled and said, "Now that we've reunited, although I don't know who forced us to drink the forgotten love water, it's obvious that their strength is far beyond ours. If I'm not mistaken, It should be the Immortal Palace's law enforcement envoy. If you want to stay with this concubine forever, your strength must be raised. Only after you reach the out-of-body realm can you negotiate with the Immortal Palace and make the Confucian family compromise. And what you said is very true. Zhai Xingzi nodded. My cultivation hasn't improved for many years. If I don't go to the ancient ruins to gain experience, how can I break through the bottleneck? When my cultivation recovers in the next 2 days, I'll immediately go with Daoist Xiao. This concubine also wants to go. Gusu Qiran didn't hide her attachment. In the future, this concubine doesn't want to leave Zhai Xingzi for even half a step. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and smiled. He originally wanted to pull a late nascent soul cultivator, but he didn't expect that the other party would give away a Confucian cultivator of the lower 5th level for free. This transaction was really interesting. Gusu Qiran pouted and snorted, saying to Fujiwen, Fujiwen, is your wife coming out tonight? Yes. Fujiwen's face was slightly red as he replied. If possible, why don't you take out the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal and let this old one take a look? Gusu Qiran asked. Perhaps this old one can give you a surprise. Fujiwen was overjoyed and hurriedly took out the thunder amplification wood wooden box from his body. After opening it, he revealed the jade crystal inside. Gusu Qiran didn't reach out her hand. Instead, clouds flashed above her eyes, and circles of golden brilliance rotated in her eyes, falling towards the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a cup of tea's time, her face still didn't change. When she withdrew the clear eyes technique, she shook her head and said, This old one's words were too big. This old one can only see that this is indeed the Immortal Palace's Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal, but as for which punishment palace did it, which law enforcement envoy controlled it, I can't see. Chapter 3702. So you won't be able to unlock it? Xiao Hua asked disappointedly. Of course I won't be able to unlock it. Gusu Qiran retorted, I've said it clearly before, this inscription law chain is completely different from the one on the innate Fire Mother. This inscription law chain contains a trace of the Immortal Emperor's will, and it also contains the pressure of the Immortal Palace. Without a jade seal, it's impossible to unlock it. The surprise I'm talking about is, I might be able to tell from the inscriptions on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal that it was carved by the Master of Law. I might be able to find which punishment hall it belongs to. With these clues I might be able to help Fujiwen. Confucian cultivators have always been particular about order, and the Immortal Palace is the leader of order. This inscription law chain contains the order of Confucian cultivators. It's not something we Dao sect cultivators can unlock. Zhai Xingzi sighed. Fujiwen's expression didn't change. He took the inscription law prison crystal from Gusu Qiran and said respectfully, Junior thanks to seniors. Junior is already prepared to be able to stay by my wife's side. Regardless of the method, Junior is satisfied. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. You must be happy to have such thoughts. There aren't many family members in this world who can stay by your side for the rest of your life. I don't know about others, but Zhai Xingzi and I will definitely be able to. Gusu Qiran smiled at Zhai Xingzi with a happy expression. If Gusu Qiran was so affectionate in front of Xiao Hua, Zhai Xingzi wouldn't feel anything, but in front of a junior like Fujiwen, Zhai Xingzi felt a bit awkward and coughed slightly. Who knew that Gusu Qiran would pout and become even more aggressive as she hugged Zhai Xingzi's arm. Zhai Xingzi moved his arm but didn't dare to pull it out. At this moment, Gusu Qiran didn't look like a level 5 elemental energy grandmaster anymore. Time passed very quickly. Seeing that it was almost night, Fujiwen carefully placed the wooden box containing the thunder amplification wood on the floor of the wooden house. He clasped his hands together and waited for the moment to arrive. Kacha. Suddenly, several thunderbolts appeared in front of everyone's eyes like horned dragons. Soon after, the thunderbolts struck the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. However, before the thunderbolts could land, they were blocked by the wooden box. Shwa shwa, sounds could be heard from the thunder amplification wood. It was as if there was sand moving inside. Soon after, some purple lightning in the wooden box entered the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Wong. The Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal let out a rumbling sound in the lightning and floated up from the wooden box. The inscription chains began to float and overflow again. A kind of indescribable solemnity, a kind of orderly, irresistible and rebellious feeling was born from these chains and gradually spread throughout the entire wooden house. Not to mention Xiao Hua and the others who were standing solemnly. Even the somewhat messy books began to move on their own without any wind, gradually moving on their own and becoming orderly. Order. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Rules? Enchantment? Since he was enlightened, Xiao Hua immediately closed his eyes. He didn't release his divine sense and only used the heavenly infusion technique. The pores all over his body opened wide as he carefully comprehended the power of the Immortal Palace's rhythmic chains. Xiao Hua's abnormality immediately attracted Zhai Xingzi's attention. Unfortunately, with Zhai Xingzi's late Yuanying stage cultivation, he still didn't understand the power of rules. Perhaps he somewhat understood, but he didn't sense anything from the order of the Confucian cultivators. This Taoist master Xiao is a bit strange. Zhai Xingzi wanted to release his divine sense to see what Xiao Hua was doing. Unfortunately, just as his divine sense was released, it was immediately defeated by the inscription chains. At this moment, the wooden house was filled with the order of the Confucian cultivators. Taoist techniques simply couldn't be used. Kacha. A series of faint sounds like the blooming of winter plum blossoms appeared in everyone's hearts. The order that enveloped the entire wooden house was swept away. Several intertwined inscription chains broke from the middle. One by one, they turned into inscriptions and fell into the heaven's punishment prison crystal. Then a cloud rushed out from the crystal. A beautiful woman wearing a flawless heavenly robe appeared from the cloud. Fu. When the woman appeared, she didn't look at anyone else. She flew into Fu Jiwen's arms like a little bird. Fu Jiwen was greatly embarrassed. He hurriedly opened his mouth and prepared to remind Yu Tan. But at this moment, an even more surprised voice sounded. Why, En? Why is it you? The woman called Yu Tan but actually called by En was greatly shocked. She unbelievably stuck her little face out of Fu Jiwen's arms. When she saw Gusuchiran, she was similarly shocked. Gusuchiodi? You, however, just as Bai En was halfway through her words, she saw Zhai Xingzi again. The surprise on her face was even greater. Moreover, there was a kind of excitement and disappointment in her surprise. You. Why are you with Luo Kong again? Didn't you drink the forgotten love water? Sigh, I've been punished for nothing. Bai En had only appeared for a moment. Her two sentences were like two huge thunderbolts that immediately knocked everyone unconscious. Zhai Xingzi opened his mouth. He was really surprised. Luo Kong was his original name. Ever since he became a nascent soul, no one had called him that for many years. He had almost forgotten this name. And Gusuchiodi's face was even more excited. She shouted, That's right, Zhai Xingzi, you're called Luo Kong. I remember now. Your Dharma name Zhai Xingzi was given to you by me. You. Bai En was a little confused. She looked at Gusuchiodi and then at Zhai Xingzi. Her gaze also fell on Xiao Hua. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua still had his eyes closed as if he was an outsider. Bai En just glanced at him and then skipped over. Wife. What's going on? Fu Jiwen was really at a loss. He asked softly. Bai En broke free from her surprise. Her face was slightly red. She first looked at Fu Jiwen apologetically and said, Husband, before? I hid a lot from you. But now, no need to say more. I know that you found someone to help me. My original name is Bai En. There's no need to talk about my background. The reason why I was imprisoned in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was because I violated the immortal law of the Immortal Palace. As for the immortal law, it's actually related to Sister Gusu. As for what it's related to, husband, it's better that you don't know. The more you know, the more it will affect your safety. Fu Jiwen took a deep breath and said with a smile, I'll listen to my wife's orders. If my wife doesn't want me to know, then I won't ask. Good. Bai En looked at Gusuchiodi with an indescribable expression. She asked, Sister Gusu, what's going on? Didn't you and Luo Kong both drink the forgotten love water? Why, did you recognize each other again? Hee. Gusuchiodi laughed. I naturally drank the forgotten love water and completely forgot about Xingzi. He also did the same. However, I was banished from the Immortal Palace to the Star Lord Palace of the Yaotai Mountain. This time, Xingzi and I happened to meet during the Yaotai Mountain gathering held by the Star Lord Palace. I really didn't expect. When I saw Xingzi, I felt very familiar with him. So, I took advantage of the collapse of the Yaotai Mountain's array and ran out. Who knew? Xingzi was the same as me. He also felt a rush of excitement. We even remembered the Broken Heart Mountain in our hearts. So, we came to the Broken Heart Mountain. Although we still don't know why we were forced to drink the forgotten love water, we've already guessed it. Speaking of this, Gusuchiodi glanced at Xiaohua, who was daydreaming, and said, "We happened to meet your husband's master and followed him here. Who knew that we would actually meet you? I couldn't find any news about you in the Immortal Palace. I thought you were out on business. When I came to the hidden Immortal Continent, I didn't know anything. Who knew that you were actually imprisoned in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? From what you said just now, could it be that you, being punished by Heaven's punishment, has something to do with me?" "Nonsense." Bai-in smiled bitterly. "If it wasn't for me sneaking into the Immortal Palace with you, how could you have met Luo Kong? If it wasn't for me leaking information, how could you have escaped from the Immortal Palace in advance? Your master was furious. Not only were you captured and forced to drink the forgotten love water, I naturally had to be punished too. Of course your family can protect you. But what about me? Although that person from the Emperor Star Palace pleaded for mercy for me, but Heaven's face is hard to predict. In the end, I can't compare with you. Not only did you stay in the Immortal Palace to accept your punishment, you were also purposely arranged to go to the Star Lord Palace. Isn't this just to let you meet Luo Kong? Why is my life so bitter?" "Hehe, what's so bitter about you?" Gusu Chiodi smiled. "Although you were punished by Heaven's punishment and lonely for thousands of years, didn't you still find your ideal husband? Look at the thunder-amplifying wood. Your thunderbolt technique must have reached an extremely high level, right? Oh, besides, you come out every year to get some fresh air. Isn't it also because someone tampered with it? What do you know? Tao Cheng was helpless. You didn't go through the test of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. This isn't a place for people to stay. If it wasn't for the princess secretly giving it to me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand it." Don't worry. Gusu Chiodi smiled. "If I didn't know about you, I wouldn't have said anything. But since I know, I will definitely help you get out of this prison." "Please don't." Tao Cheng heard this and turned pale with fright. Clearly, she was frightened by Gusu Chiodi's recklessness. She hurriedly said, "You are already a criminal. Don't torture yourself. You only need to bring my news to that person from the Emperor Star Palace. I'm sure she was also kept in the dark about me falling into the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. She's the only one who can help me now." Got it. Gusu Chiodi covered her mouth and laughed. "It's not easy for you to come out. You should have a private conversation with your little husband. Us masters need to discuss this." Tao Cheng heard this and blushed. She glared fiercely at Gusu Chiodi. "Let's go, Jinren Xiao," Gusu Chiodi urged when she saw Xiaohua not moving. "Fujiwen, you take Tao Cheng to the cave." Xiaohua's voice was a bit strange, as if he was speaking from his stomach. "Zhai Xingzi and Qiu Xianzi should leave too. I have some things to comprehend." Chapter 3703. Yes, Master. Fujiwen doesn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bows and answers while pulling Tao Cheng. Tao Cheng stares at Xiaohua for a moment and doesn't dare to speak loudly. Following Fujiwen out of the wooden house, she lowers her voice and asks, "Husband, when did you acknowledge a master? This master of yours is very strange. I just acknowledged him," Fujiwen says with a smile. "However, I met him a few years ago. This thunder amplification wood was given to me by my master. I told you earlier." "Oh, it's that Taoist cultivator you're especially grateful to?" Tao Cheng somewhat understands, "But at that time when you told me, I didn't think he was very powerful. But now he's very strange?" Fujiwen is somewhat puzzled. "Yes, very powerful." Tao Cheng looks at the cave and her eyebrows are already filled with spring. Her eyes overflow with light as she says in a low voice, "Follow your master well. In the future, your cultivation will definitely surpass Luo Kong." It has to be said that girls side with outsiders. Just after meeting Gusu Chiodi, Tao Cheng tosses aside her former good friend's feelings and starts to plan for Fujiwen. She even compares her husband with Gusu Chiodi's husband. Impossible, right? Fujiwen's heart is also burning with anger. But he still can't help but be surprised. Zhai Xingzi is a late Yuanying stage senior. How can I be more powerful than him? Don't worry. Tao Cheng's small hand tightly grasps Fujiwen's hand. "I may not be good at other things, but I'm absolutely accurate in judging people." I believe Gusu Chiodi has already noticed the anomaly. As she speaks, Tao Cheng's body unconsciously trembles and becomes somewhat hot. not to mention Fujiwen and Tao Cheng who are in the cave fusing their souls and bodies. Gusuchiodi also hastily pulls Zhai Xingzi and the two quietly float out of the wooden house. The two leave the wooden house and look at the night sky above with a face full of horror. Gusuchiodi transmits, This Xiaohua, which Taoist cultivator is he? Do you know his background? Even though Zhai Xingzi transmits, he doesn't dare to speak loudly. He lowers his voice just like Tao Cheng, I really don't know. I only heard old man Huada mention him and belittle him to be worthless. However, a few juniors also told me that this Xiaohua is close to Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong. In other words, because of Xiaohua, the two of them who were originally at odds with each other, unexpectedly joined forces. This is also the main reason why I didn't obtain anything in this Yaotai gathering. Looking at the wooden house that was already a little far away, Zhai Xingzi no longer dared to release his divine sense. Similarly, Gusuchiodi no longer dared to use her eye-clearing technique. Just a moment ago, the two of them sensed that something was wrong with Xiaohua's situation. They couldn't help but use their divine sense and eye-clearing techniques. What they saw was absolutely shocking. One of them saw the inscribed chains and the other saw the majestic void. How could they dare to stay in the wooden house? Fujiwen is so lucky. Gusuchiodi very abruptly gnashed her teeth, and said, No Xingzi, you have to become Xiaohua's sworn friend. What? Zhai Xingzi was very surprised. He didn't understand why Gusuchiodi would suddenly say this. You don't know. Gusuchiodi thought of something and hurriedly shook her head. You don't need to know the details. You just need to befriend Xiaohua. There's no need. After all, Zhai Xingzi was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Although he also understood that Xiaohua was very powerful, he still couldn't react for a moment. It's related to the secrets of the Immortal Palace. I dare not say too much. And I don't really understand either. Gusuchiodi also secretly transmitted her voice. You only need to know that Xiaohua is a Taoist cultivator and also has the cultivation method of Confucianism. It seems, he's not inferior to me at all. Use your brain to think. If he attracts the attention of the Immortal Palace in the future. That's right. Zhai Xingzi slightly narrowed his eyes. If the Immortal Palace doesn't eliminate him, then, he's a hero of a region. He might even be on par with that person. I should befriend him at this time. Xiaohua's most powerful is not only this. Gusuchiodi analyzed again. You and the Immortal Palace don't know about his current cultivation. This kind of concealment method. Who can compare to him? At this point, Gusuchiodi's eyes brightened again. She said in a low voice, Zhai Xingzi, if I recommend Taoist Xiao to the Immortal Palace, will I be able to escape punishment? Sure. Zhai Xingzi heard this and his face changed greatly. He hurriedly stopped her. Please don't. Xiaohua claims to be a Taoist cultivator and just came out from Yaotai Mountain. Right now he's extremely conflicted with the Immortal Palace. If you mention this matter, it's fine if it succeeds. If it doesn't, it'll be harming Xiaohua. I'm just thinking. Gusuchiodi laughed. No matter what, he's our savior. I won't harm him. Then the two snuggled up to each other and looked at the starry sky. Sweet flowers bloomed and withered. As for Xiaohua, when the aura of the engraved law chains was produced, the Immortal Palace's law locked the entire wooden house. This was a rare opportunity. Xiaohua immediately retracted his aura and opened all the pores on his body. He tried his best to comprehend the influence of this law on space. Although Zhai Xingzi and the others could sense the terror of this law, they could only see the surface. And Xiaohua practiced the blood drop paradise, so he was naturally sensitive to this law. Moreover, he had suffered this kind of hardship several times. He always wanted to experience it for himself. Now that the harmless aura of the law spread out, Xiaohua immediately began to swim in this aura like a fish. When Xiaohua's mind entered the aura, his entire body was like one of the engraved law chains. Along with the order of the engraved law chains, a solemn aura was released. What was special was that some obscure things that Xiaohua had obtained from comprehending the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in his memory. It pushed Xiaohua's comprehension deeper and deeper. Xiaohua's eyes were filled with veined patterns. Some of these veined patterns were curved, some were straight, some were extremely long and seemed to have no end. Some were extremely short and seemed to be invisible to the naked eye. The veined patterns rushed out of the entire space. They seemed to be disorderly and orderly. The veined patterns were like chains and also like blood droplets. They were constantly changing shape. At this moment, Xiaohua's mind also turned into a veined pattern and changed along with the other veined patterns. However, Xiaohua tried his best to follow the changes. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep up with the changes at all. He was always rejected by the veined patterns. Xiaohua chased for a moment and understood. He was far from understanding this law. How could he merge with it? As a result, he simply ignored it and let the veined patterns formed by his mind drift with the waves. It was also during this casual movement that Xiaohua's mind saw the faint fine lines on the veined patterns. These fine lines were more subtle than the veined patterns. These fine lines were like armor inscriptions and also like gold inscriptions. They were even more similar to green seal characters. However, when Xiaohua's mind carefully examined them, the fine lines disappeared. Xiaohua gained some understanding. He knew that his cultivation was insufficient at this moment. Now, the most important thing was to see these fine lines clearly. As a result, he focused his attention on these fine lines. When he saw a fine line appear, Xiaohua immediately followed it. When the fine line disappeared, he tirelessly pounced on another fine line. It was as if he was fishing, trying one after another. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua sensed that the number of fine lines he was seeing was increasing, and the fine lines were also becoming clearer. Seeing another fine line appear to his left, Xiaohua's attention immediately pounced over like a hungry tiger. Coincidentally, just as Xiaohua's attention shifted, another new fine line appeared midway. Xiaohua was completely caught off guard, and his entire mind immediately crashed into the fine line. Boom! Xiaohua only saw countless lights and shadows swaying in front of him. Some were fireballs flying, some were ghosts walking in the night, some were boundless waves, and some were brilliant stars. In an instant, Xiaohua's mind seemed to have turned into thousands of pieces and disappeared into these lights and shadows. At the same time, in another instant, all of his mind crashed into a ripple and appeared under the same starry sky. Xiaohua was greatly shocked, and he was extremely bewildered and astounded. Could it be? Could it be that an enormous starry sky is hidden within every tiny fine line that can't be any smaller? Every seemingly infinite starry sky, the law is just a tiny, fine line? Just as he was thinking, the thousands of pieces of his mind turned into thousands of stars, each with different trajectories, each with different fluctuations, and flew towards Xiaohua. Boom! There was another burst of sound that seemed to split heaven and earth. All of the pieces of his mind condensed together. Suddenly, Xiaohua had a kind of understanding. The starry sky in front of him was so familiar. Wasn't it the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in his space? At the same time, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and a mirror appeared in front of him. Wasn't the thing condensed from the thousands of pieces of his mind Xiaohua? This. Jade Archive. Xiaohua hurriedly looked around, but under his body wasn't it his own space? It was just that this space had been baptized by the falling stone matrix at the Jade Pavilion conference. With the expansion of his divine sense and mind, it was now 10 times bigger than before. It was at least hundreds of thousands of li wide. See? Jade Archive. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. An inconceivable feeling rushed into his heart. How could a fine line of law in the wooden house near Heartbreak Mountain be the starry sky of his space below it? The biggest secret in his heart was actually blocked by a fine line of law? What is the connection between them? Is it the law? Is it the law? Is it the boundary? Or is it the heavenly Tao Xiaohua? The more Jade Archive Xiaohua thought, the more confused he became. He looked up at the starry sky of the heavenly Tao. That incomparably huge heavenly Tao Xiaohua was also ethereal and boundless. Forget it, my realm is not enough, my cultivation is not enough. It's difficult to find the reason. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed, but then he smiled again. I'm afraid this time's comprehension will end here. However, peering into the mystery of the law is extremely useful for I's cultivation. Chapter 3704. With that thought, Jade Archive Xiaohua exits the space. His mind returns to its original position and he opens his eyes. Seeing that the sky is bright, Xiaohua's heart moves. He pinches his fingers and does some calculations. He shakes his head slightly and walks out of the wooden house. Ah, Daoist Xiao, you are indeed powerful. The moment Xiaohua exits the wooden house, Zhai Xingzi immediately notices. He flies over from the top of the mountain and cups his hands. Just a mere 100 days of meditation actually allowed Daoist Xiao to advance so much. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not dare to believe it. You flatter me, Xiaohua says with a smile. Even if I were to cultivate in seclusion for 100 days, I am afraid I would still not be able to catch up to Daoist Zhao's late nascent soul stage. I still have to continue working hard. Congratulations, Daoist Zhao. Gusuchiodi also flies over from afar. Following behind her is Fu Jiwen. Gusuchiodi's face is also filled with shock as she speaks from afar. Congratulations, Master, for coming out of seclusion. Fu Jiwen is overjoyed. He lands on the ground and bows. Same to you, same to you. Xiao Hua cups his hands towards Gusuchiodi again. Looking at Fu Jiwen, he says with a smile, Master was actually in seclusion by accident and missed your good thing. Master is really embarrassed in his heart. Come, take out your heaven punishment prison crystal. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen didn't know what was going on, so he respectfully took out the wooden box. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and the heaven's punishment prison crystal flew out of the wooden box. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the somewhat familiar inscription law chains. He opened his mouth and 3 green lights that looked similar, but were actually completely different, flew out. They instantly turned into hundreds of tiny sword hairs, and fell into the inscription law gaps on the chains. Gusuchiodi did not expect Xiao Hua to break the inscription law chains right after coming out of seclusion. Seeing the sword hairs enter, she hurriedly yells, Daoist Zhao, stop. It was a pity that Gusuchiodi's words were too late. The sword tip strangely landed in the gap between the engraving law. At this moment, the engraving law chain was overflowing. The sword tip abruptly pierced through and nailed the entire chain. Shwa. Just like how the engraving law chain collapsed that night, hundreds of engraving laws began to flicker. Kacha. A total of 9 different colored thunderbolts emerged from within the inscription rule, and then 9 dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from within the thunderbolts. The 9 dragons danced and condensed into an oval phantom, and a suffocating supreme aura immediately rushed out from the oval phantom, pushing everyone back by over 30 meters. Star Child, quick, put me into your Chenkuan bag. Gusuchiodi didn't have the time to explain in detail, she hastily shouted. When Zhai Xingzi saw Gusuchiodi's panicked expression, he knew that something bad was going to happen. He flung his emperor robe and took out his Chenkuan bag, wanting to take Gusuchiodi into it. Unfortunately, Gusuchiodi's body only moved a few times, but she didn't fly up. Zhai Xingzi said anxiously, Chiu, your strength has surpassed mine, I can't use my Chenkuan pouch to keep you. I'll do it. When Xiao Hua saw this, although he didn't know why Gusuchiodi was panicking, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly waved his hand. Boom. The Kunlun mirror's light beam rushed out and landed on Gusuchiodi's body. Gusuchiodi thought for a moment, then withdrew her resistance, and her body disappeared along with the light beam. Clear sky mirror? Zhai Xingzi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and he asked in surprise. Without waiting for Xiao Hua's reply, a loud rumbling sound of thunder filled the air. In an instant, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with red clouds. A kind of black clouds that suffocated everyone was like an invisible wave that drowned everyone in a moment. An enormous distorted light that could split the heaven and earth appeared in front of everyone amidst the sound of thunder. Which daring cultivator dares to touch the immortal palace's inscription rule? An ethereal voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes close sounded in everyone's ears. This. Xiao Hua's face turned ashen, and his body trembled as if he was scared out of his wits. He bowed and said, I don't know, what is this? You don't know, yet you dare to touch it? Thunderclaps resounded, but the shocking thunder still couldn't cover up that voice. You Taoist cultivators are truly daring. Say, Senior. Xiao Hua gathered his courage and bowed, saying, I thought, this was a strange treasure sealed by a Confucian cultivator, so, even if it's a strange treasure with your cultivation level, it's impossible for you to break it. Unless you can use the power of heaven and earth or a Taoist forbidden formation. That voice said coldly. This thing isn't for you to touch. Quickly return it to its original place. Today I'm the one on duty. Since you're inexperienced and don't know the importance of this thing, I won't take your lives. If you try to break it in vain and get discovered by other enforcers, you'll definitely be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, and your souls won't be able to reincarnate. After the voice finished speaking, another series of thunderclaps wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Soon after, the light shadow disappeared, the lightning disappeared, and even the red clouds dissipated. What does this mean? Xiao Hua's brows furrowed as he looked at the scorching sun in the sky, as if he was thinking of something. Xiao Hua's expression changed as he pondered. Cough cough Taoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi was still inferior to Xiao Hua. When the light shadow appeared, his entire nascent soul was imprisoned, and he couldn't use the mana in his body at all. He couldn't sense the qi of heaven and earth around him at all. After the person left, Zhai Xingzi let out a long breath. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing quietly, and coughed twice. Can you let Qiu'er out first? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He waved his hand and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. With a flash of light, Gusu Qiudi appeared in front of Zhai Xingzi with a happy expression. Without waiting for Zhai Xingzi to speak, Gusu Qiudi asked first, Taoist Master Xiao, is the Kunlun mirror in your hand? Yes. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. How strange. Gusu Qiudi said curiously, the Immortal Palace spent 1,000,000 years searching for the Kunlun ruins, but they only found a small fragment of the Kunlun mirror in the buried Immortal continent. There were no other traces of the other parts. This fragment has no use at all. That's why the Immortal Emperor left the fragment in the buried Immortal continent. Who knew that you actually have an almost complete Kunlun mirror? It's really strange. Xiao Hua was shocked and forced a smile. Since Fairy Qiu knows, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Of course. Gusu Qiudi smiled. I still have something to ask of you. How would I dare to leak it? What is it? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, after a moment, Xiao Hua came back to his senses and smiled. Fairy, are you saying that you want to hide in the Kunlun ruins? I have no problem with that. I just don't know if Taoist Zhai Xingzi will be jealous. Jealous? Gusu Qiudi was stunned. Then she covered her mouth and laughed loudly as if she understood the story. She looked at the embarrassed Zhai Xingzi and said, Xingzi won't be jealous. Usually I'll be outside with Xingzi and hide inside when something happens. Oh, if you're afraid that Xingzi will be jealous, why don't you lend the Kunlun mirror to my Xingzi? You wish. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and immediately put away the Kunlun mirror. Gusu Qiudi was just joking. She looked around and said softly, the law enforcer came, right? He didn't make things difficult for you, right? No. Zhai Xingzi shook his head. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. Only Taoist Xiao dealt with it. It's fine. Xiao Hua explained the matter. In the end, he said, the law enforcer said, unless you have the ancient Tao sect's forbidden formation. It's quite strange. Could it be that he wants us to save Wuri Tan from the heaven punishment prison crystal? Master. Fu Jiwen said apologetically, disciple's humble wife's name is Bai, and that Wuri Tan is trying to hide her origin. Xiao Hua didn't find it strange. Gusu Qiudi also smiled and said, also, I'm not called Gusu Qiuran but Gusu Qiudi. All the sinners of Star-Lord Palace have to change their last word to Ran when they enter Star-Lord Palace. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a bitter smile, Qiu Xianzi, I don't even know your name. Is that okay? Hee. Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, let's not talk about names. Taoist Zhao's intuition is right. This law enforcer. Although I don't know who he is, he should be on good terms with the school of the Emperor Star. If I'm not wrong, he should be the one who showed mercy to Bai and School of the Emperor Star? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, where is that? This is a place of the Immortal Palace. Gusu Qiudi shook her head and said, however, I don't dare to reveal the secrets of the Immortal Palace. Let Fu Jiwen tell you what happened that night. Yes. Fu Jiwen answered from the side and told Xiao Hua about what happened that night. Xiao Hua's heart was shaken as he listened. In just 2 hours, so many secrets had been revealed. It was really exciting. After Fu Jiwen finished, Xiao Hua looked at Gusu Qiudi and asked with interest, so, Bai En was punished because of Qiu Xianzi. Could it be that Qiu Xianzi doesn't want Bai En to be freed? Of course I want to. Gusu Qiudi smiled bitterly and said, but I'm just a small general of the Immortal Palace. I was lucky enough to be punished lightly because of my family's power. Didn't you see it too? Even someone as strong as the law enforcer doesn't dare to be too biased. How can I help Bai En to be freed? Then how can this heavenly punishment prison crystal be broken? How long will it take to get out of internal trouble? What did the law enforcer mean by that sentence? Xiao Hua asked step by step. Gusu Qiudi's expression was calm as if she had already thought about it. She said slowly, good question. I've thought about it carefully these days. If Bai En is to be freed, there are only 2 ways. The first is when the heavenly punishment prison crystal's punishment ends. The Jade Seal and Law will return to the Immortal Palace and Bai En will naturally be freed. The second is to rely on external forces. This external force has to be stronger than the Jade Seal and Law of the Immortal Palace. At this point, Gusuchiodi looked at Xiaohua again and said, I'm sure you already know how powerful the Jade Seal and Law are when you tried to break the seal just now. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. My current cultivation is not enough to break the seal. Yes. Moreover, anyone who activates the Jade Seal and Law of the Immortal Palace can summon the Law Enforcer. We were lucky this time. If it wasn't for the Law Enforcer next time, we would be in trouble. Gusuchiodi continued, however, just like what the Law Enforcer said, the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal was thrown on the hidden immortal continent. Other than human power, it might encounter other forces of heaven and earth and seal. If these forces can directly break the Jade Seal and Law chains inside the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal, then it belongs to the power of heaven. The Immortal Palace is known to punish on behalf of heaven. Since it can be broken with the power of heaven, then the punishment will be over. Chapter 3705. Yes, that should be the case. Xiaohua nodded slightly. If we encounter an apocalypse, won't we just throw the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal in? The problem is, if the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal couldn't withstand the calamity, how could she withstand it? She might die the moment she comes out, right? Gusuchiodi reminded. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he thought of his own space. In that space, whether it was the Jade Archive Xiaohua or the Green Robe Xiaohua, they had the power to destroy mountains and tsunamis. This power was enough to destroy the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal. However, when Xiaohua thought of the fine lines on the inscription chains on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, his heart almost trembled. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of disaster it would be if the fine lines of the inscription chains passed through the starry sky of the space and rushed out of the space. Not to mention that his greatest secret would be exposed. Even those magic treasures and spiritual herbs of immeasurable value within the space would bring a calamity to him, right? While Xiaohua was pondering, Zhai Xingzi said, Chiu, didn't you say, you're going to an ancient Taoist ruin in the next few days? Perhaps there'll be some opportunities there. Yes, that's right. Gusuchiodi's face lit up. If there's a powerful restriction array inside, it'll definitely be able to resist the Immortal Emperor's Jade Seal. And will definitely be able to escape from there. Gusuchiodi's definitely left and definitely right made Fujiwen's face light up with joy. Taoist Zhai Xing, have you decided to follow me to that ancient restriction array? Xiaohua returned to his senses and asked with a smile. Zhai Xingzi was already used to Xiaohua's tone and asked back, when did I say I wasn't going? Not only Zhai Xingzi but I also want to go. Gusuchiodi shouted eagerly. Master. Fujiwen's tone was somewhat pleading. Needless to say, he also wanted Xiaohua to bring him along. Your cultivation is insufficient. If you go, it'll be dangerous. Xiaohua denied. You should go to Black Wind Ridge first. You're spoiling your disciple too much. Zhai Xingzi smiled. You said that Xueping was only at Foundation Establishment. Fujiwen is stronger than Xueping, right? If Xueping can go, why can't Fujiwen? Xueping's life was important, but Fujiwen's life wasn't? Besides, if Fujiwen doesn't go, who's going to bring the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? Xiaohua frowned slightly. What Zhai Xingzi said wasn't wrong. The ancient forbidden formation was indeed dangerous, but it was also a fortuitous encounter. Such a rare experience was absolutely important to Fujiwen. Don't you have the Kunlun mirror? Gusuchiodi said with a smile. If things go south, you can just take Fujiwen into the Kunlun ruins. And this Xiao will consider it again. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Zhai Xingzi looks at Xiaohua's old hen-like appearance and says with a smile, Zhenren Xiao, I'm afraid you don't have much time to think. Previously you said that you would arrive at Jingzhou after a month or so. Now half a year has almost passed and we still haven't moved. Only half an hour. This Xiao will consolidate my previous comprehension. Xiaohua thought for a moment and then landed on the mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, the wind and clouds on the mountain peak changed and Yuan Qi of heaven and earth gathered. Gusuchiodi was surprised and asked, Xingzi, what is Zhenren Xiao doing? Zhai Xingzi could not see the seal in Xiaohua's hand and shook his head slightly. I don't understand either, but didn't you say? Consolidate your realm. Who would believe that? Gusuchiodi snorted coldly. I realize that this Xiaohua is very honest sometimes, but he's also very cunning at other times. Didn't the Confucian cultivators always say that there are no perfect people? Such a person is reassuring, Zhai Xingzi said with a smile. Of course, Xiao Hua was not consolidating his comprehension. He had just comprehended the order, and he could not help but feel ambitious. He wanted to try the karma seal that he could not control previously. Looking at Xiao Hua sitting cross-legged and forming a seal with both hands, who knows how long he had been planning in his heart. As the yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered, light and shadow began to appear in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Then an incomparably strange power began to be born from the seal and madly rushed into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua knew that this was the backlash of the seal, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. His body's imbuing body technique was activated, and those 13,200 small dots also madly absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth. In an instant, a huge storm was born with Xiao Hua as the starting point and gradually expanded. Shock appeared on Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiudi's faces. They looked at each other and turned into rainbows. Before they flew away, the two of them did not forget to bring Fu Jiwen, who was at a loss, along with them. Behind the three of them, the wooden house that Fu Jiwen built was swept up into the sky like breaking dry weeds and rotten wood. The wooden planks were instantly torn into pieces. The storm grew extremely fast. Zhai Xingzi and the other two flew out 3,000 feet and stood in midair. The storm behind them had already enveloped several thousand feet. Zhai Xingzi released his divine perception and felt the chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Just as he was about to send his divine perception into the storm, a sharp pain like a knife cut off a wisp of divine perception. See? Zhai Xingzi's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly withdrew his divine perception and wanted to say something. It was also at this moment, wung wung. A strange sound came from the center of the storm. No matter if it was Zhai Xingzi or Gusu Qiudi, their Naiwan palace was greatly shaken. A kind of dizziness appeared, and before they could activate their divine ability to resist, swoosh, the entire several thousand feet wide storm suddenly stopped. The time of stopping was extremely short, and in the blink of an eye, all of the storm abruptly shrunk back. A powerful suction force pulled the three of them into the storm. Gusu Qiudi was a great grandmaster who was at the lower stage of the 5th grade of essence energy. When had she ever been in such a difficult situation? Her entire body immediately glowed as she tried her best to resist. However, just as her true qi was generated, the suction force suddenly reversed and turned into a pushing force. Boom. The storm actually collapsed from the inside out. Gusu Qiudi was caught unprepared, and her figure flew very inelegantly into the sky. Sigh. The storm gradually calmed down. The mountain peak had already changed. Xiao Hua, who had already changed into a Taoist robe, flew out with a strange expression. Originally, he wanted to rush into the Hand of Karma's spell with the remnants of the order that he had just comprehended. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still insufficient, and he still couldn't use this spell. However, Xiao Hua didn't come out empty-handed. Just as the spell failed, Xiao Hua was seized by a sudden impulse and realized that Fu Jiwen and the others had followed him into the ancient forbidden array. It was a frightening but not dangerous ending. As for the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, Xiao Hua didn't sense it at all. Taoist Xiao. Seeing such a huge formation, Zhai Xingzi called out, "Fellow Taoist," with a bit of embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Hua fly out safely, he asked loudly, "Are you injured?" Hehe, Taoist comprehension is really not bad. You gained something in just a moment. Gusu Qiudi said with a smile, "And you even destroyed Fu Jiwen's wooden house while you were at it." Hehe. Xiao Hua also said with a smile, "I'm fine. It's just that I was thinking of something and couldn't control my magic power. That's why I failed. Since the wooden house is already gone, that's a sign for Fu Jiwen to follow me. This is the will of the heavens." "Many thanks, master." Hearing this, Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Let's go." Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and helped Fu Jiwen up. He looked into the distance and said, "I didn't expect that we would stay here for so long. I'm afraid that Xueping is already waiting anxiously in Jingzhou." "Jingzhou?" Zhai Xingzi looked at Xiao Hua. He couldn't help but laugh. He said with a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, the direction of Jingzhou is behind you." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I was just lamenting about the Buddhist sect of the single Yang country." That. Gusu Qiudi covered her mouth and laughed. Without holding back, she pointed it out, "The single Yang country is to your left. Go go go." Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves, "I just want to see the sunset." Is that not enough? If I don't go now, when will I go? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to turn into a rainbow, Zhai Xingzi hurriedly called out, Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. I have a flying boat here. Xiao Hua helplessly glared at Zhai Xingzi. Why didn't you say so earlier? That. Zhai Xingzi laughed in his heart. He didn't show it on his face. Taoist Xiao is impatient. I'm not as good as you. Hurry up. Xiao Hua waved his hand to hide his awkwardness. There's an ancient forbidden formation waiting for us to enter. Taoist Xiao, aren't you happy? Hee hee. Zhai Xingzi took out the flying boat while laughing. It's precisely because it's an ancient forbidden formation that we can't be anxious. Previously, when I explored dangerous places with Taoist Xiao, which time didn't we prepare for more than 10 years? Which time didn't we use up a lot of energy? Now in Taoist Xiao's mouth, this ancient forbidden formation is as easy as playing house. My luck is good. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. He inexplicably thought of XNXN and the ancient forbidden formation at the bottom of the Saint River. Let's go. Let's see how Xue Ping and the rest are preparing. Zhai Xingzi smiled as he controlled the flying boat. If they aren't prepared, I won't try my luck with Taoist Xiao. Xue Ping and the rest were naturally well prepared, especially Xue Ping. In order to enter the forbidden formation and break through his bottleneck, he had started preparing more than 10 years ago. However, as time passed, the more information Xue Ping received, the less confident he became. The forbidden formation in the wilderness of Jianghu had long exceeded his ability. Later on, Xue Ping realized that he couldn't easily break through the formation by himself. Thus, he began to invite experts to help him. Back then, when Xue Ping met Xiao Hua and saw Xiao Hua's great strength, he immediately thought of the forbidden formation. Thus he invited him. Just like Xue Ping's predicament, the cultivators Xue Ping invited naturally wanted to explore as well. However, after exploring for a while, all of them shrunk their necks back. They knew that with their strength they would most likely die if they entered. Without powerful assistance, none of them dared to enter. However, what was Xue Ping's cultivation? How powerful could the cultivators he invited be? Moreover, these Taoist cultivators who knew the news kept it a secret and did not dare to say too much. Therefore, until today, everyone had been looking forward to it for half a year. When they saw the flying ship flying over from afar and two extraordinarily powerful divine senses swept over, their hearts were finally at ease. They all flew up into the air and waited respectfully. Chapter 3706. Xue Ping and the others watched Xiao Hua and Zhai Xingzi disembark from the flying boat. Xiao Hua was just a newly famous nascent soul cultivator, but Zhai Xingzi's reputation was well known in the hidden immortal continent, especially when he won the last rare treasure in the Jade Pavilion gathering. His emperor's outfit was particularly eye-catching. As soon as he flew out of the flying boat, there were immediately cultivators who came to their senses and came forward to greet him with joy. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, had long been placed in second place by them. Xiao Hua didn't care about this. He bowed to the cultivators facing him, but in reality he waved his hand at the cultivators who had been paying attention to Zhai Xingzi. Gusu Qiudi and Fu Jiwen were the last to disembark. Fu Jiwen's cultivation was on par with Xue Ping and the rest, while Gusu Qiudi concealed her cultivation. She appeared to be around the third grade of essence force and was dressed in a Taoist robe. Zhai Xingzi looked at her with concern from time to time, and the cultivators immediately understood. Although they weren't as respectful as Zhai Xingzi, they were more respectful than Xiao Hua. Xue Ping and the other cultivators were happy, but Zhai Xingzi wasn't. Looking at the 12 cultivators' crooked cultivation, he almost curled his lips. Normally Zhai Xingzi would have reprimanded them, but seeing Xiao Hua's indifference, Zhai Xingzi couldn't say anything. After all, he was invited by Xiao Hua. You've waited for a long time. Are there only these few cultivators? Although Zhai Xingzi was dissatisfied, he still asked according to the discussion on the flying boat. Senior, please no. Xue Ping's cultivation wasn't the highest, but he was the first to initiate and knew that Zhai Xingzi was invited by Xiao Hua. He hurriedly bowed and said, there were originally 15 people, but when we discussed waiting they felt that this trip was too dangerous and they didn't know Senior Xiao well, so they chose to withdraw. The remaining fellow Taoists are very confident in Senior Xiao. Now that Senior has joined this trip. My ass. Zhai Xingzi reprimanded Xue Ping without holding back. He pointed at the dozen cultivators who were only at the third grade of essence force and said, What do you think this ancient forbidden formation is? Even I don't dare to recklessly enter it. With your cultivation you're just going to die. Yes, this junior understands. Shui Ping smiled apologetically, knowing that Zhai Xingzi was speaking the truth. He replied, I was the one who found the clues to the ancient forbidden array in the beginning. I've already discussed it for a long time and I feel that, if we don't enter we'll feel indignant. However, if we enter we don't have any confidence at all. Now that Senior Xiao and Senior Zhai Xing are here, I feel that this is a great opportunity. We juniors can't compare to senior and we have very few choices. Under the pressure of the Confucian cultivators, we juniors have no choice but to risk our lives. Hearing Shui Ping's pitiful words, the dozen or so cultivators' faces were also filled with unwillingness. Zhai Xingzi sighed and said, when Taoist Master Xiao mentioned this to me, I had already thought about it. Your idea is indeed correct. You want to use this ancient forbidden formation to raise your cultivation base, especially to obtain some fortuitous encounters from within. However, there were many ways to break through bottlenecks. It was possible to do so without relying on restrictive arrays. According to what this old man knows, there are a few hidden danger zones near Jing province. If you are willing, this old man can tell you the locations and you can go there to search for opportunities. That's right. Xiao Hua chimed in from the side. If you feel that you won't be able to gain much from those dangerous places, this old man can give each of you a usable magic treasure. Even if you return empty-handed from those places, you can still use those dangerous places to refine magic treasures. Shui Ping was somewhat surprised and he also felt some regret. When he met Xiao Hua in the Danliang state, Shui Ping was very assured of Xiao Hua because the state preceptor of the Danliang state was present. Although he didn't tell Xiao Hua all the information he had, he still flaunted some details to Xiao Hua. However, he didn't expect how Xiao Hua would deal with it. Would he not want them to enter the forbidden area? Seeing Shui Ping's expression, Xiao Hua smiled and said, of course, this is only this old man's consideration. The specific choice will be up to you. After all, this ancient forbidden array was found by you all with great difficulty. This old man and the others have no reason to stop you from entering. Phew. Shui Ping let out a long sigh and turned to look at the other cultivators. This news was rather sudden, so the cultivators weren't prepared at all. Furthermore, this choice was extremely difficult. Shui Ping thought for a moment, looked at the other cultivators' troubled expressions and asked respectfully, Seniors, this matter is of great importance. Would you allow us to discuss it further? It's fine. Xiao Hua smiled and said, feel free to discuss it. It doesn't matter if it's 1 day or 10 days. It's fine as long as there's a result. Thank you, Senior. Shui Ping bowed and raised his hand. This junior didn't expect that Senior Xiao would be able to invite Senior Zhai Xing, so the meditation room wasn't prepared enough. This junior will get someone to clean it up. All right, go ahead. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Actually, this old man didn't consider it thoroughly before. On the way here, I heard fellow Taoist Zhai Xing explain the dangers inside, so we made this decision at the last minute. Sorry for making things difficult for you. No, this is also Senior's consideration for us. This junior and the others understand very well. Shui Ping hurriedly waved his hand. Facing Xiao Hua, who even his own state preceptor had to treat with respect, Shui Ping really couldn't bear any complaints. Faced with the temptation of the restriction array, the choice was truly difficult. Shui Ping and the others understood very well that this restriction array was naturally extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful they would die, but the benefits were also great. Not to mention that traveling between life and death was very beneficial to one's temperament, Tao foundation, and so on. Even if they obtained a damaged cultivation technique or an ancient Dharma artifact from the ancient restriction array, it would immediately allow their cultivation to enter another realm. Now that the Tao cultivation techniques of the hidden immortal continent had already been annihilated, Dharma artifacts, Dharma treasures, and so on were ordinary and mediocre. Any item from the restriction array would cause a sensation if taken out. Shui Ping and the others didn't dare to pin their hopes on a great opportunity like Xiao Hua and the others. They only needed a little from Xiao Hua and Zhai Xing, and it would be enough for them to roam the hidden immortal continent freely. This was also the reason why they had always coveted the ancient restriction array even though they knew it was dangerous. Xiao Hua and Zhai Xing didn't seem to be in a hurry. They each occupied a quiet room. Fu Jiwen waited in front of Xiao Hua's room while Gusu Qiudi cultivated in Zhai Xing's room. She actually seemed to have thrown the matter of Xue Ping and the others to the back of her mind. After more than 3 days, Xue Ping and the others finally came to a decision. It wasn't out of Zhai Xing's expectations. 8 of Xue Ping's cultivators chose to follow Xiao Hua and the others into the restriction array, while the other 5 chose to withdraw. Zhai Xing and Xiao Hua didn't go back on their words. They gave each of them a Dharma artifact and jade eye. The 5 cultivators were filled with joy as they left together. Presumably, they were going to travel to another dangerous place. Alright, since you've chosen to enter the restriction array with me, then I'll have to make it clear. Zhai Xing and Xiao Hua sat at the head of the cave abode that Xue Ping and the others had temporarily opened up. Looking at the 8 cultivators standing before them, Zhai Xing was the first to speak. Taoist Master Xiao and I will do our best to guarantee your safety. However, if you encounter a place that even we can't protect ourselves, we won't have the time to fend for ourselves. Yes, we understand. Xue Ping and the others said respectfully. We're already extremely grateful to be able to follow the 2 seniors into the restriction array and fulfill our wish. Also, Xiao Hua added, if the restriction array is divided into a few sections, then everyone should act according to your abilities. If there's some opportunity, then hurry up and leave. Don't lose your lives over there. Yes, we understand. Xue Ping and the others replied again. However, they were also unconvinced. After all, Fu Jiwen, who was behind Xiao Hua, seemed to be less than a 3rd-grade essence force cultivator. Since Fu Jiwen could enter, why couldn't they? After Zhai Xingzi gave a few more instructions, Xue Ping respectfully took out a few jade eyes from his bosom and handed them over. He said, this is the information we have gathered over the past dozen years, regarding the Misty Mountain Maze Formation. Please take a look. Misty Mountain Maze Formation? Zhai Xing's face revealed a shocked expression. He waved his hand and took the jade eyes. He asked in a low voice, Xue Ping, are you sure this is the Misty Mountain Maze Formation? I seem to have heard that the Misty Mountain Maze Formation is at Yongzhou's Misty Mountain. Alright, I'll let you know. Xue Ping's face revealed a trace of pride. He cupped his hands and said, to tell you the truth, we didn't know this was the famous Misty Mountain Maze Formation. We only thought it was an ordinary ruin. However, as we investigated further and searched for clues around the maze formation, we didn't dare to believe that the Misty Mountain Maze Formation, which was far away in Yongzhou, could be in Jingzhou. If it's really the Misty Mountain Maze Formation, then it's no wonder that countless Taoist cultivators have been searching for this maze formation in Yongzhou's Misty Mountain all these years. It's obvious that it's impossible to find it. Zhai Xing sighed. Even back then I went to Misty Mountain and returned empty-handed. Actually, it's also a coincidence. Xue Ping smiled apologetically. When we first met Senior Xiao, we weren't sure, so we didn't dare to mention it to you. Later on, we left Yuzhou and received the help of a fellow Taoist named Dao Cheng. Only then did we confirm that this ruin is the Misty Mountain Maze Formation. Dao Cheng. Zhai Xing looked up at the 8 people before him and smiled. Why isn't he here? I'm afraid Dao Cheng isn't fated to meet him. A cultivator beside Xue Ping said, before you 2 came, he felt that the ruin was too dangerous and left early. What a pity. Zhai Xing looked at the jade eyes in his hand and thought for a moment before handing it to Xiao Hua. Taoist Xiao, you should take a look first. There's no need to look at the details in the jade eyes for now. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Exalted Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran haven't come yet. When they're all here, we'll discuss it together. What? Xiao Hua's words were no different from a stone thrown into a pond. Xue Ping and the others were stunned again. Senior Xiao, you said that there are more seniors coming? Chapter 3707. Xue Ping clearly hadn't heard of Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's names. A cultivator beside him was overjoyed. Senior, are you Sun Kong from Ji Province and Zhang Daoran from Jing Province? Of course, isn't this Jing Province? Since I'm here, how could I not inform him? Xiao Hua smiled. Great. The cultivator praised. Junior is a cultivator from Jing Province and has long heard of Senior Daoran's reputation. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to meet you. Even when fellow Taoist Xue mentioned the ancient forbidden formation, Junior had thought of asking Senior Daoran to take action. However, Junior's status and cultivation were truly low and I didn't want more people to know about this matter. That's why I kept delaying it. If Senior Daoran were to join us, we would have a greater chance of success. Hehe, I hope so. Xiaohua looked at Zhai Xingzi and smiled. Finding Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran for help was Zhai Xingzi's idea. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that it was because Gusu Qiudi saw that Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran had a very good relationship with him at the Jade Pavilion conference. That was why she encouraged Zhai Xingzi to befriend Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. He only felt that since Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren were all late Yuaning stage cultivators with good temperaments, if they worked together, whether it was this ancient forbidden area or their future cultivation, it would be beneficial. Therefore, after thinking about it, he agreed. Xiaohua's communication methods naturally couldn't compare to Zhai Xingzi's. Xiaohua only gave the communication talisman to Zhai Xingzi and had him use an unknown magic tool to send it out. He didn't care about anything else and took the opportunity to find Xue Ping on the flying boat. Xue Ping took advantage of the gap between the cultivator's words and discussed with the other cultivators in a low voice. He immediately found out that the two cultivators who didn't come were also late nascent soul cultivators. His face lit up with joy and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Not only did he feel that he was lucky to have met Xiaohua that day, he also felt that it was fortunate that he didn't choose to leave a few days ago. Many thanks, Senior Xiao. Xue Ping sincerely thanked Xiaohua. Xiaohua pointed at Zhai Xingzi and said, "This idea came from fellow Taoist Zhai Xing. You should thank him." While Xue Ping and the others were complimenting Zhai Xingzi, Xiaohua gave Fu Jiwen a look. Fu Jiwen was slightly stunned at first, but he understood in an instant. After Xue Ping and the others had thanked Zhai Xingzi, he said, "Fellow Xue, I was born in Yu Province, which is quite far from Yong Province and Jing Province. I've never heard of this Misty Mountain maze. If you have the time, can you tell me about it?" Xue Ping already knew that Fu Jiwen was Xiaohua's disciple. Although Fu Jiwen and Xiaohua were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. In the future, Fu Jiwen's cultivation would definitely be above Xue Ping's. Therefore, Xue Ping did not dare to slight Fu Jiwen. He glanced at Zhai Xingzi and Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Since fellow Fu doesn't know and Senior Xiao and Senior Zhai Xing are also free, then I'll explain it to you. Alright, all of you sit down." Xiaohua smiled and took out a small Chengkuan pouch from his bosom and handed it to Fu Jiwen. "Since you asked Xue Ping to explain, you should at least show some appreciation. This is a spirit fruit that this old man has been waiting for a while. Share it with them." "Yes, Senior Xiao." Fu Jiwen did not address Xiaohua as master in front of so many cultivators. After receiving the small Chengkuan pouch, he took out some spirit fruits and spirit wine and gave them to Xue Ping and the other cultivators. Everyone sat down and tasted the spirit fruits and spirit wine while listening to Xue Ping's detailed explanation. Inside the cave, most people were tasting the spirit wine with relish, but Xiaohua was listening to Xue Ping's explanation with relish. Xue Ping had spent more than 10 years gathering information about the Misty Mountain Maze formation, so he naturally knew the records in his jade eyes. At this moment he was extremely fluent in describing everything no matter how big or small. Xiaohua nodded repeatedly as he listened. Not long after, Xiaohua already understood that this Misty Mountain Maze formation indeed had some background. It was indeed worthy of being a legendary ancient forbidden formation. This Misty Mountain Maze formation was different from the Sage's Palace under the river. It was not a place where relics were enshrined, nor was it a place where demonic artifacts were suppressed. Instead, it was a cave abode used by a famous ancient Taoist cultivator, Song Longzi, for a long time before he underwent tribulation. Of course, Song Longzi wasn't famous because he was a cultivator who went through tribulation, nor was it because he had ascended. Instead, it was because of the ink cloud pupil that appeared on the hidden immortal continent. Many of the ancient records recorded a heaven-shaking battle. This battle was a life-and-death battle between Song Longzi and 1,000 demons' sacred realm demon ancestor. Song Longzi was known as the most promising Taoist disciple to undergo tribulation and enter the Mahayana realm at that time, and the 1,000 demons' sacred realm demon ancestor was also known as the most promising one to become a great sage. There seemed to be no winner or loser in this life-and-death battle between the two, at least in the known ink cloud pupil, there was no record of victory or defeat. All the ink cloud pupil only described the ferocity of the battle between the man and the demon, the vastness of their magical powers, and the living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers that were affected. It was not an exaggeration to say that the sky was dark and the earth was falling apart. After the battle that lasted for more than 10 days, everything returned to normal. Neither the man nor the demon died. The demon seemed to have been defeated and left. Song Longzi did not say anything and immediately entered the misty mountain maze to cultivate in seclusion. When he came out of seclusion thousands of years later, Song Longzi welcomed his heavenly tribulation. Song Longzi easily passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the Mahayana realm. Then he sealed the misty mountain maze and floated away, disappearing without a trace. As for whether he ascended or became an immortal, no one knew. According to the ink cloud pupil's records and the inference of others, the misty mountain maze not only contained the magic treasures that Song Longzi collected before his tribulation, but also all kinds of rare Taoist spirit pills. Of course, the most important thing was Song Longzi's orthodoxy, as well as his comprehension after the battle and what he obtained before his tribulation. However, that Song Longzi's cave abode was very rich and the restrictive spells were very powerful. Before Song Longzi went into seclusion, he sealed the cave abode with a misty mountain maze to prevent others from disturbing him and the invasion of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. It was very difficult to enter without great magic power and great magic power. There were even some strange things recorded in the ink cloud pupil's records. When Song Longzi was in seclusion, the misty mountain maze was activated 3 times. The first time, there was a strange phenomenon of thousands of Buddhas chanting together. In the space of tens of thousands of miles, there was a rampant image of the heavenly dragon and many Buddhas. However, the chanting lasted for several months and finally disappeared. The second time, there was a strange phenomenon of rosy clouds covering the sky. The misty mountain maze was covered by colorful clouds for thousands of miles. All the cultivator's divine thoughts, divine senses and eye-clearing spells could not see through it. Moreover, outside the rosy clouds, there was an endless amount of noble spirit that was more turbulent than the tide. The chanting of the students was not inferior to the chanting of the Sanskrit. The strange phenomenon lasted for a whole year. Unfortunately, it still disappeared mysteriously. Although the misty mountain maze was damaged, it was not broken. There was another time that was the most dangerous. It was said that the mountain shook and the earth shook. Thousands of demons attacked the misty mountain maze crazily. Even the stars from outer space came to help. The landscape of thousands of miles around the misty mountain was changed. However, in the end, the strange phenomenon was the same as the previous 2 times. It ended with blood rushing to the sky. Although the misty mountain maze was almost destroyed, it lasted until the end. Although there was no record of the cultivators who came to the misty mountain maze 3 times, everyone could see the power of the misty mountain maze. After that, there was no record of a famous battle. Of course, the reason why the misty mountain maze had been preserved from ancient times until now was not only related to the power of the misty mountain maze, but also to the illusory nature of the maze. This was because not only did the Song Longzi enter and exit from different locations, but the locations of the 3 strange phenomena were also different. It seemed that other than the Song Longzi, no one knew where the misty mountain maze was. At first, Xiao Hua was listening with interest. However, as he listened, the expression on his face changed. In the end, there was a strange look in his eyes as he looked at Xue Ping in disbelief. This was because, in his opinion, the secret land that Xue Ping could find could not be that great. At most, it was a place for training. Previously, he needed to rely on this secret land to shatter the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. However, now he no longer needed to do so. However, since he had promised Xue Ping at most, he would bring Xue Ping in for training and ensure Xue Ping's safety. Even in the country of Danliang, Xiao Hua did not mind when Xue Ping bragged that he had accidentally found the ancient forbidden formation. After all, Xiao Hua had seen the ancient forbidden formation before. However, at that time he was already a little vigilant. That was why he brought Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiudi over. He even specially used the karma hand on Fujiwen. However, he never expected that the ancient forbidden formation would have such a great background. It was so great that it made him fearful. That was the cave abode of a great cultivator who was close to the tribulation stage. How could it be broken by a mere nascent soul stage cultivator like him? In particular, how could such an important maze be preserved until now? And it just had to be found by a small cultivator like Xue Ping who had just reached the 3rd level of cultivation? This was truly inconceivable. However, when Xiao Hua shifted his gaze from Xue Ping to Zhai Xingzi, he could not help but be stunned. This was because Zhai Xingzi's face was no longer as surprised as before. His usually calm face was actually filled with eagerness. This was really rare for the extremely dignified Zhai Xingzi. Even Gusu Qiudi's eyes flashed with fanaticism. It was as if the danger of the misty mountain maze did not attract their attention. That Xiao Hua could not help but speak. He frowned and said to Zhai Xingzi, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, don't you think that our strength is not enough to explore the cave abode of this tribulation stage senior?" Shui Ping naturally stopped when Xiaohua spoke. He looked at Xiaohua in confusion. As for Zhai Xingzi, he raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Why do you say that? Our strength is around the lower 5th level of cultivation. Is it not enough to deal with this ancient maze? And this Xiao feels that it's beyond my ability." Xiaohua replied earnestly. Chapter 3708. I don't think so. Zhai Xingzi laughed. Shui Ping has already explained it clearly. Moreover, to be honest, I have some understanding of this Misty Mountain maze formation. Although Senior Tsang Longzi was a cultivator who went through the tribulation, he went through the tribulation after coming out of the Misty Mountain Immortal Abode. In other words, when he set up the maze formation in the Cloud Mountain Immortal Abode, he was merely a 7th grade Essence Force cultivator. Even though the maze formation was powerful and could withstand an 8th grade Essence Force cultivator Taoist master, don't forget, that was during the ancient era, millions and millions of years before our Tao sect's legacy was wiped out. Time has always been the best method to break any formation. I don't think that after so many years of erosion, this Misty Mountain maze formation can still resist against an 8th grade Essence Force. Moreover, based on my previous experience of entering ancient formations, it is already not bad for this Misty Mountain maze formation to be able to resist against a 6th grade Essence Force. It might even be able to resist against an upper 5th grade Essence Force. Taoist Master, have you entered an ancient formation before? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Yes. Zhai Xingzi nodded. My cultivation technique actually came from the ancient times. According to what I know, that formation was more than 1,000,000 years later than the Misty Mountain maze formation. If I could break that formation with my cultivation back then, this Misty Mountain maze formation shouldn't be a problem. I see. Xiaohua was still hesitant. Zhai Xingzi looked at Gusu Qiudi beside him and said, "Actually, I want to enter Senior Tsang Longzi's abode not only to break through my current bottleneck, but also to find the answer to a riddle." Riddle? Xiaohua frowned slightly, but then he came to a realization and smiled. The Misty Mountain maze formation is merely the abode that Senior Tsang Longzi used to cultivate before his tribulation. I'm afraid it's not realistic for Taoist Zhai Xing to find the secret of ascension inside. No. Zhai Xingzi shook his head solemnly and said word by word, "I didn't enter the Misty Mountain maze formation to find the trace of Senior Tsang Longzi's ascension, but to find the mystery of our Taoist abode's destruction." It wasn't just Xiaohua. Even Fuji Wen and the others as well as Gusu Qiudi turned pale with fright. They truly didn't expect Zhai Xingzi to have such thoughts. Zhai Xingzi stood up and walked step by step to the entrance of the cave. With both hands clasped behind his back, he looked at the clear sky outside the cave, took a deep breath and said, "Our Tao League cultivators, regardless of whether they are of the 1st tier or the 4th tier, are all more profound and powerful than Confucian cultivators of the same tier. Taoist cultivators breathe in the qi of heaven and earth, communicate with heaven and earth, and draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Confucian cultivators absorb the qi of righteousness, collude with the humanities and draw upon the accumulated power. Compared to them, Taoist cultivators are much stronger. However, on this hidden immortal continent, our Tao cultivators are firmly suppressed by Confucian cultivators. The entire continent is the world of Confucian cultivators. Although there are traces of our Tao sect in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and Paradise, our Tao sect is only a supporting role. This old man has cultivated for several thousand years. I don't dare to say anything else, but anyone who is of the same tier as this old man is no match for this old man, no matter if it is Confucian cultivators, Buddhist disciples, or demons. Therefore, this old man feels that even if Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators join hands, they may not be able to completely wipe out our Tao sect's orthodoxy. This old man wants to find the answer to this riddle from the ancient ruins. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Zhai Xingzi in a daze. He also didn't expect that this nascent soul cultivator of the hidden immortal continent who was suppressed by Confucian cultivators to this extent still didn't eat his tough bones, still didn't bend his straight waist, and actually wanted to explore the truth buried deep under the dust of time like him, a cultivator from the Dawn Rain continent. Good. This concubine supports you. Gusu Qiudi slapped the table and stood up, clapping her hands and saying, Everyone in the world, regardless of their background, is fair. Be it Confucian cultivators or Taoist cultivators, everyone has the right to cultivate. Xiaohua smiled. Looking at this female general of the Immortal Palace who was at the lower 5th level of elemental energy, and then looking at the Taoist nascent soul cultivator who was overlooking the world outside the cave, this is a true match made in heaven. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and also said, fellow Taoist Jai Xingzi's idea is good, but Senior Tsang Langzi's cave existed before our Tao sect declined, there may not be any clues inside. In particular, this Xiao has read all the ancient records of the hidden immortal continent. The records of our Tao sect's decline are very clear. The process of the immortal and Buddhist cultivators joining hands to destroy the Tao, and there are also very few ancient records. It can be said that it's as if it's been washed by water, abnormally clean. Even if we take the risk and enter, it's unlikely that we'll find anything. Burning scriptures and destroying the Tao. Jai Xingzi smiled coldly and said, this is a common method used by Confucian cultivators. Not only did Confucian cultivators destroy ancient records, they even erased the cultivators' memories. Who would know what happened millions of years ago? Not to mention Confucian cultivators, even Buddhist cultivators and demons have this method. At this point, Jai Xingzi looked at Xiaohua and said, this old man also didn't expect that Taoist Xiao would have the same intention as this old man. I wonder if Taoist Xiao has found anything? Temporarily not. Xiaohua said with a somewhat concealed smile. Jai Xingzi didn't ask any more questions and continued, of course, even if we can't find the answer to our Tao sect's destruction in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave, if we can find his Tao sect's orthodoxy, it can be considered as finding the complete inheritance of our Tao sect. Our trip will not be in vain. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, fellow Taoist Jai Xing, this Xiao was right to bring you here. Could it be that you also found the flaw in our Tao sect's cultivation method? Could it be that Taoist Xiao? Jai Xingzi was somewhat surprised. He turned his head to look at Xiaohua and said very thought-provoking, it seems that there are indeed many people with intentions in this world. Since we're all people with intentions, then we should be able to cooperate. Xiaohua's words seemed to have a double meaning. Actually, Gusuchiodi opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something. However, she only said 2 words and didn't say anything else. Regarding the Tao sect, Xiaohua and Jai Xingzi could only stop at this point. Then, under Fujiwen's urging, Xueping roughly recounted the process of him finding the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Xiaohua carefully listened and analyzed at the side, but it was obvious that Xueping's experience was impeccable. Over 10 years ago, Xueping accidentally stepped on dog shit, allowing him to be extremely lucky and find a trace of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Then, over 10 years of painstaking investigation proved an old saying, there's nothing in this world that's difficult for those who are willing. This ancient forbidden formation that even nascent soul cultivators couldn't find after racking their brains was actually found by Xueping and other cultivators of the 2nd and 3rd grade. Forget it. After Xueping finished speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the extremely lucky Xueping, whose face was flushed red, and said, let's talk about what preparations you've made. Don't just prepare to break the formation empty-handed. Xueping's face was slightly red and he smiled apologetically, of course we've made some preparations. However, our strength is limited and our knowledge is shallow. Especially after we found out that this was the Misty Mountain Maze formation, we realized that our preparations were indeed insufficient. However, the preparations we've made over these years have been recorded in the Jade Eyes. Senior will understand after taking a look. Jai Xingzi smiled and said, no matter, I've made some preparations myself. Moreover, the message talismans I sent to Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran also mentioned that they should have made some preparations. However, at this point, Jai Xingzi smiled mysteriously and said, of course, I didn't know that this was the Misty Mountain Maze formation before coming here. Now that I know, there's still one more thing to prepare. Taoist Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to hold the fort here and wait for the 2 of you to arrive. I still have to make a trip out with Chiu, or... Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded, go ahead. Since we're going to enter the abode of an ancient tribulation transcending senior, no amount of caution is excessive. We have to consider all possibilities. I'm inexperienced in this aspect, so I'll have to trouble you for everything. After that, Jai Xingzi and Gusuchiodi turned into rainbows and flew away. They didn't say when they would return. Xiaohua thought for a moment and wanted to contact Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi, who were also late nascent soul cultivators. However, he only thought about it for a moment before tossing it aside. After all, there was a huge difference between making friends with sincerity and being forced to swear loyalty. If the two of them had any ulterior motives in the ancient maze formation, it wouldn't be good for either of them. After Zhai Xingzi flew away, Xiaohua stayed in the quiet room and cultivated. Fu Jiwen finally had a great teacher and wanted to ask Xiaohua more. However, when he saw how hard-working Xiaohua was, he felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Xiaohua saw some clues and told Fu Jiwen that if he had any questions he could ask Fu Jiwen at any time. There was no need to be afraid of anything. Furthermore, Xiaohua spent 3 days examining Fu Jiwen's cultivation realm. Finally, to Fu Jiwen's astonishment, Xiaohua gave him the cultivation method for the heavenly tomes and array talismans in his body. Although it wasn't a complete system, it was enough to shock Fu Jiwen. This cultivation method that transcended Confucianism and Taoism allowed him to see his future. It was just as Baiyan had said. As long as he cultivated according to Xiaohua's instructions, his future realm would be limitless. Fu Jiwen was impressed by Xiaohua's strength, but he couldn't help but admire his wife's foresight. What a pity. Even so, Xiaohua still sighed. Although I have the art of array formations, I'm still lacking in simple and basic array formations. When I have the time in the future, I'll create some for you to study. Yes, thank you, master. After Fu Jiwen thanked him, he began to cultivate. Moreover, he followed Xiaohua's instructions and immediately asked for advice whenever he encountered a problem. He didn't dare to slack off. While Xue Ping and the others were envious of Fu Jiwen, they also discussed with each other. When they found out how Xue Ping befriended Xiaohua, they all gathered their courage and came to ask for advice. Xiaohua didn't dislike it. However, when he saw that they all wanted to come and ask for advice, he simply let them come along. As long as one of them had a problem, he would let everyone come and listen. This made everyone ecstatic. During this time, there were quite a few people who revealed that they wanted to become Xiaohua's disciple. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything. These people's aptitudes were all ordinary. It seemed like they weren't fated to be Xiaohua's disciples. Chapter 3709. Zhai Xingzi had been gone for several months and had not returned. This was within Xiaohua's expectations. After all, these two people had made a last-minute decision. Whether it was searching for a person or an item, it was not that simple. However, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran, whom Xiaohua had sent a message to, had not come either, which made Xiaohua somewhat surprised. Sun Kong Shangren was not in Jingzhou, so it might be a bit of a journey. However, Zhang Daoran was in Jingzhou. With his flying speed, it was impossible for him to not appear for so long. Moreover, Xiaohua calculated that there was still some time before the auction that Zhang Daoran was hosting. Zhang Daoran would not delay the trip to the Forbidden Formation for the auction. Of course, when he thought of this, Xiaohua's heart thumped again. He had an ominous premonition. He was not afraid that the two of them would have any disloyalty. After all, they had gone through the trials of the Sun, Moon, and Star formations of the Jade Pavilion Conference. Xiaohua could still trust their characters. What Xiaohua was afraid of was that the news of Star-Lord Hall's Lord Kong Hongwu being killed by him would be leaked without him knowing. Star-Lord Hall's master being killed? This was definitely a matter of Star-Lord Hall turning the sky upside down. Moreover, Xiaohua also knew, this kind of matter would definitely be reported to the Immortal Palace. However, Xiaohua had been thinking for a long time and did not feel that he would give himself away. In particular, he had appeared in the Scorching Sun formation with serious injuries. How could he have the ability to kill a Confucian Great Grandmaster of the upper 5th grade of elemental energy? The most dangerous ones were the few nascent soul cultivators who watched him kill Jianghu Bai. However, this was the most dangerous and also the safest evidence. Because he could kill Jianghu Bai completely by scheming. The strength he showed was just at the lower 5th grade of elemental energy. There was still a big gap from the upper 5th grade of elemental energy. It was impossible for him to kill Kong Hongwu. Of course, there were many nascent soul cultivators who died in the Sun, Moon, and Star formation. Xiaohua did not know how many of them could survive, but in any case, Xiaohua felt that he was safe. As the saying goes, what you fear will happen. Just when Xiaohua carefully sorted out again and did not feel that there were any flaws and was preparing to meditate, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren came with a dozen disciples with a somewhat gloomy face. Naturally, Xiaohua could not reveal that he was guilty. With a smile on his face, he greeted them and said, "Fellow Taoists, why did you come so late?" I thought that the two of you didn't take my message to heart. No, no. Zhang Daoran forced a smile and said, back at Yaotai Mountain, this old man had already said that fellow Taoist Zhao's matter was my matter. Now that fellow Taoist sent a message, how could this old man not come? But suddenly, something happened. Also, didn't you say that you sent a message to Brother Sun Kong? This old man sent him a message and waited for him to come to Jianghu before we came together. Something happened all of a sudden? Xiao Hua naturally asked in surprise. What happened? Zhang Daoran looked at Venerable Sun Kong. Their eyes met as if the two had already discussed this along the way. Then Zhang Daoran waved his hand and said in a low voice, let's talk after we enter the cave. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and invited the two to land. Fu Jiwen and the others were already waiting in front of the cave. Normally, when Zhang Daoran and Venerable Sun Kong knew that Fu Jiwen was Xiao Hua's disciple, they would definitely express something. But now, the two were absent-minded and only waved their hands as a greeting. They left the group of disciples outside the cave to exchange greetings and followed Xiao Hua into the quiet room. After Zhang Daoran waved his hand and laid down the restriction, he glanced at Venerable Sun Kong again and asked Xiao Hua very seriously, Brother Xiao, tell this old man the truth. This time at the Yaotai Mountain gathering, did that person come? Oh. Xiao Hua first raised his eyebrows and then frowned. As Xiao Hua expected, there were indeed rumors about Star-Lord Hall. But what puzzled him was that he did not understand who the person Zhang Daoran mentioned was. This. Xiao Hua's reaction was not out of Venerable Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's expectations. However, Zhang Daoran was slightly embarrassed, and Venerable Sun Kong could not help but ask, Brother Xiao, are you really not that person's subordinate? Xiao Hua's heart moved, seeming to have thought of something. He said with a smile, fellow Taoists are talking about Hong, Shu. Unexpectedly, just as Xiao Hua said a word, Zhang Daoran hurriedly raised his hand, stretched out his index finger and placed it by his mouth, saying in a low voice, Brother Xiao, this person's name can't be spoken carelessly. This old man has already reached the stage of reversing yin and yang. If we mention his name, he will sense it. Xiao Hua pondered slightly, then wrote a large Hong on the table and said in a low voice, fellow Taoists, are you talking about this senior? That's right. Venerable Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's expressions were somewhat strange. They both nodded and replied, to be honest, ever since we returned from Yaotai Mountain, the more we thought about it, the more we felt it was strange. Because with Brother Zhao's cultivation, how could you not have a reputation in hidden immortal continent? Although Jing province is far from Yu province, it's not at the end of the world. I seem to have never heard of a cultivator in Yu province called Xiao Hua. So fellow Taoists feel that I am this senior's disciple. Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Venerable Sun Kong nodded, exactly. Not only Brother Zhao's cultivation, even Brother Zhao's strength of character in the Rockfall Matrix is extremely similar to that legendary senior. Special. Zhang Daoran stared at Xiao Hua and asked again, before we returned to our respective caves, we received news from Yaotai Mountain. After the meeting at Yaotai Mountain, Star-Lord Hall completely sealed off Yaotai Mountain, unlike before where there were some decent ceremonies. Although Venerable Sun Kong and I don't know what happened at Yaotai Mountain, thinking about how strange it was when we came out, I feel that Star-Lord Hall has already undergone a great change. So fellow Taoists feel that I am that senior's disciple? Moreover, you feel that senior also sneaked into Yaotai Mountain? Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he asked in reply. If that's not the case, I really can't think of any other possibility. Zhang Daoran smiled bitterly, on this hidden immortal continent, other than that senior, who else has this strength, who else has this courage, to dare to cause trouble on Yaotai Mountain? Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. The name of Grand Mist Ancestor was indeed useful. Even if he didn't use his name as a scapegoat, there would naturally be someone who would send him this so-called pillow. Xiao Hua had the intention to insinuate that Grand Mist Ancestor had sneaked into Yaotai Mountain, but he still shook his head and answered honestly, fellow Taoists, to tell you the truth, before entering Yaotai Mountain, there was a Qingsu Taoist who came to find me, hoping that I would rely on this senior. However, I was somewhat hesitant and didn't agree. However, I also didn't refuse. After all, he was a Tao sect senior. If I could help, I would still help. Thus, I made some transactions with this Qingsu Taoist. However, if you say that I'm this senior's disciple, I absolutely don't dare to admit it. As for whether or not this senior took the opportunity to sneak into Yaotai Mountain, I don't know. At this point, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. He wanted to ask about the background of this Grand Mist Ancestor. Moreover, on this hidden immortal continent, other than Grand Mist Ancestor, why did Zhang Daoran feel that there was no one who had the strength to kill Kong Hongwu, who was at the upper 5th grade of essence energy? However, Xiao Hua knew that he was facing a martial grandmaster who had cultivated for several thousand years, not an inexperienced Confucian scholar like Fu Jiwen. Although Zhang Daoran and Venerable Master Sun Kong spent most of their time cultivating, the saying that old people become shrewd wasn't nonsense. If he was slightly careless, he might give himself away even more. In the end, silence was gold. Venerable Master Sun Kong glanced at Zhang Daoran, nodded and said, "I feel that what Brother Xiao said is true. That cultivator called Qing Su also came to find me and promised me many benefits at the same time. It's just that I don't like restrictions, and the Yaotai gathering also has a unique treasure that I want. Therefore, like Brother Xiao, I only said some ambiguous words." Zhang Daoran let out a long sigh and shook his head slightly. "Master Qing Su didn't come to find me, but I heard about some of his actions after he got out. Since we Taoist cultivators know about these actions, then Confucian cultivators should know even more. It looked like the incident at Star-Lord Palace was caused by this old man. It should be a warning to the Immortal Palace and Confucian cultivators. The problem is," Xiao Hua continued to ask, "what happened to Star-Lord Hall? How should we deal with it?" "No one knows what happened to Star-Lord Hall. Perhaps only Star-Lord Hall's own Star-Lord and Hall Master can know." Zhang Daoran smiled slightly at this time. "What we need to do is the same as usual, just tuck our tails between our legs, that's all." However, we need to tuck our tails even tighter now to avoid being caught by Confucian cultivators. And the future of hidden immortal continent. I'm afraid there will be some storms. At this point, Zhang Daoran said apologetically, "Also, this old man has already sent a message to the auction that the three of us discussed. Push it back 10 years. I believe they will know about the news of Star-Lord Hall and understand our painstaking efforts." When Xiao Hua agreed, he was slightly distracted. Since Zhang Daoran's auction was postponed, what about him? Those Taoist cultivators who worked for him? Should he also inform them not to go to Black Wind Ridge for the time being? However, Sun Kong disagreed and sneered. "I don't think there's anything good about this. Since Star-Lord Hall's matter has nothing to do with you and me, we should do what we should do. Why should we care about what Confucian cultivators think? The more you avoid it, the more they will think that you have a guilty conscience. Moreover, Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry. Didn't you get the lot of the Imperial Preceptor in the Yaotai gathering? You should establish a country and kill Confucian cultivators. If you don't establish a country, the lot of the Imperial Preceptor can't be recorded in Star-Lord Hall. On the contrary, it will attract the attention of others." Chapter 37:10. That's right, that's true. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately had a plan in his heart. "I originally planned to return to Black Wind Ridge after exploring the ancient Forbidden Formation, but the information you two fellow Taoists had about Star-Lord Hall really scared me. Now that I've heard Brother Sun Kong's words, I'm suddenly enlightened. Since it has nothing to do with us, we don't have to worry about anything we do. If that Confucian cultivator wants to find trouble with us, he doesn't need to see if we've done anything." Forget it, forget it." Zhang Daoran waved his hand. "Since Brother Xiao isn't that senior's disciple, you naturally have nothing to do with this matter. We don't need to mention this anymore. Let's talk about this ancient Forbidden Formation." Hee. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and waved his sleeve. Several jade eyes appeared in front of them. "Take a look first. It'll definitely exceed your expectations." Sure enough, when their divine senses saw the jade eyes, both of them were greatly shocked, and it was even more so than Xiao Hua and Zhai Xingzi. Zhang Daoran even cried out involuntarily, "Why have I never thought that this cloudy mountain maze formation is actually within my Jing province?" Hee. Exalted Master Sun Kong laughed after recovering from his shock. "Brother Daoran, although you were ahead of me before the Jade Pavilion meeting, I'm confident that I'll be able to keep pace with you after the restriction formation." "Aha, I'm looking forward to it." Zhang Daoran also laughed. "Right, where's Zhai Xingzi?" Sun Kong only thought of Zhai Xingzi now. Where did that guy run off to? "I don't know." Xiao Hua shrugged. "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing is so mysterious. I don't know if he's looking for someone or something. He disappeared with his lover." Lover? When did that guy have a dual cultivation partner? Sun Kong's eyeballs were about to fall out. That guy has always been arrogant and thinks he's on par with immortal emperors. How did he suddenly find a celestial empress? Haha, when he returns you two will naturally know. Xiao Hua laughed. Zhang Daoran rubbed his nose and said strangely, Brother Xiao, not to mention that your luck is especially good. After this old man and Sun Kong met you, not only did we obtain two strange treasures, we even obtained the opportunity to enter the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Let's talk about your social relations. Zhai Xingzi usually doesn't associate with Taoism cultivators. How did you meet him? About this. Xiao Hua was slightly hesitant, and he thought for a moment before he said with a flattering smile, the reason for this is slightly related to a secret, so it's inconvenient for me to explain. Let's wait for fellow Taoist Zhai Xing to return and see what he has to say. Then I won't ask. Sun Kong said with a smile, I believe in Brother Zhao's character. Since you feel that old man Zhai Xing can get along with you, then I'll believe you for once. Let's go explore the cave abode of this tribulation-transcending senior. That. Zhang Daoran hastily called out to Sun Kong and handed him a jade eye. Brother Sun Kong, take a look at this. It seems like we should also go and make some preparations. Sun Kong took a look and exchanged glances with Zhang Daoran. However, this is Jing province. I'm not too familiar with Brother Xiao, so I'll have to trouble Brother Daoran. No problem. Zhang Daoran nodded. I'll go with my disciple to various places in Jing province to borrow some magic treasures from fellow Taoists that I'm familiar with. However, it's a bit impolite to ask my disciple to go to some places. If it's convenient, I'll write down the address in the jade eye. No problem, Sun Kong said with a smile. I still have some face. If Brother Daoran has something to say, feel free to say it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Don't count me in. I can't differentiate between north, south, east, and west. Moreover, they might not recognize me. Since that's the case, Brother Xiao, stay here and carefully inspect these jade eyes. See if there's anything you missed out. Ancient forbidden formations aren't good places. Zhang Daoran agreed very straightforwardly. Then he and Sun Kong used 3 days to look through the contents of the jade eyes. After assigning their respective tasks, they hurriedly left with their disciples. Looking at Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong's orderly appearance, Xiao Hua's heart was even more at ease. This was the normal rhythm of entering an ancient forbidden formation. Previously he explored the secret area purely blindly, the rhythm of courting death. Xiao Hua sent Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong off. He used his hand to pinch his chin as he thought to himself, there's no other way. They've lived for so many years. They have to know more than I do. At this point, Xiao Hua already understood that he probably wouldn't enter the Misty Mountain Maze in a short period of time. He had the intention to go to Black Cloud Ridge, but he was afraid that the round trip would take too long. In the end, he simply didn't think about it. After all, Li Xiang was overseeing Black Cloud Ridge, and now there was also Xiong Yi's help. Both of them had the experience of ruling a country. Which one of them wasn't stronger than him? What he had to do was to raise his cultivation and be their strong backing. After Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong left for a few months, their disciples returned one after another. These disciples were all respectful to Xiao Hua and didn't conceal their whereabouts and gains. Among the 10 people, 7 of them completed their master's orders. It seemed like Zhang Daoran's reputation in Jingzhou was still rather great. Another half a month later, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong also returned. Both of their expressions were slightly unsightly. Xiao Hua knew that the two of them didn't have a smooth journey and didn't ask much. He only smiled and said, I haven't seen the two of you return for so many days. I thought that the two of you had also become meat buns. Fortunately, the two of you are much stronger than Zhai Xingzi. Sun Kong was originally slightly displeased, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he was slightly stunned and asked curiously, What? Old ghost Zhai Xing hasn't returned yet? Could it be that this guy really fled at the last moment? Zhang Daoran waved his hand and said in disbelief, Impossible. Although Zhai Xingzi's starlight is arrogant, he has always been a man of his words. What he says is absolutely trustworthy. Perhaps, he's the same as us and has been refused entry. Sun Kong couldn't help but become infuriated when he heard this, and he said furiously, Motherfucker! Isn't it just borrowing a few magic treasures? What's so great about that? Wait until I come out from the Cloudy Mountain Maze formation. I'll deal with all of you one by one. Looks like things didn't go smoothly? Only at this moment did Xiaohua ask with a grin on his face. Zhang Daoran laughed bitterly. Actually, it's nothing much. If it was a normal time, these fellow Taoists ought to be able to agree. But because of the matter of the Jadestage meeting, the situation in the hidden immortal continent is slightly subtle, and they don't dare arbitrarily get involved with us. Even though I participated in the Jadestage meeting, I didn't do anything, and I almost perished within the formation. Sun Kong spoke with slight indignation. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua's eyes spun as he waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoists, what are the magic treasures that you didn't borrow like? Perhaps I have them here. Zhang Daoran naturally didn't believe what Xiaohua said, and he only took it as Xiaohua consoling himself, so he spoke of the might of the two magic treasures absent-mindedly. While Xiaohua listened carefully, he instructed the green-robed Xiaohua to search among the magic treasures that were still repaired, and further refine them. Zhang Daoran didn't care, but Sun Kong blinked his eyes and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully, as if he had seen something. Subsequently, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong took back the jade eyes, and brought their disciples Shui Ping and a few other cultivators to discuss the details of the inside. From time to time, they would send disciples to investigate several miles away. Until more than 20 days later, a divine sense swept over from afar, and an apologetic voice came, I came back late. I'm really sorry for the long wait. Mi Bun is back. Sun Kong withdrew his divine sense from the jade eyes, and as he spoke, he looked into the distance. Why did Zhai Xingzi bring back a Confucian cultivator? When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately understood that this Confucian cultivator wasn't invited by Zhai Xingzi, and must be a close friend of Gusuqioti. Of course, whether he was a Confucian cultivator or not, Xiaohua and the others had to come out to welcome him. When Zhai Xingzi and the others appeared, Xiaohua saw clearly and he couldn't help but frown because beside Zhai Xingzi, besides Gusuqioti, there was actually another beautiful woman. This woman looked a little thin and weak, and her clothes were a little fluttering on her body. This woman didn't have anything special except for her high forehead and two extremely bright eyes. However, the very arrogant expression on this woman's face was much stronger than Zhai Xingzi's. Xiaohua turned to look at Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran. In their eyes, besides puzzlement, there was vigilance, and it seemed that they didn't know this woman, and she didn't seem to be a famous disciple of the Jing province. Fellow Zhai Xing, you've worked hard. Zhang Daoran sensed Xiaohua's gaze, nodded slightly and stepped forward to bow. Previously, I had some conflict with you at the Jade Pavilion conference. Now that I think about it, it's not worth it. I apologize to you. Zhai Xingzi saw that Zhang Daoran actually went straight to the point to apologize and even bowed, and his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly landed in front of Zhang Daoran, helped him up and said, Brother Daoran, your words are too polite. The situation back then was different from now. You and I didn't know each other's positions. Moreover, if we're talking about apologizing, it should be me apologizing to Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong. I was bewitched by that brat Huoda, and I didn't want to join hands with you all. Instead, I attacked Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong. It's really my fault. Zhang Daoran's temperament was relatively calm, and he was very clear that when entering the bewildering formation together, trust between everyone was extremely important. Thus, he apologized as soon as they met. If this were to happen to Sun Kong, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. On the other hand, Zhai Xingzi was the same. Now that Zhang Daoran was leading the way, Zhai Xingzi hurriedly stepped back and apologized. Sun Kong naturally understood the situation and stepped forward to bow. In this way, although the three late nascent soul grandmasters who each occupied a region couldn't be said to have buried the hatchet, this kind of harmony had never been seen before. At this moment, an extremely untimely cold snort sounded, and a somewhat mocking female voice sounded, How hypocritical! Think about it, not long ago you were enemies who fought to the death at the Jade Pavilion conference. How can you be so harmonious now? Can the conflict between life and death be resolved with a few words? Chapter 37:11. This immortal friend is? Zhang Daoran's expression did not change as he glanced at the girl and asked. Sun Kong, who was standing at the side, was a little angry. He glared at the woman. Zhai Xingzi's face was very awkward as he quickly smiled and said, This is my wife's good friend. Then Zhai Xingzi said to Gusuqioti, Why don't you introduce her? No need to trouble Chiu's sister. That girl was not polite as she looked at everyone and said, "This one is Gong Shu Exen." Then she looked at Xiaohua and said proudly, "You're Xiaohua, right? You look very ordinary. Also, you used 1,000 years to cultivate to 4th level middle stage. You can't be considered a talent. However, when I saw you hiding behind everyone and apologizing to them, I feel that you're just very good at hiding yourself. Then you reveal yourself when others are not paying attention, making others feel that you're very outstanding. So much so that Chiu's sister was fooled by you and said a lot of good things about you in front of me. Looks like you're not worthy. Yexan." Gusu Chiodi was very embarrassed. She did not care about anything else as she quickly stopped Gong Shu Exen and smiled to everyone. "This Gong Shu Exen is my good friend. She comes from the Gong Shu clan and is a famous array master. Gong Shu clan is Gong Shu clan, Gong Shu Exen is Gong Shu Exen. Chiu's sister, how can you be so unscrupulous?" Gong Shu Exen frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Could it be that you've been tainted by the secular world after being banished to the mortal world?" Gusu Chiodi blushed and did not know how to answer. This question with a double meaning was really awesome. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled. "This one is the Xiaohua you're talking about. Of course, this one does not know how Chiu's sister praised this one does not care how others view this one. This one only cares about the 3 Dao friends of my Dao sect who were on par with each other and fought to the death in the Jade Pavilion gathering because of the Confucian cultivator's trap. Now that they saw their own shortcomings and knew their mistakes, they were brave enough to admit it. Even if these few simple words could not eliminate each other's wariness, but this is still an improvement. Although it's just a little bit, it's enough for them to sit together, enough for them to have the possibility of working together. What's the use of saying so much? These were all fake. Humans were selfish. When there was no conflict of interest, they could be closer than brothers. Once there was a conflict of interest, who would be able to stay true to their hearts? Who would be able to restrain their own selfish desires? Who can restrain their greed? Gong Shu Isin retorted without any trace of politeness. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Gong Shu Exen. He said with a smile, "Miss is very insightful and understands a lot. It's a pity, you've lost a lot because of this. Old Senior Xiao, save it." Gong Shu Exen said coldly, "In this world there are too many hypocrites like you, that's why the world is so foul. If everyone was as magnanimous as me, how could there be so much trouble?" "Yexen, take a look." Gusu Chiodi raised her hand. It was the location of the Misty Mountain Maze. She smiled and said, "That is the famous Misty Mountain Maze. No one has been able to break it for tens of millions of years. Come, I will accompany you to take a look." Hearing this, Gong Shu Exen's eyes lit up. She said anxiously, "Is that so? Right here? Let's go, sister will accompany me to take a look." Gusu Chiodi winked at Xiaohua and left with Gong Shu Exen. Xiaohua touched his nose helplessly and looked at Zhai Xingzi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Zhai Xingzi, what's the matter with this girl?" Sun Kong Shangren didn't care so much and shouted, "If Daoist Xiao was not here, don't blame this old man for not giving face." Sorry. Zhai Xingzi knew he was in the wrong and hurriedly said with a smile, "I believe Daoist Xiao has already told you 2 fellow Daoists. As soon as this old man arrived here, I heard this was the Misty Mountain Maze. I began to plan how to break this great formation. My humble wife transmitted that she knew a great formation master. This old man knew that our Dao sect's formation Dao had been lost for a long time. If we could find a great formation master, it would naturally be of great help to us. Therefore this old man didn't tell Daoist Xiao. I wanted to give everyone a surprise and went with my humble wife to find her. Unexpectedly, this lady Gongshu was really famous. There were many people begging her to break formations. She wouldn't meet with ordinary people. Because my humble wife was close friends with her, my humble wife was able to meet her. Unfortunately, when my humble wife met her, the Gongshu clan's clan head happened to have a clan order for her to help someone set up a formation. Naturally, she didn't dare to disobey the clan order. This old man and my humble wife could only accompany her. See, we were delayed after a round trip. However, this trip also broadened this old man's horizons. This Gongshui Xian's formation Dao is indeed formidable. That, a clan within 1,000 li radius was protected by her formation. In this old man's eyes, without the strength of mid-5th level origin energy, I'm afraid it's impossible to break through. Hiss. Sun Kong Shangren sucked in a breath and said in surprise, this little girl seems to only be mid-4th level origin energy. The formation she set up is actually so formidable? That's not the only thing that's formidable. Zhai Xingzi said with a smile. Brother Sun Kong, do you know why this little girl is so arrogant and doesn't put us late-stage nascent soul cultivators in her eyes? What? Even Zhang Daoran was curious in his heart. Because, Zhai Xingzi said in a low voice, this Lady Gongshu is only around 600 years old this year. Zhang Daoran sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Kong Shangren directly shouted, damn it, how is that possible? This girl is only around 600 years old. If she's this old man's disciple, I'm afraid she hasn't even cultivated to spirit solitude yet? If her talent is better, she should be able to cultivate to mid-golden core stage. Zhai Xingzi said with a smile. When my humble wife told this old man was also shocked. This old man has never seen a cultivator who cultivates at such a godly speed. Jiji. Sun Kong Shangren laughed, you're Xiaohua right. You look very ordinary. Moreover, you used 1,000 years to cultivate to mid-4th level origin energy. You can't be considered a genius. Sun Kong Shangren's voice was still sharp, obviously imitating Gongshu Exen. Hearing this, Zhai Xingzi laughed loudly. Even Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly. At this time, who still didn't know what Gusu Qiudi was thinking. She obviously praised Xiaohua like a flower, wanting to get Gongshu Exen closer to Xiaohua. Who knew that she didn't even put Xiaohua in her eyes. Hee. Xiaohua didn't care. He touched his nose and said, actually, the most amazing thing is not this. What else is there? How do you know? Zhai Xingzi was very stunned. Soon after, he somewhat understood, and Taoist Xiao must have heard of Gongshu Exen before. No, this Xiao has never heard of Lady Gongshu's name. Xiaohua said with a smile, today is the first time this Xiao has seen her. Then how do you know? Sun Kong Shangren was also very curious. Very simple. Xiaohua said with a smile, but those who are infatuated with the path of formation will inevitably have distractions and can't concentrate on cultivation. Yet this Lady Gongshu actually used 600 years of cultivation to reach mid-4th level origin energy. Moreover, her path of formation has reached large success. Normal talent is very difficult to reach. Right, that's exactly the case. Zhai Xingzi suddenly realized and nodded. No wonder when this old man praised her for her high cultivation at a young age, she was still somewhat disdainful. If Chiu wasn't beside me, she would definitely ridicule this old man. Ignorant of worldly affairs, only looking at one's heart, ignoring worldly affairs and concentrating on cultivation. Zhang Daoran also understood, it seems that there are gains and losses. She is a disciple of the Gongshu family. Her starting point is different from ours. Even if she has flaws on her body, it doesn't count for much in the eyes of others. Sun Kong Shangren smiled coldly. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said thoughtfully, isn't this what the people of the secular world say? A white face covers 100 ugliness? Aha, this girl is not only white but also not ugly. Sun Kong Shangren laughed loudly. The group of disciples standing at the side also couldn't help but laugh. Let's go, we should also go take a look at the Great Formation. Xiaohua knew that Sun Kong Shangren was teasing him, but he didn't care. Fellow Taoist has already reached this level. Even if they don't become sworn brothers, what difference is there between them? Good, let us also take a look at this Gongshu family girl's methods. Zhai Xingzi extended his hand and invited Zhang Daoran to go first. Zhang Daoran thought for a moment, nodded at everyone and flew up first. He was the oldest, and his cultivation had also reached the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Not counting Xiaohua's methods, just looking at Xiaohua's cultivation, it was reasonable for Zhang Daoran to be the leader. Fellow Taoists, please go first. Xiaohua saw Zhang Daoran fly up and said with a bitter smile, I was just ridiculed by the little girl, so I'll look for confidence from fellow Taoist. Aha, Taoist is already not bad. Zhai Xingzi smiled. Seeing that Sun Kong Shangren didn't move, he cupped his hands and flew up with Zhang Daoran. Sun Kong Shangren waited for Zhai Xingzi to leave, then smiled and followed behind. Xiaohua flew at the back. In this way, the position of the 4 Taoists of the hidden immortal continent was confirmed. The group of cultivators did not release their divine sense. After flying for several li, they saw a huge mountain that looked like a steamed bun covering an area of 100 li. The mountain was covered with strange rocks, and there were small bumps that looked like stone chains tied to the mountain peak. Looking at the bottom of the mountain, they saw a meandering river rushing into the mountain peak from one end, then rushing out from the other side. It made a few twists and turns at the foot of the mountain, then plunged back into the mountain peak. When it came out again, it was on the other side of the mountain. After a few more twists and turns, a huge river surrounded the entire mountain peak on the ground. There were some green trees on the mountain, and they were scattered very unevenly. Similarly, there were also some thorns mixed with these green trees. Occasionally, some strange hissing sounds would come from somewhere in the mountain, but when they looked, they didn't see any wild beasts. Chapter 37:12. Similarly, the river at the edge of the mountain continued to flow, but there was a hint of green fluorescence in it. There were no fish or aquatic plants to be seen. At the riverside there were also fist-sized cobblestones. Each one was smoother than the next, shining under the sunlight. Aquatic plants that were usually seen at the riverside were nowhere to be seen here. Only a few thousand feet away from the riverside, there were sparse aquatic plants and moss. Only then did some tiny grasshoppers and other small things become active. The mountain looked a little strange, but when one's divine sense swept out, there were no fluctuations of magic power. Even the chi of heaven and earth was no different from other places. There were no signs of condensation. Furthermore, at the far end of the mountain, there was a large forest. The trees were lush and the wind blew. It was full of vitality. Apart from the place where Xiaohua and the others came from, there was a large flat area that was several li wide. On the other side of the mountain there were even taller mountain ranges. It seemed that those two mountain ranges were precipitous and had strange peaks that were even more imposing than this mountain. When Xiaohua and the others arrived, Gusuqiodi and Gongshu Isin weren't near them. They probably went to the side to explore. Xiaohua and the others didn't mind. Zhang Daoran looked to the left, then turned to Xueping and the others and said, "After I got your jade eyes, I studied it carefully. I found that your opinions were not unanimous. Some said this was the Four Gates Dragon Binding Formation, some said it was the Milky Way Spirit Sealing Formation, and some said it was the Gold Water Flat Hill Formation. Now that we are going to break the formation, we have to understand the formation first." Xueping said respectfully, "Senior, please know that I was the first to arrive at this place according to the map. However, I'm not well versed in the Tao of array formations. Based on the trajectory of the mountain and the few jade eyes I have, I discovered that the ridges on the mountain are like chains. Furthermore, the mountain is above the water, which is very similar to the Four Gates Dragon Binding Array passed down in ancient times. As for the other formations, they are the opinions of the other Taoists. Of course, I know that our cultivation is shallow and our knowledge is even more limited. These things are recorded in the jade eyes for reference. It's nothing." And Zhang Daoran nodded, then looked towards Zhai Xingzi and Xiaohua, asking, "Fellow Taoists, what do you think?" Zhai Xingzi smiled and said, "I've thought about it before and I've even looked at the terrain here. But now that the formation master of the Gongshu family is here, I'd better not embarrass myself." "Ah, that's right." Xiaohua also said with a smile, "Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. The matter of breaking the array should be left to Miss Gongshu." When Zhang Daoran was about to speak, Sun Kong waved his hand and said, "Although the girl from the Gongshu family is a formation master, all she knows is origin formations. We are Dao sect cultivators and Senior Tsonglongzi's cave is also a Dao sect formation. Even if we listen to the girl's opinion, we can't embarrass the Dao sect. We still have to say what we want to say. This old man had some misgivings earlier. Now I'm going to take a closer look. When I find something, I'll discuss it with you." "All right." Zhang Daoran nodded. "This old man will go with you." Then he said to Xiaohua, "Brother Xiao, follow fellow Taoist Zhai Xing to find the girl from the Gongshu family." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "That girl is obviously disgusted with me. I'd better not provoke her. Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing can go by himself." "Fine." Zhai Xingzi knew that Gusuqiodi helped Xiaohua and felt a little self-defeating. He smiled and said, "This old man will go by himself. Spiritual master, take these disciples and stand guard by the side." After saying that, the three of them flew away. Xiaohua said to Xueping and the others, "Let's go. Take this old man and take a look at this large array." "Yes." Xueping and the others were very respectful. They took Xiaohua from the foot of the mountain and explored bit by bit. As they walked, they explained to Xiaohua and took out the jade eyes from time to time to explain. At first, Xiaohua only nodded slightly and didn't speak, as if he didn't know anything about arrays. However, after half a meal, when Xueping pointed to a place and explained his array, Xiaohua opened his mouth and pointed to that place to refute Xueping. He also began to explain the method of setting up the array in simple terms. Although Xiaohua only spoke to Fujiwen, Xueping and the others heard him clearly. At first, other than Fujiwen who listened carefully, the others didn't care. However, gradually, a few cultivators who had studied the large array in depth, including Xueping, began to change their expressions. Their faces became more respectful and admiring. They compared the jade eyes and the large array's problems with Xiaohua's explanation and solved them one by one. Although the other cultivators didn't understand the Tao of arrays, they knew that Xiaohua also knew about arrays. They hurriedly listened attentively, unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity. Xiaohua led the group of cultivators and explained as they flew. He also asked the cultivators who had studied the array to share their opinions. Although the mountain was only 50 kilometers in size, it took a lot of time to fly around. However, when the group of cultivators flew back to their original place, they still didn't see Zhai Xingzi or Zhang Daren's summons. Xiaohua understood that Gongshu Yisin and Sun Kong must have encountered a difficult problem and didn't dare to easily break the array. In fact, although Xiaohua himself taught Fujiwen and the others a lot of the Tao of arrays based on this large array, it had nothing to do with breaking the array. He himself was also confused about this large array. This was a large array set up by a cultivator who had passed the tribulation. How could it be easy to break? Fujiwen, according to what I said, take a look at it yourself. This kind of ancient forbidden array is really hard to come by. It's a good opportunity. Xiaohua waved his hand. It's quite difficult to get started with the Tao of arrays, but you have the foundation after all. Now that you've combined it with this large array, you'll be able to grasp it well. Of course, what I said is only my understanding. It's only a general explanation of the array and the array collected by Xueping and the others. It's still very far from breaking the array. Or to put it bluntly, I'm just drawing on gourds and ladles. What I said has nothing to do with the real Misty Mountain Maze array. Do you understand? Yes, this junior understands. Fujiwen replied respectfully. Senior, you're just stringing together the Tao of arrays that Xueping and the others found. It has nothing to do with the Misty Mountain Maze array. This junior doesn't dare to rashly break the array based on what I just learned. It's good that you understand. Xiaohua nodded and motioned for Fujiwen to comprehend it himself. Xueping and the others were well aware of this and bowed to Xiaohua. Thank you, senior. Then they flew to various places and combined what Xiaohua said to verify what they had learned. Their previous thoughts were very simple. No matter what kind of array it was, they just needed to break it. However, now that they saw a late-stage nascent soul senior being so serious and not daring to casually make a move, they rejoiced even more. Xiaohua flew into the sky and scanned with his divine sense. As expected, Gongshu Exin in front of him was frowning. She raised her right index finger and gently scratched her nose. A faint silver light flashed between her eyes. It was obvious that she had some unresolved questions. Looking to the right, Venerable Master Sun Kong had already released Chang'eng. The monkey was also flying in the air, its eyes flashing with brilliance. Its long tail shook slightly in the air. The monkey flew to one place after another, not staying for long at any place. Venerable Master Sun Kong's expression was somewhat unsightly. Zhai Xingzi saw Xiaohua flying over and was about to come over. Xiaohua waved his hand at him and transmitted his voice. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to come over. I'll go take a look too. Oh? Taoist knows about arrays too? Zhai Xingzi was a little surprised, but he didn't move. Xiaohua smiled. I know a little, but compared to the Gongshu family's girl, I'm still lacking a lot. Seeing Xiaohua fly away, Zhai Xingzi's expression changed. He transmitted his voice to Gusu Qiudi. When Gusu Qiudi heard that Xiaohua also knew about arrays, she couldn't help but be stunned. She took a few more glances at Xiaohua's back. Clearly, the impression Xiaohua gave her was even more mysterious. Meanwhile, Xiaohua flew to the other side of the mountain. He raised his hand and patted. It was really between his eyebrows. He saw that the delusion breaker Dharma eye was flashing with a dark green halo. The Dharma eye gradually opened, and the silver-white pupils were revealed without any emotions. When the Dharma eye saw the situation in front of him, Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that below him an oval-shaped light circle was flashing with a faint golden and green brilliance. Vaguely, there were some words flashing within the golden brilliance and green brilliance. However, Xiaohua's Dharma I couldn't distinguish them clearly. Moreover, this golden and green brilliance was very restrained. There wasn't even a trace of ripples spreading out. There was even a slightly black fog blocking the surface of the brilliance. However, this fog was extremely thin, as if it was transparent. Not only that, outside of this fog, there were chain-like brilliances that crisscrossed and bound the entire chicken. These chains not only blocked the golden and green brilliance, but also locked the fog. Opposite these chains, there was a thin and long green belt of light. It pierced through a section of the chicken like a needle piercing through a seam. Within the halo, it pierced through the chicken where the chains weren't. The chains were outside, the belt of light was inside. The chains didn't move and the belt of light flowed. They seemed to really complement each other, imprisoning the entire chicken on the ground. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. How do I break it? After looking for a while, Xiaohua still didn't have any clue. However, his heart was moved again. His figure began to fly, flying in the direction of the golden and green brilliance. After waiting for an hour, the corners of Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. He secretly said in his heart, as expected. When Xiaohua was about to go to the side to take a look, Zhai Xingzi's voice transmitted to his ear. What did Reverend see? If you didn't find anything, please turn back. Gong Shuisin already knows how to break it. Oh, this little girl is really powerful. Xiaohua agreed, secretly thinking in his heart. When Xiaohua flew back, Sun Kong Shangren and the others were already standing around Gong Shuisin, clustered around her like stars surrounding the moon. Chapter 37-13. Gong Shu Exian's face was a little red, and her sparkling eyes showed a kind of excitement. Apparently she had found her favorite thing. Gong Shu Exian saw Xiaohua fly back and asked with a smile, Senior Xiao, what did you find? Gong Shu Exian's words didn't have any malice, but it was absolutely harsh in the ears of others. Xiaohua looked at this proud girl and knew that she was loved by all. He wouldn't lower himself to her level. He smiled and replied, I didn't see anything. Even if I did, it's just some stupid opinions. Why don't I listen to Miss Gongshu's opinion first? Then what about Senior Sun Kong? Gong Shu Exian's lips curled up slightly, but it was a smug smile that wasn't easily noticed by others. She looked away from Xiaohua and turned to ask Sun Kong Shangren. The corner of Sun Kong Shangren's right eye twitched slightly. Apparently he was a little unhappy. If it was an ordinary disciple, Sun Kong Shangren would have already taught him a lesson. However, although Gong Shu Exian was a little arrogant, she came to help after all. Zhai Xingzi was standing next to her. Even if Sun Kong Shangren was angry, he couldn't vent it on this Confucian Jr. Sun Kong Shangren glared fiercely at Zhai Xingzi, who was standing next to Gong Shu Exian with an obsequious smile. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Little girl, this old man is not proficient in the art of formations. I just happened to obtain an ancient jade slip 1,000 years ago, which roughly explained the mysteries of formations. Unfortunately, even so, I can't understand it with my talent. As for why I stepped forward to explore this Jade Mountain formation, it was because of my beast pet. Sun Kong Shangren proudly patted the spirit monkey Changgung next to him. My Changgung was born with the ability to see through the void. He can see through many formations. You? Gong Shu Exian blushed. She really couldn't compare to Sun Kong Shangren in terms of cunning. Even if she wanted to refute, she couldn't. Because as soon as she opened her mouth, she would be on the same level as Sun Kong Shangren's Changgung. However, Gong Shu Exian wasn't going to give up easily. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Elder Sun Kong, Jr. seems to have heard that there is a Tai Bai Jinxing immortal official called Changgung in the Immortal Palace. How come your demon pet has the same name as him? If he knew about this, he would definitely fly into a rage, right? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Sun Kong Shangren was simply a troublemaker. He was not afraid at all. He stroked Changgung's small head and laughed loudly. Changgung, when did you go to the Immortal Palace to be a high official? Why didn't I know about it? In a flash, Gong Shu Exian understood that Sun Kong Shangren deliberately named his demon pet Changgung in order to humiliate the Confucian immortal cultivator in the Immortal Palace. It would be fine if Tai Bai Jinxing didn't know, but if he told Tai Bai Jinxing, what would Tai Bai Jinxing do? Perhaps at that time, Tai Bai Jinxing would not be angry at Master Sun Kong, but himself. Gong Shui Xian was not stupid, but she had seen through a lot of the ways of the world. Once she understood, she fell into an awkward situation again. Fortunately, Gusuchiodi hurriedly said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Sun Kong, quickly tell us what you found." "It wasn't me who found it, it was my Changgung who found it." Exalted Master Sun Kong had a smile on his face as he emphasized again. Then he pointed at the spot that Changing had been looking at and said, "Shui Ping and company's guesses are basically correct. However, they don't understand array formations after all. They are only following the picture and can only see the surface and one-sided. According to Changgung's observation, there are two formations fused together. One of them should be the famous Nine-Dragon Bone battle. Take a look." The ridges on this mountain are made up of 9 dragon souls. Senior Tsang Longzi condensed them into chains to seal the entire formation. If we can't break the 9-dragon bone battle, we won't be able to reveal the cave. What else? Gong Shui Xn asked with a smile as if she had a card up her sleeve. Sun Kong Shangren looked at the smile and immediately understood the meaning behind it. However, since he had already said it and used Changgung's name, he was not afraid of making a fool of himself. Then he pointed at the long river and said, "This long river is similar to Shui Ping's observation. It's also a formation. If I'm not wrong, it should be the 9 demon subduing formation. However, this formation is a hidden one, which should complement the 9-dragon bone battle formation. One is bright and one is dark, one is yin and one is yang. If we want to show Senior Tsang Longzi's cave residence, we have to break the two formations at the same time. If we break one first, the other formations will counterattack. Of course, if we can't break any of the formations, the yin and yang formations will counterattack together, which will be more powerful. Presumably, the vision recorded in the jade eyes is that we can't break the formations at the same time and cause the formation to counterattack." Clap clap. Before Zhang Daoran and the others could speak, Gong Shui Xn clapped her hands and said, "Senior Sun Kong is indeed amazing. You really saw through this formation." "Hee hee, little girl." Hearing Gong Shui Xn's praise, Sun Kong Shangren didn't look happy at all. He said faintly, "You should say the but first." As expected, Gong Shui Xn continued, "But you only saw through 30 to 40% of the formation. If you break the formation, I'm afraid we won't have any chance to enter." 30 to 40%? Not to mention Sun Kong Shangren, even Zhai Xingzi and the others were shocked. If what Gong Shui Xin said was true, the 9-dragon bone lock formation and the 9 demon subduing formation were only 30 to 40%, then didn't that mean there were still 2 or 3 other formations? They had never heard of a formation that could combine 4 great formations into one. Gusuchiodi was also surprised. "EXNR, are you sure you saw it correctly?" "Hee hee, Sister Chiu, my Gongshu family's silver moon eyes are not inferior to the Immortal Palace's golden eyes. If I can't see it, who can?" Gong Shui Xin replied proudly. "That's true." Gusuchiodi nodded. Sister's clear eyes technique didn't seem to be able to see anything. "But," Gong Shui Xin raised her voice, "Seniors, before I break the formation, I want to make it clear that when Sister Chiu invited me, I didn't ask for anything. It's not that I don't have any requests, I just want to see if I can break the formation. Now that I'm sure I can break the formation, I'll first discuss the conditions with you seniors." Zhang Daoren nodded. "Lady Gongshu, please state your conditions. As long as they are reasonable, we'll agree." "I have 2 conditions." Gong Shui Xn replied confidently. "First, I have the right to choose first from the items in Senior Tsonglongzi's cave residence." "Oh." Sun Kong Shangren sneered. "Senior Tsonglongzi is a Taoist senior. The items inside are all Taoist treasures. You're a Confucian disciple. What do you want them for?" "Yes, Sun Kong Shangren's opinion is also our opinion." Xiaohua nodded. Since Xiaohua had spoken, Zhai Xingzi also smiled and said, "Miss Gongshu, this old man knows that you don't care about the difference between Confucianism and Taoism, so this old man won't hide it from you. One of the reasons why we entered Senior Tsonglongzi's Immortal's cave was to obtain his orthodoxy." "Yes, I understand." Gong Shui Xan interrupted Zhai Xingzi impolitely, but it was this interruption that revealed her determination to enter the cave residence. Gong Shui Xan said, "In that case I can take a step back. Except for the Taoist cultivation method jade slips, I want the right to choose first." "How about this?" Xiaohua said, "You can choose first from the formation items. As for the other items, you don't have to take first. Fine. Although Gong Shui Exan was arrogant, she was also straightforward. She nodded, then I'll talk about the second condition. How many conditions do you have? Zhang Daoran frowned and asked. Just these two. Good, please. Zhang Daoran saw Xiaohua's calmness and was relieved. The second condition is, in addition to the cultivation method, I want 50% of the treasures, medicinal pills, formations and other items. Gong Shui Xian's bright eyes curved into crescents. She knew her conditions were harsh, but Zhang Daoran and the others had to agree. Sure enough, Zhang Daoran heard this and felt bitter. The reason was obvious. Without Gong Shui Xin, they couldn't break the formation and enter the cave residence. But even if he allowed Gong Shui Xin to break the formation with her cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to do it. The ones doing the work would still be the Taoist cultivators themselves. They put in a lot of effort, but a bossy Confucian cultivator took half of it. Zhang Daoran couldn't accept it. Zhang Daoran didn't want to agree, but other than Gong Shui Xin, who could break the formation? No. Exalted Master Sun Kong immediately spoke and pointed at Shui Ping and the others. Senior Canglongzi's cave abode was discovered by these Dao sect disciples, so they should have 20% of the items inside. We should take 60% while the remaining 20% belongs to you. Then I'll have to ask all of you seniors to break the formation yourselves. I still want to live to see the sun rise tomorrow. Gong Shui Xn didn't have any intention of bargaining and said with a smile. How about this? Gusuchiodi naturally stepped forward and said with a smile, EXN, I don't want my share. You take 30%. After all, Senior Daoran and Taoist Xiao are the main force. Without them, even if you know the method, you can't break the formation, right? Says who? Gong Shu EXN retorted, my Gong Shu clan has no lack of 4th or 5th level cultivators. As long as there's an ancient maze formation here, it's easy to call a few over. Chapter 37:14. Xiaohua heard Gong Shu Exion's tone and felt a bit better. He didn't know if he cared about Gusuchiodi's face or if he met his own expectations. He thought for a bit and said, Miss Gong Shu, if you want to invite Gong Shu family cultivators, I think you should invite some 6th level essence energy cultivators. If those 5th level upper level Confucian cultivators come, even if they suppress the 2 outer formations, they won't be able to stop the inner formation's attack. They won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Gong Shu Exion's expression changed. She almost shouted in disbelief. How did you know? It doesn't matter how I know, what I care about is. Xiaohua said faintly, if you don't agree to this 30%, we'll have to break the formation ourselves. At that time you won't even get 30%. If I can't get it then I can't. Gong Shu Exn snorted, you just saw through the flaws, I don't believe you can. Gusuchiodi quickly laughed. EXN is joking, since you can see through the flaws, isn't it just right to help EXN break the formation? Everyone can study the formation together, isn't that better? EXN, tell me what you found out. Elder Xiao first. Gong Shu EXN thought for a bit and nodded, but she still looked at Xiaohua angrily. Xiaohua smiled and stretched out his hand. Shrugging his shoulders he said, this old man didn't say that he saw any flaws. This is what the young lady said. I was just guessing. You. Gong Shu Exn was so angry she almost vomited blood. She said everything herself. Xiaohua didn't say how she knew there was an origin formation inside. I don't believe you, you didn't see it, how do you know there's an origin formation inside? At this time, Gong Shu Exn was no different from a little girl who was vindictive. She completely exposed the purity of her cultivation. Xiaohua said, what's so hard about that? Canglongzi was a tribulation senior. This formation had been attacked by Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators and demon cultivators, but it had not been broken. Obviously, Canglongzi was a master of formations. It would not be strange if the defensive formation he had set up had 3 or 4 layers, let alone 2. Even if there are origin formations, Buddhist formations and demonic formations inside, this old man wouldn't be surprised. This old man only said that there's an origin array inside, what's there to be surprised about? Gong Shu Exan was completely speechless. Xiaohua's words were really not wrong. He didn't need any special silver moon eyes. He could guess it just by thinking about it. Of course, there was an essential difference between seeing and guessing. The problem was that she had mixed up what she saw with what Xiaohua had guessed. She thought that Xiaohua had also discovered it, which was why she had given in. You stinky men only know how to bully us weak women. Gusu Qiudi smiled and pulled Gong Shui Xian's arm. Don't lower yourself to the same level as these men. Quick, show them what you found and let them know the power of us women. Also teach them what it means to be a woman who is not inferior to a man. Gusu Qiudi's words were obviously biased towards an outsider. Gong Shui Xian was straightforward but not an idiot. Of course she could hear it. But she also knew that this was a way out and she should take advantage of it. Thinking for a moment, Gong Shui Xian fiercely glared at old Senior Xiao and pointed with her finger. It's exactly as old Senior Xiao guessed. This guessed was very heavy. Moreover, Xiaohua's face that was stared at by the Gongshu family's Silver Moon Eye's secret technique twitched slightly as if he was stung by a wasp. Speaking of formations, Gong Shui Xian seemed to have changed into a different person. She was no longer arrogant, willful, or haggling. Instead, her face was full of excitement as if she would be happy even if you didn't give her a single primordial stone. She pointed with her finger and said, "This formation is divided into 2 layers as old Senior Xiao guessed. The outer layers are 2 Taoist formations. However, they are not the 9 Dragons Bone Lock formation and the 9 Yin Exorcism formation, but the Shenqing Spirit Forbidding formation and the Blue Sky Spring formation. The 2 formations that old Senior Sun Kong mentioned are similar to the 2 formations that I mentioned, but there are essential differences. The 9 Dragons Bone Lock formation is a defensive formation while the 9 Yin Exorcism formation is a suppressing formation. Old Senior Longlangzi wouldn't place the 9 Yin Exorcism formation outside his cave residence to suppress himself, right?" Sun Kong blinked his eyes and didn't say anything. The Shenqing Spirit Forbidding formation and the Blue Sky Spring formation are different. They are both offensive formations. People often say that the strongest defense is offense. Old Senior Longlangzi must know this very well. Of course, one of these 2 formations is in the light and the other is in the dark. It's just as old Senior Sun Kong said. Gong Shu Yisun continued, however, the difference between the Shenqing Spirit Forbidding formation and the 9 Dragons Bone Lock formation is that the Spirit Forbidding formation doesn't have a dragon vein inside. Instead, it imprisons a formation spirit. With this formation spirit, the entire formation isn't static. It's constantly changing, making it unpredictable and impossible to break. The most amazing thing is that the Emerald Spring formation is a concealment formation. The Emerald Spring formation is the softest of Yin. It is also invisible and ever-changing. I can't be sure if there is a formation spirit in the Emerald Spring formation, but even if there is only one formation spirit, the 2 formations complemented each other and were equivalent to 3 independent formations. Formation spirit? Xiaohua frowned. What's that? Is it a formation spirit? No. Gong Shu Yisun shook her head. Formation spirit? That's just a legend. Not to mention this one doesn't know about it, even my Gongshu family, and even the Confucian inheritance have never had this kind of formation spirit. The formation spirit I'm talking about is the demon spirit, living soul, or beast soul imprisoned inside the formation. These formation spirits can not only increase the flexibility of the formation, but the more powerful the formation spirit is, the more powerful the formation will be. Oh, I see. Xiaohua understood. Then what's the origin formation I'm talking about? Gong Shu Yisun rolled her eyes at Xiaohua and said, in addition to the 2 Taoist formations outside the Misty Mountain Maze formation, there are 2 more formations inside. What? Zhai Xingzi was shocked. 2 origin formations. No, one is an origin formation and the other is a Buddhist formation. Gong Shu Yisun shook her head. However, my Silver Moon eyes are not strong enough. I can only see the origin formation and the Buddhist formation from the flaws of the 2 Taoist formations. I can't tell what kind of formations they are for now. Only after we break the 2 Taoist formations can I begin to break these 2 formations. But, seniors don't worry about the origin formation. Senior Longlangzi is a Taoist senior after all. This one has some confidence in breaking his origin formation. Girl, didn't you say it just now? If we don't break the 2 formations inside at the same time, when we break the 2 outer formations, will we be attacked by the 2 inner formations? Sun Kong Shangren frowned and asked, why do we have to wait until the end? Gong Shu Yisun nodded. If the inner formation is a Taoist formation, this one can't do anything about it. But since it's a Confucian origin formation, this one has confidence that it won't be activated. Xiaohua nodded. What he saw was similar to what Gong Shuisin saw, but he saw it more clearly. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua looked at Sun Kong Shangren and said a few words through voice transmission. Sun Kong Shangren frowned and looked at Xiaohua with surprise. He waved his hand and Chang Gung flew out to a place in the formation. At this time, Gong Shu Isin frowned and said, "But Song Longzi's Misty Mountain Maze formation is very strange. This one has a question. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. Since we're going to break the formation together, this one will be frank with you seniors." "What's so strange about it?" Zhang Daoren asked. "As the saying goes, flowing water doesn't rot and the pivot doesn't rust. The ordinary blue sky spring formation uses the cold living spring of the 9 underworlds, but the spring water of this Misty Mountain Maze formation is obviously not the 9 underworlds in water, so the formation's power is reduced a lot. Also, if it weren't for the jade eyes of the seniors who knew about the Misty Mountains Maze formation, I wouldn't have been able to see through it with my clear eyes technique. This Misty Mountain Maze formation conceals its magic power and noble spirit very well. There's not a trace of it outside the surface." "What's so strange about it?" Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. "Of course it's strange." Gong Shu Isin smiled. "We Confucian cultivators need to absorb noble spirit into our bodies. You seniors also need to absorb heaven and earth yuan qi to refine your bodies, right? It's the same for origin formations and magic formations. Without noble spirit and heaven and earth yuan qi, these magic formations and origin formations can't last long, not to mention this Misty Mountain Maze formation is from ancient times." "What do you mean?" Xiaohua's heart also moved as he thought of a possibility. From what this one knows, this Misty Mountain Maze formation must have an inner layer. This inner layer can absorb heaven and earth yuan qi and noble spirit. Gong Shu Isin nodded, especially Senior Tsang Longzi handled this inner layer very well. Even if there are fluctuations of magic power and noble spirit, it won't be noticed by others. "How is that possible?" Zhai Xingzi shook his head. "As long as there are fluctuations, it will be noticed by others." "Fellow Zhai Xingzi." Xiaohua was now somewhat convinced by Gong Shu Isin. "Didn't Miss Gong Shu just say? Flowing water doesn't rot, the pivot doesn't rust. When will the fluctuations and noble spirit not be noticed?" "Naturally, it's when heaven and earth yuan qi or noble spirit flows." Zhai Xingzi's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something. "That's right." Just when everyone was shocked, Gong Shu Isin said proudly, "Senior Tsang Longzi is your Taoist sex formation master. How can his cave be discovered so easily? The array formation of the old man's cave abode? Or rather, the old man's cave abode should be mobile under the activation of the array formation. It's not fixed in one place." Chapter 37:15. "That's right." Hearing this, Zhai Xingzi slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's right, that Cloudy Mountain Maze formation should be at Yongzhou's Cloudy Mountain. How could it run to Jingzhou?" Xueping and the others were thoroughly convinced. They had never understood why the Cloudy Mountain Maze formation would be in Jingzhou. Moreover, so many Taoist and Confucian cultivators were searching for it, how could it be found by small cultivators like them? So the maze formation could move. Gong Shu Isin's words immediately revealed the answer to this mystery. Actually, Senior Tsang Longzi's cave abode probably wasn't called Cloudy Mountain Maze Formation before. It was probably discovered when it first appeared in Yongzhou's Cloudy Mountain, so it was named after it. Gong Shu Isin looked puzzled. "What I'm puzzled about is that based on the current situation, Senior Tsang Longzi's cave abode doesn't show any signs of moving. This situation has been going on for at least 10 years. Otherwise, with Xueping and the others' cultivation, it's very unlikely that they'd discover this cave abode." Xiaohua nodded. Gong Shu Isin's puzzlement perfectly explained why Xueping was so lucky to discover this Cloudy Mountain Maze formation. He probed, "Brother Daoren said earlier that time is the best method to crack all great formations. Perhaps it's because the array outside Senior Tsang Longzi's abode is too old, and it's hard for the array to not be damaged as it moves. Today, the array can no longer support itself, so it stopped here. What Senior Xiao said is the most likely possibility." Gong Shu Isin nodded. I can't see the situation inside the cave abode, so I can only guess. Let's not worry about this for now. Zhang Daoran smiled. Miss, since you've analyzed the formation so clearly, do you have a way to crack it? That's right. Master Sun Kong also asked. This great formation was baptized by many experts in the past, but none of them could break it. How confident are we? 60%. Gong Shu Isin smiled very confidently. Girl, you're bragging. Master Sun Kong laughed. 60% is basically enough to crack it. Senior Sun Kong. Gong Shu Isin smiled. What is recorded in the Jade Eye is the situation when Senior Tsang Longzi was meditating in the cave. At that time, the formation was controlled by Senior Tsang Longzi. It is very different from the current one. In terms of power alone, it would be reduced by at least 40%. Didn't old Senior Xiao mention it just now? Time is the best method to break a formation. This cave abode can't even move, and the Jade Fall Spring formation has been replaced. Even the surface of the formation has a flaw. From what I know, its power has been reduced by another 30%. In other words, 30% of the initial power of the Misty Mountain Maze formation should not be a problem for all of you seniors who are at the upper tier of the 4th grade and under my command. GG. At this moment, the spirit monkey Chang Gung in the distance let out a strange hiss. Sun Kong Shangren raised his eyebrows. He looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at Gong Shu Exn and said with a smile, I'm afraid this old man's beast pet has discovered something. Gong Shu girl, come with this old man and the others to take a look. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Gong Shu Exn also felt strange and nodded. At this moment, the spirit monkey Chang Gung was abnormally happy. It stood at the place where Xiao Hua was previously standing and kept somersaulting. Its small mouth squeaked and its tongue kept sticking out of its mouth as if it was making a face. But when Sun Kong Shangren flew closer, Chang Gung suddenly flew into Sun Kong Shangren's hand. It lifted up the sleeve of its Taoist robe and hid its head inside, only revealing its red butt. Haha. Gong Shui Xian laughed loudly. Gusu Qiu Di also covered her mouth, her face slightly red. You're a killer. Sun Kong Shangren said with a smile, I just gave you credit and you dropped the ball. You really can't show off. Xiao Hua frowned and asked, Brother Sun Kong, Chang Gung seems a bit abnormal. It seems to be excited and scared. Is there a problem with the formation here? And it should be. Sun Kong Shangren's face became serious. He nodded and said, This formation looks like the formation spirit that Gong Shu girl said. And it's not just one type. There are some that Chang Gung can devour and some that Chang Gung is scared of. The profound pure spirit restriction is now a bit damaged. I'm afraid the evil spirits inside are leaking out. Gong Shu Exn flew to where Chang Gung was and explained, It's also possible that there's only one type of formation spirit. But the formation's leakage is not very uniform. The evil spirits are sometimes strong and sometimes weak, causing Chang Gung to misunderstand. Maybe it's not that simple. Xiao Hua had a bad feeling in his heart. Then, what is Elder Zhao's opinion? Gong Shu Exan said with a smile, Weren't you just explaining formation Dao to your disciple? From what I've heard, it's quite standard and methodical. It seems that you also understand the Dao of array formations. Xiao Hua shook his head. This old man knows a bit, but I haven't truly comprehended it. I don't have the experience of learning from the most basic foundation like you. Facing a great formation like the Misty Mountain Maze formation, this old man can't trace it back to its source. This old man can only break formation with formation. That's brute force. Gong Shui Xn was already standing in the air, criticizing Xiao Hua without holding back. To put it bluntly, it's ruthlessly destroying a flower. This kind of formation breaking method is effective, but if you can't completely break the formation, then you'll have to face the formation's full counterattack. This method isn't very suitable for the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Then Gong Shui Xion's 7 apertures began to glow with a faint silver light. This light condensed into her eyes. In just a moment, her eyes flashed with a silver-white halo. This halo was like a full moon, falling towards the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Sun Kong Shangren and the others had already flown over and surrounded Gong Shui Xen. Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran even channeled their Dharma powers and released their divine sense. They slowly scanned the surroundings, wary of any changes in the formation. Fortunately, after the time it took to eat a meal, Gong Shui Xen withdrew the eye-clearing technique. The Great Formation didn't have any special changes, and Gongshu Exin's face carried a deep smile again. Senior Sun Kong. Gongshu Exin glanced at Chang'eng, who had been put into Sun Kong's robe, and said, "Your demon pet is really powerful. This one just used the eye-clearing technique to look. This is the most damaged part of the Great Formation. From here, you can see the situation of the Origin Formation and Buddhist Formation. Chang'eng deserves the first merit of this trip." "Aha, that's good." Sun Kong intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiaohua and answered with a smile, "In that case, Miss Gongshu, can you give half of the benefits to my Chang'eng?" "Aha." Gongshu Exin smiled, her eyes curved like a little fox. "It's not too late to wait until Senior's demon pet learns how to break the formation." "All right." Sun Kong shrugged. "This old man will wait until I get the formation jade slip from Senior Canglangzi's cave and then give it to Chang'eng." Zhang Daoran whispered, "Miss Gongshu, this Cloud Mountain Maze Formation's Origin Formation and Buddhist Formation's Origin Formation. How is it?" Gongshu Exn withdrew her smile, and her face became solemn. She nodded and said, "Senior Canglangzi is really amazing. In addition to the two Dao formation mentioned before, which are the few powerful formations I've seen in my life, this Origin Formation and Buddhist Formation are also the great formations that my Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect have lost." "Oh, if it's a lost great formation, how can misunderstand it?" Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously. Did Senior Xiao forget? This one is a descendant of the Gongshu family. Senior Xiao should know what my Gongshu family is good at, right?" Gongshu Exen called him Senior Xiao very straightforwardly. Of course, Xiaohua was also happy to hear it. Senior Xiao touched his nose and said with a smile, "This old man naturally knows. But this old man thinks these are great formations from millions or even tens of millions of years ago. Gongshu family might not be able to preserve them completely." Xiaohua had read all the Confucian classics of the hidden immortal continent. Now he was not comparable to when Fujiwen met him. However, he still only knew that the Gongshu family was extremely mysterious. They had a deep accumulation of mechanisms and origin formations. They might not be worse than the Imo family. However, the Gongshu family's reputation on the hidden immortal continent was far inferior to the Imo family. Of course, Xiaohua wouldn't say this in front of Gongshu Exan. He only vaguely asked Gongshu Exan. How could Gongshu Exan not hear Xiaohua's obscure words? She snorted and said, "Since the Imo family can preserve the ancient puppet refining method, why can't my Gongshu family preserve the ancient origin formation Dao? This one can reveal that the origin formation that Senior Canglangzi used to protect the cave is one of the best preserved ancient origin formations of my Gongshu family." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "So there's a second and third one?" "I don't know." Gongshu Exan raised the corner of her mouth and didn't answer. She just pointed and said, "This one only knows that this origin formation's name is Golden Wind and Jade Dew. AI, delicate clouds play tricks, flying stars spread hatred, the silver river passes in secret. Golden Wind and Jade Dew meet, it surpasses countless things in the human world. Tender as water, auspicious days like a dream, enduring the Magpie Bridge to return home. If two people's feelings last long, why would they be together day and night?" Hearing the name of the origin formation, Gusu Chiodi couldn't help but sigh and recite. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He then said embarrassedly, "The Confucian origin formation is really strange. This name is too lingering." What do you vulgar Taoist sect people know?" Gongshu Exan said with disdain. "Although Taoist sect formations are powerful, their names are unpleasant to hear. What 9 dragon bone lock? What mysterious soul shattering? How can they compare to my Confucian origin formation? The Golden Wind and Jade Dew great formation is the lingering feeling of love and longing like a tide. Once one falls into the origin formation, they will wish for death, unable to beg for life." Forget it, forget it." Sun Kong waved his hand. "This old man doesn't know anything about Golden Wind and Jade Dew. I only know that an old man is pushing a cart. Miss, why don't you tell me how to break this origin formation and what that Buddhist formation is?" Chapter 37:16. Ba. Gongshu Exn spat, her face slightly red, and then said seriously, "The other Buddhist formation has also been lost. But fortunately, this one coincidentally found a fragment of a map on a small hill when I was traveling in Nirvana. It was precisely this brilliant glazed golden light Buddhist formation. So this one has a 60% chance of breaking the origin formation and Buddhist formation inside. Brilliant glazed golden light Buddhist formation? Xiaohua slightly furrowed his brows. One of the Buddhist scriptures of the exquisite temple, Great Treasure Accumulation Sutra, Immeasurable Life Tathagata Society, secretly flowed through his mind. He didn't quite understand the relationship between the Buddhist formation he saw earlier and this Buddhist scripture. What? Senior Xiao also knows Buddhism? Gong Shui Xn was still keenly aware of Xiaohua's strangeness, and asked with a smile. It's about the same as this one's formation cultivation. Xiaohua said ambiguously. Senior Xiao is really amazing, you know a lot of things. Gong Shui Xin's words were more sarcastic than admiring. Xiaohua heard this and smiled bitterly, glancing at Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi also smiled bitterly. Since Gong Shui Xin came here, she gave Xiaohua a hard time, obviously because of Gusuqiu Di. Seeing this, Gusuqiu Di hurriedly changed the topic and urged, Sister Xin, since you have already seen through the Misty Mountain Maze formation, do you want to start breaking the formation? Sister Chiu, wait a moment. Gong Shui Xin replied, being able to see through a formation is different from being able to break one. The old monks of the Buddhist sect can see through these 4 maze formations, but if you let them break the formation, I'm afraid even their bones won't be left. This little sister wants to see the big formations trend first, and speculate the big formations changes. Then Gong Shui Xin clapped her hand, took out a Chengkuan bag, took out a palm-sized formation plate, opened her mouth, and a stream of true qi fell on it. The formation plate produced clouds and waves of inscriptions flowed out, covering the whole formation plate. Then Gong Shui Xin waved her hand and the formation plate fell into the formation. Several rays of light appeared and wrapped around the formation plate. After a while the formation plate disappeared. Next, Gong Shui Xin didn't stop. She placed a total of 81 formation discs within 100 miles of the formation. When the last formation disc was placed inside the formation, Gong Shui Xin's body trembled slightly. A powerless paleness appeared on her pale face. Yexin? Gusuqiu had been by Gong Shui Xin's side. She hurriedly supported Gong Shui Xin and asked with concern, Are you all right? I'm fine, big sister Chiu. Gong Shui Xin's eyes were filled with fatigue as she whispered, I'll be fine after resting for a while. Then Gong Shui Xin glanced at Xiaohua and the others not far away and said indifferently, if little sister doesn't show some real ability, how can they give little sister 30% of the benefits? Then Gong Shui Xin reached out and took out a jade bottle. She crushed the bottle and a few drops of fragrant liquid fell into her mouth. As the liquid entered her mouth, Gong Shui Xin's face slowly turned red. Seeing Gong Shui Xin casually throw away the jade bottle, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He waved his hand and the jade bottle flew into his hand. Elder Xiao, what are you doing? Gong Shui Xin raised her hand as if to stop him, but she was still weak. She knew she couldn't compete with Xiaohua's spiritual power, so she asked indifferently. Xiaohua didn't answer her. He took the jade bottle and sniffed it. He nodded slightly. Candle core grass, Hongyang fruit? Lady Gong Shu, this liquid doesn't seem to be an ordinary spirit medicine for strengthening the spirit. Gong Shui Xin's face didn't have any expression. Instead, she showed a trace of coldness and said indifferently, Taoist cultivators are indeed vulgar. Even the liquid I took is my secret. Elder Xiao, don't you know how to respect other people's secrets? Fine. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask a few more questions. He might be able to help Gong Shui Xin refine some suitable medicinal pills, but Gong Shui Xin clearly had the attitude of keeping people at a distance. Xiaohua didn't need to ask for a rebuff. Then Gong Shui Xin flew above the formation and told everyone, including Gusuqiu Di, to stay far away from her. She sat cross-legged on the high ground and made strange hand seals. As she waved her fingers, streams of noble qi came out of the void. Gong Shui Xin opened her mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of pure qi. The noble qi turned into inscriptions and landed on the 81 spots of the great formation. Wing wing wing. As if someone was playing a zither, a pleasant sound came from all over the place. Gorgeous scrolls flew out from various parts of the Misty Mountain maze and unfurled high up in the sky. Gong Shui Xin's eyes shined with the color of the silver moon. Her face was serious. This scene lasted for a full day and night. When the moon fell and the stars became sparse, all the scrolls gradually disappeared in the cold dew. Okay, elders. Gong Shui Xian's voice was a bit hoarse. I've seen through the Misty Mountain formation. There's no time to lose. Everyone listen to me. Sister Xian. Gusuchio Di hurriedly shouted, you've used up a lot of essence. Why don't you rest for a while? No need. Gong Shui Xian smiled, I'm just sending people. I'm not doing it myself. I don't need to rest. Okay. You know what you're doing. Gusuchio Di nodded, but there was still some worry in her eyes. Elders, you must have prepared a lot to break the formation? Gong Shui Xian looked at Zhang Daoran and asked. Zhang Daoran nodded, indeed, but Gong Shui Xian didn't wait for Zhang Daoran to finish and interrupted. You don't need to tell me what you've prepared. I'm only responsible for sending people to break the formation. If you're not prepared enough, don't blame me. Then Gong Shui Xian asked, Elder Sun Kong, take your beast pet to the east. When the sun rises, there will be yang qi rising from the east of the formation. You can use a fire-type magic treasure to suppress it. If the formation spirit's qi leaks out, you can let your beast pet devour it. Yes. Master Sun Kong nodded and clapped his hand. It really was a palm-sized stone strip. The stone strip was engraved with countless flame-shaped runes, and the entire stone strip emitted a scarlet-red light. This old man's scarlet flame stone can be used. Finished speaking, Venerable Master Sun Kong transformed into a rainbow and headed east. Elder Zhang Daoran. Gong Shui Xian looked at Zhang Daoran again and ordered, if you don't have a beast pet, you can take out a cold-type magic treasure and go to the west of the formation. When the sun rises, there will be yin qi rushing out from the west. You don't need to pay attention to it. When Elder Sun Kong takes out his magic treasure and disturbs the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation, the blue sky underworld formation will be affected. The yin qi will turn back. When the yin qi hasn't completely soaked into the spring water, you can use your magic treasure to lock the yin qi in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, to beat a snake you have to hit its weak point. This is the formation's weak point. Good. Zhang Daoran's face lit up. I already have a cold-type magic treasure. I've just refined it. It's perfect for today. Elder, please. Gong Shui Xian smiled and raised her hand. Then she looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Elder Xiao, do you have the fire type? Xiao Hua shook his head. I have the metal type, but I know fire type spells. Elder, you actually have the rare metal type. How rare. But compared to Elder Zhai Xing, your strength is still a bit shallow. Elder Xiao and Elder Sun Kong suppressed the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation together. Gong Shui Xian said and pointed at the North Pole, instructing, Elder Dao Ran, when you seal the blue sky underworld formation, the yin qi will definitely trigger the response of the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation. If Elder Sun Kong is suppressing the dragon's head, then the North Pole is the dragon's tail. As the saying goes, when a dragon swings its tail, mountains and rivers will shatter. It's even more powerful than when a dragon raises its head. I heard that Elder Xiao's cultivation is extremely profound, so I'll entrust this important task to Elder Xiao. When Elder Dao Ran locks on the formation, the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation will shake like a landslide. Elder Xiao, use your natal magic treasure to suppress it. If this natal magic treasure is of the fire type, it's best. If it's of the metal type, it's also fine. What about this? Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the seal of the overturning sea flew out. Layers of yellow shadows floated on it. Earth-type magic treasure? Gong Shui Xian was a bit dazed. She looked at Xiao Hua up and down and asked curiously, Elder Xiao, what kind of element do you have? Of course it's of the metal type. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but I have a lot of magic treasures. This seal of the overturning sea seems to be perfect for suppressing it. This magic treasure is quite powerful. Although its element isn't very suitable, it's not a big problem. Gong Shui Xian nodded and then looked at Zhai Xingzi. Elder Zhai Xing, you have to guard the South Pole, which is the tail of the blue sky underworld formation. You're good at using the power of the stars. The power of the stars has always been violent, so it'll be twice the result with half the effort to deal with the power of ice. However, you don't have to wait for Elder Xiao to make his move. When Elder Dao Ran makes his move, you can make your move as well. Okay. Zhai Xingzi waved his hand and took the falling star in his hand. Then he followed Xiao Hua and flew in the opposite direction. Seeing the four nascent soul cultivators standing in different places, Gong Shui Xn shouted at Fuji Wen and the others in the distance, "Go and find suitable seniors according to the attributes of your body or magic treasures. If you need anything they'll tell you." Yes. Fuji Wen and the others answered in unison and flew in different directions. Besides Fuji Wen and Xue Ping, there were two other cultivators by Xiaohua's side. "Okay, elder sister Chiu, it's your turn now," Gong Shui Xian said with a smile. "Do you have ice water or an imperial artifact refined with ice water?" This. Gusu Chiu Di shook her head slightly. "Elder sister doesn't have such a powerful imperial artifact." "Then, does elder sister have a Buddhist artifact?" "Even less so." "Oh, then it's a bit troublesome." Gong Shui Xian frowned slightly. Chapter 37:17. Hearing this, Gusu Chiodi smiled bitterly. Star Child and the others prepared a lot of things, but who knew that Senior Longzi's cave has an essence formation and a Buddhist formation? They wouldn't have prepared imperial or Buddhist artifacts. Sister Chiu asked them if they have frigid water. Gong Shu Isin hesitated and said, "If they don't, I'll have to think of another way." Gusu Chiodi hurriedly transmitted her voice, but obviously no one had frigid water. Just as Gong Shu Isin was about to think hard, she suddenly smiled and whispered, "Sister Chiu, you're mistaken. Frigid water is what we call Confucian cultivators. Taoism calls it innate heavy water." Indeed. Gusu Chiodi also smiled and transmitted her voice again. But after a while, Gusu Chiodi's face showed a strange expression and said, "They don't have innate heavy water either. But your senior Xiao has innate primordial water, is it useful?" "Of course." Gong Shu Isin raised her eyebrows. "Innate primordial water is more effective than innate heavy water." Saying this, Gong Shu Isin took out an imperial artifact that looked like a copper cup and gave it to Gusu Chiodi. She then told Gusu Chiodi the inscriptions to activate the imperial artifact and urged her to get 3 drops of innate primordial water. When Gusu Chiodi returned, Gong Shu Isin said, "Sister Chiu, when the 4 nascent soul cultivators suppress the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation and blue sky underworld formation, the golden wind jade dew essence formation and bright glazed golden light Buddha formation will explode at the same time. At this time, you and I must do our best to not let the noble chi of the essence formation and the Buddha light of the Buddha formation collide." Senior Longzi set up these 2 formations in the inner layer, which are completely different from the Taoist formations, so that when the immortals and Buddhas collide, the primal chi of the universe will be stimulated. When the power of the 3 formations collides, everything will be wiped out. This. Gusu Chiodi took in a cold breath and was a bit uncertain. She whispered, "We're only at the 5th level of essence chi, can we break this ancient forbidden formation? Humans die for wealth, birds die for food." Gong Shui Xian didn't answer. She only said a few words. She raised her head and looked at the clouds in the east. She reached out and took out a strange imperial weapon. This imperial equipment was 3 inches long and looked like a small ladder. It also looked like a square fence and was engraved with densely packed armor inscriptions. When Gusu Chiodi heard this, she felt helpless. Everyone knew how powerful this misty mountain maze formation was. However, for tens of thousands of years, didn't many cultivators try their best to find this formation? Now that they were already in front of the door, how could they stop? Gong Shui Xian took a few deep breaths. Faint clouds surged around her body. Wisps of noble chi swarmed over. Gong Shui Xian opened her mouth and breathed true chi into the imperial treasure. The imperial treasure gradually expanded. "Little sister will go first." Gong Shui Xian flew to the north and stopped about 10 miles away from Gusu Chiodi. Gusu Chiodi also flew towards the south, stopping after flying for a full 10 miles. She then raised her hand and activated her Zhen Qi. The copper cup glowed with a bronze radiance, and the 3 drops of Xiantian true water began to revolve slowly in the radiance like a bright full moon. Seeing that dawn had broken in the east and a ray of sunlight pierced the vault of heaven, Sun Kong had already released his divine sense to envelop an area of several dozen kilometers around him. Sure enough, under the sunlight, the side of the mountain that previously didn't have the slightest trace of magic power fluctuation suddenly soared up a blazing aura. This aura made a hissing sound in the air. This chi was different from normal Dharma power. It only had a yang qi like the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. If Gong Shui Xn didn't warn him, Sun Kong Shangren wouldn't have cared. GG. The spirit monkey Changgung showed a fearful expression. It flipped in the air again trying to dodge. Seeing this, Sun Kong Shangren didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and the scarlet flame stone flew into the air. Under the golden sunlight, the scarlet flame stone emitted a strong flame. Go. As Sun Kong Shangren formed a seal, a wave of Dharma power rushed into the scarlet flame stone. Whoosh! The scarlet flame stone's flame instantly grew stronger. Hundreds of heaven and earth origin qi turned into a hurricane and rushed into the flame. Now is the time. Sun Kong Shangren narrowed his eyes. He watched the qi rush straight into the sky. It seemed to be attracted by the scarlet flame stone's qi and actually changed direction. Sun Kong Shangren's heart tightened and he slapped the top of his head. A qi appeared out of nowhere. The qi condensed into a pillar and landed on the scarlet flame stone. Boom! Like fireworks, a large hand rushed out of the scarlet flame stone. It was completely formed by flames and instantly covered the surrounding several hundred feet. Roar! A hoarse roar came from the air. The qi that rushed out earlier seemed to sense something was wrong. It let out a roar and immediately fell. However, this qi only fell a few feet before Sun Kong Shangren's flaming hand fell and caught this qi in its hand. As for Changgung, who was next to Venerable Master Sun Kong, the hair on his body stood up, and his tail was as straight as a stick. His eyes shone brightly as he charged toward the hand, ready to take advantage of the situation. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rang out above the oval-shaped formation. It was like a clap of thunder on a sunny day. The entire space began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a powerful whirlwind appeared below Master Sun Kong. Sand and pebbles immediately flew up from the mountain. Just as the whirlwind appeared, Zhang Daren's body suddenly gave off a strange coldness. Then thousands of needle-like coldness appeared and surged toward Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran originally had an ice body, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. However, this coldness was clearly abnormal. Even with Zhang Daoran's ability, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly raised his hand and a strange magic treasure appeared in his hand. This magic treasure was dark green and seemed to be in the shape of a beast. However, its head was missing and only 3 of its 4 hooves were intact. A green light flashed on Zhang Daren's face, and the magic treasure suddenly expanded. The shadow of a monster emerged from the magic treasure, and the moment it appeared, it immediately blocked the cold. At this moment, waves of crashing sounds came from under Zhang Daoran. A dark purple aura that could be seen with the naked eye rushed out from the formation toward Zhang Daoran. The aura's power was extremely strong. Even someone as strong as Zhang Daoran was shocked. He involuntarily activated his magic power and had to first take out a magic treasure to block it. Just as the magic treasure glowed, Xiaohua's voice came, "Brother Daoran, don't be impatient." See. Zhang Daoran took a deep breath and shivered. He quickly retreated. Gong Shuisin had clearly said not to block the Yin aura when it first appeared. Although Gong Shuisin didn't explain, the Yin aura was very clear. This Yin aura was the power of the formation. Zhang Daren's cultivation couldn't block it. He should avoid it and wait for the Yin aura to return before attacking it. Who knew that Zhang Daoran actually lost his sense of propriety in the formation? If it wasn't that Zhang Daren's Dao heart wasn't complete, then the formation had the power to bewitch him. Fortunately, Xiaohua reminded him in time. Zhang Daoran suddenly realized. Sure enough, the extremely cold aura rushed into the sky. Layers of ice fell in the nearby space. When the Yin aura reached a height of 1,000 feet, it suddenly rolled down like a waterfall and fell straight back into the formation. Zhang Daoran didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense. A cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze divine sense spread toward Zhang Daren's Naiwan palace. Zhang Daoran was shocked. He hurriedly urged his Yuanying. The Yuanying stretched out its hand and a dark green object like a water droplet flew out from its body. It was the ghost gallbladder Zhang Daoran just obtained from the Jade Pavilion gathering. The Yuanying opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of golden blood on it. Wing wing. The ghost gallbladder vibrated. A layer of ink-like liquid seeped into the Yuanying's hand. The Yuanying's hands formed a seal. A wave of extreme Yin aura came out of Zhang Daren's body. Zhang Daoran hadn't completely refined this ghost gallbladder. When this aura came out, a layer of ice appeared around Zhang Daren's body. However, this cold aura blocked the invasion of divine sense. Zhang Daoran was slightly absent-minded. The yin aura had already fallen a lot. Zhang Daoran lamented the strangeness of this formation. He hurriedly slapped his hand. A pure green light flew out from the top of his head and landed on the magic treasure in midair. The magic treasure was like the finishing touch of a dragon as it gave birth to a magnificent multicolored light. Although there wasn't any roar, it still bravely rushed toward the yin aura. Kacha. A strange sound came from the formation. Then, gurgle. The sound of a fountain gushing out from the large formation within a radius of 100 miles. Rumble. Just as the strange sound appeared, a series of earth-shaking movements came from the entire formation again. In the far east, Master Sun Kong, together with the red flame stone and monkey Changgung, was lifted up to a height of 1,000 feet. Several Taoist disciples who were preparing to help at the side were also lifted up. They couldn't maintain their balance at all. Below them, hundreds of ridges swelled up and flew into the air. The gravel fell down like rain. At the same time, Zhang Daoran was also lifted up to a height of 1,000 feet. The river that shuttled through the formation also boiled. A destructive aura of yin and yang instantly filled the space of a few hundred miles. Woo-woo. As the heaven and earth rumbled, a powerful earthy yellow light beam rushed out from the North Pole where Xiaohua was. Inside the light beam, the seal of overturning the sea, which was as big as a mountain, produced thousands of pearls. Under the urging of the coiling dragon, it produced a powerful confining force that landed on a corner of the formation. Boom. The entire sky surged with a wave of air again. As the seal of overturning the sea fell, its suppressive force spread toward the far east along the ridges above the formation. The ridges that had already flown into the air were now twisting extremely, but they still slowly fell down. At the connection of these ridges, thousands of gaps were revealed. They were the traces of the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation being damaged by the erosion of time. Chapter 37:18. As soon as Xiaohua moved, Zhai Xingzi didn't dare to stay still. Seeing the hundreds of water lights and ice shards rushing towards him from all directions, Zhai Xingzi's body started to glow with starlight. His entire body gradually became blurry. Woo-woo. Similarly, the natural yuan qi descended from the sky like a hurricane and landed within the starlight. Immediately after, another ray of light flew out from Zhai Xingzi's hand. That falling star was activated by Zhai Xingzi. The several zhang-long starlights soared into the sky and directly pierced into the water lights. It emitted a sizzling sound. Xiaohua had already released a trace of his divine sense. He was constantly paying attention to Zhai Xingzi's movements. Although Zhai Xingzi's magic treasure released starlight, he was still activating the qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua wasn't disappointed. He knew that Zhai Xingzi was using the power of the stars. However, this power of the stars was condensed from a magic treasure. It couldn't be considered the real power of the stars. However, even if that was the case, Zhai Xingzi's skills were still powerful. Zhai Xingzi's body was like a bright star that shone rapidly and resonated with the falling star. A desolate qi came out from the falling star and pressed down on the formation along with the starlight. Rumble. Huge tremors appeared continuously and suppressed the space around Zhai Xingzi, who was thousands of feet away from him. Sun Kong Shangren, Zhang Daoran, Xiaohua, and Zhai Xingzi were respectively at the east, west, north and south of the Misty Mountain Maze. They used their divine powers to suppress the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation and the blue sky underworld formation. It was as if four giant hands were pressing down on the four corners of the formation. Even if the formation spirit and the qi of yin and yang were stirring crazily, they still couldn't break free from this suppression. However, when the suppression above the four corners landed in the center of the formation like waves, puff puff, a sound like a fountain suddenly appeared. Right between Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isin, a crack appeared in the formation. It was as if a huge eye was slowly opening. This eye was flowing with two colors. One was a clear green qi. Inside it, billions of inscriptions flowed like tadpoles. The other was a golden Buddhist light. Inside it, layers of golden inscriptions were like a Buddha or a heavenly dragon, stirring up thousands of Buddhist chants. As the huge crack split open, the two colors began to rush madly towards each other. An indescribably terrifying aura was born along with the noble spirit in the void, as well as the power of thought that came out of nowhere. This. Xiao Hua's divine sense sensed this and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He secretly said, "Sure enough, it's a great array carefully arranged by a great array master." If the great array was in good condition, not to mention 4 late nascent soul stage cultivators, even 4 late spirit severing stage cultivators wouldn't dare to break the array. I really don't know what other tricks this Gong Shu Yisun has. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, he heard a clear sound coming from Gong Shu Yisun's location. It was like the cry of a phoenix or the cry of a bird. 3 colored qi rushed into the air and condensed into a Z. That somewhat graceful Z grabbed with its hand. Gong Shu Yisun's ladder-like imperial equipment fell into the air. Rumble rumble, countless ant-like inscriptions fell from the imperial equipment and fell into the formation called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. These inscriptions were very strange. As they fell, they expanded. Not only did they devour the inscriptions inside the formation, they also stole the noble qi from the void. Moreover, these inscriptions formed poems and articles, falling into the formation. As the number of poems increased, the formation was no longer able to drown them out. Every inscriptions that came into contact with these poems were assimilated, turning into words and sentences of the poems. What was special was that the poems and articles formed by these inscriptions condensed extremely quickly. The poems condensed into articles, and the articles condensed into scrolls. Hundreds, thousands of scrolls formed a mountain of literature, suppressing the Golden Wind and Jade Dew formation, not allowing the formation to disperse at all. What was special was that the scrolls under the mountain of literature fell one by one, forming a dragon-like book city, separating the inscriptions of the formation from the Buddhist light of the formation. While Gong Shu Yisun was controlling the imperial equipment to block the formation, Gusuchiodi was not slow either. The imperial equipment that looked like a copper cup tilted slightly, and a stream of green water poured out of the cup, rushing into the Buddhist formation like the Milky Way. The golden inscriptions in the Buddhist formation gave off Buddhist light. This Buddhist light was crystal clear, and every inch of it had a glass Buddha hidden inside. However, when the green water fell and the Buddhist light pierced into it, there was no reflection or penetration. It was as if the light had disappeared. When the thousands of chants fell into the green water formed by the primordial water, they also disappeared into the countless small kiliacosms inside the primordial water. The book mountain expanded rapidly, blocking the light of the primordial formation like an iron wall. The blue water surged like a transparent barrier, blocking the light of the Buddha formation. For a moment, the crack actually stopped there, and the rumbling of the entire formation started to weaken. Incredible, incredible. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua was astonished when he saw the great array begin to slow down. This great array could even block a 7th grade essence energy cultivator in the past, but now it has actually declined to this extent. Can a few 5th grade essence energy cultivators like us suppress it? No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Hua saw that things were going so smoothly, far exceeding what was recorded in the Jade Eyes. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Xiao Hua did not know about other people's divine abilities, but he himself had thought about it for a long time. Some divine abilities that were not afraid of being seen through were supposed to be used here, but just one seal of turning C suppressed the gate guarding formation that was close to a tribulation passing expert strength. Wasn't this too much of a tribulation passing expert? Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's doubts arose, it was like a wave rising and falling. Just now it was a wave trough, but now the formation's power suddenly rose and a huge wave rushed up. Whether it was Xiao Hua and the other Dao cultivators or Gusuchiodi and Gong Shu Yisun, a huge force appeared under them at the same time, pouncing towards them. Wong. The seal of turning C roared loudly, and countless phantoms pounced on the formation one after another. Powerful ripples in the void were actually struck out by these phantoms. Although this seal of turning C had not been completely refined by green-robed Xiao Hua, the aura of a spiritual weapon had already taken shape. All of you quickly retreat. Although the seal of overturning C had suppressed a corner of the grand formation, Xiao Hua was alarmed and had a bad feeling. He hurriedly shouted at Fujiwen and the others, "Come back after this grand formation is broken." Yes, disciple understands. Fujiwen, Shuiping and the others did not dare to be negligent. They urged their figures to fly far away. Sun Kong and the others also saw the figures of the other disciples hurriedly escaping. This formation was indeed not something they could participate in with their cultivation. Moreover, Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The power of his spiritual weapon was powerful, and it suppressed the north pole of the formation in an instant. Then, the cultivators of the other 3 poles of the formation would not be able to withstand it. Boom boom boom. 3 loud sounds like the growls and roars of ferocious beasts were heard. The counterattack of the formation pounced on Sun Kong. It was so powerful that it caused the faces of the 3 late nascent soul cultivators to change. Sun Kong and Xiaohua worked together to suppress the profound purity spirit forbidding formation. His counterattack was the most powerful. The hundreds of mountain ridges seemed to have come alive at this moment. They broke free from the formation and crazily extended from Xiaohua's location to Sun Kong. Taoist Master Xiao, you are testing me? Sun Kong bitterly smiled and slapped the top of his head with his hand. Poof! A 6-feet-long baby flew out with a snake-like whip in his hand. This baby was wearing exquisite spiritual armor. As soon as it appeared in midair, it immediately opened its mouth. Whoa! A huge wind column was born in midair. Several spiraling flows of vital chi of heaven and earth descended from the sky, forming a huge hole and falling into the nascent soul's mouth. Wong wong. Wind flowers flashed around the nascent soul's body. The nascent soul's entire body seemed to be inflated with air. In a moment it was 1,000 feet tall. Poof! Sun Kong's nascent soul Dharma body had just formed. He pointed his finger, and the crimson flame rock that was originally floating in midair immediately turned into a ball of flame. Countless fire rings flew out from the flame and enveloped an area of several miles. Go! A huge roar came from the nascent soul's mouth. The nascent soul raised its hand again, and the snake-like whip turned into a whirlwind that wrapped around its hand. Soon after, the hand grabbed the flame. The flame borrowed the wind's power and made an even more powerful sound. Tiny thunderclaps came from the void. Strands of hair-like crystal threads rushed into the flame. The flame condensed into 100 feet in size. Outside the flame, there was a layer of faint green wind flow. Fall? This sound seemed to explode from the nascent soul's body. Strands of chi waves rushed in all directions along with this sound. The flaming rock fell with a loud bang. Layers of fire flowed along the roaring mountain ridges in all directions and instantly dyed one side of the formation red. Ao. Hundreds of tiny cries came from the mountain ridges. The mountain ridges trembled rapidly and then calmed down. Xiaohua's first move forced Sun Kong to have no choice but to use his nascent soul Dharma body. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi, who were in charge of suppressing the blue sky underworld formation, clapped their hands at the same time and released their nascent souls. Their nascent souls also solidified and turned into Dharma idols that were 100 feet in size. However, Zhai Xingzi's body flashed with strands of nebula. On the other side of the nebula were the star marks that were deeply imprinted on the skin of the nascent soul. Looking at Zhang Daoran's nascent soul, although there were some faint talisman scripts around it, these talisman scripts were gradually disappearing. The origin energy of heaven and earth swarmed around the nascent soul's body and not the talisman scripts. Wong wong. Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran activated their nascent soul Dharma bodies almost at the same time. The difference was that Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul's 7 orifices produced a suction force. 7 dragon-like whirlwinds whizzed into the Dharma body. On the other hand, Zhang Daoran's nascent soul opened the top of his head. The origin energy of heaven and earth poured in like a waterfall. For a moment, within a radius of 1,000 miles, wind and clouds surged and the weather changed greatly. Chapter 37:19. Haha. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul avatars roared at the same time. Zhai Xingzi's falling stars turned into 7 dazzling stars, and Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul avatars were in the center of the 7 stars. The 7 stars fell along with the giant hand. Boom. The earth shook and the spring water flowed backward. The yin qi that just rose up was immediately suppressed. However, when Zhai Xingzi's main body was shaking, his eyes flashed with a very puzzled expression. Zhai Xingzi muttered to himself, "Strange, this place seems a bit strange. Why does it make me feel like this?" Seeing that Zhai Xingzi had succeeded, Zhang Daoran did not dare to be negligent. The nascent soul's hand grabbed the magic treasure, and the magic treasure descended at lightning speed. Roar! The magic treasure seemed to have come alive under the control of the nascent soul. The strange beast raised its slightly damaged head and raised its 3 hooves. A strange aura pressed down. For every 10 feet it descended, the condensed ice shards would drop by 10 feet. When the huge beast and the nascent soul's hand landed, the yin energy and the jade current that had surged previously charged towards the center from both ends. Boom! After the collision, everything immediately calmed down. Although there were still small ripples flowing back and forth, regardless of whether it was the mysterious pure spirit forbidding formation or the Yellow Springs formation, the damaged areas became increasingly damaged. Waves of inexplicable fluctuations surged out from those areas. The yang energy and yin energy that surged out formed thousands of air explosions in the sky above the formation. However, these air explosions were like small firecrackers in front of the 3 nascent soul avatars. They couldn't do much. The outside of the formation was very dangerous. Inside the formation, the Golden Wind Jade Du Origin formation was suppressed by Gongshu Exion's imperial weapon. There was no resistance at all. The brilliant glazed golden light Buddha formation resisted a little, but it didn't cause any big waves under the imperial weapon's copper cup and the innate true water. Seeing this, Gongshu Exion's face bloomed with a flower-like smile. Hehe, if we're talking about spells, the Taoist cultivators are more powerful. These 4 cultivators are only at the upper 4th level, but they can suppress the outer layer of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. This really surprised me. Big Sister Qiu, your Zhai Xingzi is much stronger than that Sun Kong Shangren. Although Gusu Qiu Di was not proficient in the art of formations, her cultivation was stronger than Gongshu Exion's. It was easy for her to control the copper cup to defend against the Buddhist sect. Seeing that Zhai Xingzi was fine, she was relieved. Hearing Gongshu Exion's words, the corner of her mouth curled up. She used her chin to point at Xiaohua's direction and teased, Xingzi is considered powerful, but compared to that person he is still lacking a lot. Look, he didn't even release his nascent soul, yet he forced Sun Kong and the others to utilize their nascent soul spirit bodies. He is the most formidable. So what if he's powerful? Gongshu Isin lazily replied, when little sister thinks that he's nearly 2,000 years old, my heart feels sick and nauseous. Sister Qiu, please don't mention it again. Gusu Qiudi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But at this moment, a faint trace of black gas suddenly appeared between the Essence formation and Buddha formation. The black gas was filled with tiny devils, and a bloody stench instantly filled the entire formation. Devil chi? Gusu Qiudi frowned. She didn't understand why there was devil chi here. She looked at Gongshu Exin, who was also shocked. She stared blankly at the devil chi floating out, unable to react for a moment. She also didn't understand the use of devil chi appearing in White Cloud Mountain's maze formation. But in just a moment, Gongshu Exion's expression suddenly changed, as if she thought of something. But she didn't have time to explain to Gusu Qiudi. She shouted, Sister Qiu, 5 Chi's unifications, exterminate the devil chi. When Gusu Qiudi heard this, her expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, she slapped her hand on the top of her head and tricolored chi surged out. Her entire body reached out and the tricolored chi immediately turned into a ball of chi that was dozens of feet large. Opposite her, Gongshu Exn also activated an extremely pure 2-colored true chi. The true chi turned into 2 giant dragons, rushing towards the devil chi. Whether it was the chi ball or the chi dragon, they both let out a powerful roar. In the midst of the roar, the void cracked, the mighty chi pillar suddenly arrived, killing the thin devil chi. But Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Exan were fast, but they still couldn't be faster than the mighty chi of the Essence formation and Buddha light of the Buddha formation. As the devil chi appeared, the first to surge was the Essence formation that was suppressed by Gongshu Exion's imperial artifact. The inscriptions under the one mountain seemed to have seen an irreconcilable enemy. They all emitted a strong light. This light instantly drowned the one mountain, rushing towards the book city. And between the devil chi and the Essence formation, there was also a mighty chi pillar that broke through the void, attacking the devil chi. This mighty chi pillar was indeed rushing towards the devil chi, but still, the mighty chi pillar closest to the Essence formation turned to attack the book city and the one mountain. The mighty chi pillar was so mighty, and it was also the pure power of heaven and earth. How could Gongshu Exion's imperial artifact block it? Under the pincer attack, in just a moment, the inscriptions on Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact exploded one by one, waves of mighty turbulence flew above the essence formation. In the turbulence, the one mountain and book city suddenly collapsed, the scrolls mixed with the writings flew all over the sky, and when these writings flew into the air, they involuntarily rushed towards the devil chi. The ladder-like imperial artifact flashed with multicolored light. Not only did it not restrain the crazy inscriptions, it even assisted the essence formation in attacking the devil chi. With Gongshu Exian's current cultivation level, she couldn't control the imperial artifact at all. Take drastic measures. Gongshu Exian's face was pale, her arrogant head slightly lowered, her bright eyes looking at the monstrous inscriptions and mighty chi waves. She whispered in a low voice. She knew better than anyone that Song Longzi, who set up the essence formation, had already predicted her plan to break the formation. I really underestimated Senior Song Longzi. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid we have to use that thing? Gongshu Exian couldn't control the imperial artifact. Gusuchiodi also panicked, but Gusuchiodi's sub-body used the three chis converging to help Gongshu Exian's two-colored true chi destroy the devil chi. But the devil chi was used by Tsang Longzi to set up the formation. How could it be so easily defeated? The two's true chi destroyed a lot of the devil chi, but the devil chi was even more rampant, attacking the innate primordial water under Gusuchiodi's copper cup. Gusuchiodi's innate primordial water was powerful, but it couldn't block all of the devil chi. When the devil chi was created, the Buddha light of the glazed golden light Buddha formation shone brightly, and countless Buddhas, heavenly flowers, and heavenly dragons rushed out from the Buddha light, roaring and roaring as they rushed towards the innate primordial water. Gusuchiodi's sub-body was huge, so was the imperial artifact's copper cup. Unfortunately, Gusuchiodi relied on the imperial artifact to control the innate primordial water. She couldn't truly unleash the power of the primordial water, and even Gusuchiodi herself didn't dare to look directly at the primordial water. Now, under the pincer attack of the devil chi and the Buddha light, the primordial water had already revealed a flaw. As soon as the flaw was exposed, it was immediately invaded by the demonic chi. Sizzle. Countless sounds rang out in the void. Some were miserable cries, some were the mixing of blood and fire, and some were the roars of anger. All kinds of strange sounds came from the innate primordial water. The demonic chi actually started a battle with the Buddhist light in the mini-kiliacosm. One battlefield after another, lives were born and extinguished in the battle between the Buddha and the demonic chi. This had long surpassed Gusuchiodi's expectations. Amitabha Buddha. In the glazed golden light Buddha formation, an unknown Buddha chant came out, and a huge Buddha statue came out from the Buddha light. This Buddha statue was in the shape of 1,000 hands, and each hand held a Buddha weapon. In the center of each hand there was a Buddha eye, and these Buddha hands executed techniques to subdue the devil, attacking the devil chi through the flaws. Gusuchiodi's face turned pale, and she also realized that when she used the innate primordial water to suppress the glazed golden light Buddha formation, the Buddha formation did not show much power. After all, the Buddha formation was the same as the cultivation of the Buddha sect, which emphasized tolerance. But now, with the appearance of the devil chi, the mercy of the Buddha formation mixed with the thunderbolts had already exceeded the limit of her control, and the innate primordial water had already started to crumble under the pincer attack of the devil chi. This was still not the most important thing. What made Gusuchiodi and Gongshu Isin tremble with fear the most was that the overwhelming wave of energy and the blazing glazed golden light unavoidably came into contact with the devil energy. Waves of terrifying aura were produced between the two. Strings of bubbles disappeared into the void where the two were sent out. Moreover, the sounds of huge explosions that seemed to resound in their hearts caused the void to collapse. The two's true chi shook uncontrollably. Even their previously awe-inspiring sub-bodies began to tremble from the inside out. Not good. In an instant, Gusuchiodi and Gongshu Isin thought of the strange phenomenon recorded in the jade eyes that Xue Ping found. Wasn't the scene of the tragic attack on the Misty Mountain Maze formation like this? Go. Gongshu Isin immediately had the thought of escaping, and she looked up at Gusuchiodi. That Gusuchiodi also had fear in her eyes and her Zhen Qi started to shrink. However, at this moment, boom, boom, boom. The situation of the Misty Mountain Maze formation going out of control had already spread to the outer formation, and the two formations that were suppressed by Xiao Hua and the others just now started to counterattack even more crazily. But looking at the Shenqing spirit restricting formation, The hundreds of ridges that were hundreds of miles long were now completely floating in the air, and huge rocks were shaking off from the ridges, and the flames that spread for dozens of miles were also extinguished under the trembling. Under the ridges, roar, roar. The souls that were imprisoned by the formation let out valiant and unyielding, and even angry roars. They were released by the formation, and Sun Kong's nascent soul Dharma body and red flame stone started to tremble under the counterattack of these souls, and patches of golden light were shaved off from the nascent soul Dharma body. Run. Sun Kong instantly had the same thought as Gong Shui Sin when he faced the uncontrollable souls, and only one thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 37:20. However, Master Sun Kong's nascent soul only moved a few inches before a huge force lifted him and the red flame stone several feet away. This force forced Master Sun Kong to give up. However, at this moment, Venerable Master Sun Kong's nascent soul raised his head and scanned the formation with his divine sense. The entire formation was a mess, and his divine sense was cut off by the formation. Venerable Master Sun Kong couldn't see the situation of the others clearly. However, he knew that if he stayed here and fought it might be a dead end, but if he escaped it would be a dead end. He didn't believe that without his suppression, Xiao Hua could resist the backlash of the hundreds of souls in the profound purity forbidden spirit formation. Maybe I'll die. If it was before the Jade Pavilion conference, Master Sun Kong wouldn't have cared about the life and death of others. However, after years of life and death together and the trust between them, he understood the importance of trust. Maybe I'll escape. I don't have many choices, but for that heavy trust, I have no other choice. Even if I die here today, I have to face Brother Dao Ran and Daoist Xiao, who exposed their backs to me. Forget it then. I'll die. Thinking about this, esteemed Master Sun Kong looked at the rapidly shrinking nascent soul that was about to enter his body. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence was crimson. When the seal landed on the blood essence emitted layers of golden light. Layers of strange fluctuations appeared in the void and landed on the blood essence. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the void and soon, the blood essence was refined into a blood-red rune. Go. Master Sun Kong waved his hand and the rune turned into a stream of light that landed between the nascent soul's eyebrows. Then Master Sun Kong closed his eyes. Break. His divine sense rushed into the nascent soul's eyebrows like a tide. Boom. A light sound came from between the nascent soul's eyebrows. As the rune landed, his divine sense also poured in and a strange rune appeared out of thin air. It was at this moment that Master Sun Kong cut off his connection with the nascent soul. The avatar left in the nascent soul's body let out a miserable scream. Hiss. Even Master Sun Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. A heart-wrenching pain came from his Naiwan palace. This pain seemed to be unbearable. However, Master Sun Kong didn't have time to comprehend this out-of-body feeling. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with his hands again. His entire body rapidly expanded under the influence of the seal. Roar? Seeing Sun Kong like this, the spirit monkey Changgung also roared at the sky. Not only did all the hair on its palm-sized body stand up, it also flashed with demonic aura and its body began to uncontrollably expand. As Sun Kong's body expanded, his nascent soul slowly shrank. It was at this moment that Sun Kong's crimson flame stone began to crack under the attacks of the hundreds of souls. Flames shot into the sky, followed by hundreds of primordial souls. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Sun Kong. Woo-woo. A huge pillar of primal chi of heaven and earth descended from the sky and landed on Sun Kong's body and nascent soul. The two spirit bodies of the same size opened their eyes at the same time. Clear light flashed in their eyes and they were filled with indifference. Roar. The spirit monkey Changgung transformed into a demon body that was hundreds of feet tall and flew into the air. He landed in front of the two spirits. Break. The two souls of Master Sun Kong sneered at the same time. They each reached out a hand and placed it on the spirit monkey's shoulders. Boom. Spirit monkey Changgung's eyes emitted light pillars that were several dozen feet in size. The two light pillars created a powerful suction force. The souls of the ferocious spirits that had already attacked Master Sun Kong were first afraid, then they became even more ferocious. They recklessly charged at Master Sun Kong's nascent soul as if that soul was their innate delicacy. The two light pillars were like a huge whirlpool. Every time they swept across a type of evil spirit, the evil spirit's soul would be firmly sucked in. A large number of evil spirits fell into Chang'Gung's light pillars, and Chang'Gung's body involuntarily expanded. However, whether it was Master Sun Kong's body or nascent soul, the large hand on Chang'Gung's body also shone brightly. The souls were sucked into the two souls, reducing the pressure on Chang'Gung. However, how powerful were the ancient ferocious spirits? How could the spirit monkey Chang'Gung resist them? In just a few seconds, Chang'Gung's face was filled with pain. His huge demon body began to swell. Even Master Sun Kong's body and nascent soul began to uncontrollably expand. The light around them rapidly trembled. Fight. Esteemed Sun Kong's face was already as white as a sheet of paper, but he let out an angry roar and took out a broken piece of jade. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of essence blood. The jade expanded and turned into a palm-sized monster. This jade was actually a rare jade talisman. Shua. This jade talisman was different from Xiaohua's phoenix illusion. As Master Sun Kong pointed his finger, the jade talisman fell between the nascent soul's eyebrows, which was where the strange rune disappeared. Roar. Master Sun Kong's nascent soul trembled in pain, then light overflowed. As the world's origin energy crazily rushed in, the entire soul turned into the monster's shape. Whoa! The monster opened its mouth and spat out a green light. Several ferocious spirits near Master Sun Kong were immediately covered and turned into streams of light that entered the monster's body. However, when the ferocious spirits entered the monster's body, the nascent soul monster's body expanded, and expanded again. Master Sun Kong's eyes flashed with desperation. Even the large hand on Chang'Gung's body increased the suction force. Chang'Gung's body also expanded. Ancient ferocious spirits. Even if Master Sun Kong activated the jade talisman and paid with his life, with his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he might be able to devour one or two. However, there were hundreds of ferocious spirits in front of him. How many could he devour? The Misty Mountain Maze formation, even if it only had 30% of its power, was definitely not something a nascent soul cultivator could covet. Perhaps in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Master Sun Kong would be swollen by the ancient ferocious beast soul. No regrets. At this moment, Master Sun Kong's heart was filled with satisfaction. There was nothing more satisfying than this moment. That confidence that was worthy of the trust made him generously go to his death. At this critical moment. 800 miles away, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Master Sun Kong was forced to release his nascent soul and even forced to activate a secret technique to enter the out-of-body realm. How good would Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran be? Although the Blue Sky Underworld formation was different from the Shenqing Spirit Forbidding Array, its power matched the Shenqing Spirit Forbidding Array. When the ferocious beast soul of the Shenqing Spirit Forbidding Array broke out, the Blue Sky Underworld formation naturally had a corresponding change. When the fierce souls attacked Venerable Sun Kong, the blue water hidden in the formation also poured out. Waves of blood-red light flashed and a bloody aura that would make one's blood boil rushed out of the formation. Among this aura, a strand of blood-red nether water that was smaller than a thumb rushed into the air along with a strand of blue water that was more than 100 feet thick. This. Zhang Daoran and his nascent soul Dharma body's 4 eyes flashed with disbelief. Zhang Daoran's main body almost cried out, "This is the yellow spring water?" Yes, wasn't that blood-red water the extremely rare yellow spring water in the hidden immortal continent? Countless runes flashed in the green water. The runes were not only used to set up the formation, but also to confine the yellow spring water. Gong Shu Yisin said that the green water's power was not as powerful as before. The truth was that the core of the Blue Sky Underworld formation was inside the formation. All the yin qi and water that appeared outside the formation was just a cover to hide the ferocious teeth of the Blue Sky Underworld formation. At that moment, Zhang Daoran used a Dharma treasure to suppress the yin qi within the formation. However, when the yin qi receded, the water of the yellow springs surged again. The runes in the water of the yellow springs peeled off layer by layer. The blood-red water of the yellow springs quickly dyed the water red. The huge water flow was like a blood dragon rushing through the formation and pouncing towards Zhang Daoran. If it was Zhang Daoran before the Yaotai conference, he might not be able to recognize the yellow spring water, or he might not be so afraid of it. However, Zhang Daoran obtained one of the 3 exotic treasures of the Yaotai conference, the cold ghost gall. Although he had not completely refined the cold ghost gall, he had a keen sense of the netherworld's items and knew the power of the yellow spring water. Zhang Daoran was only a late Yuanying stage cultivator. Even if he reached out-of-body or Funshin stage, his physical body, his Yuanying spirit body could not touch a trace of the yellow spring water. The yellow spring water was death qi, and the Yuanying was a spirit body. Zhang Daoran could use a secret technique to refine the cold ghost gall with his spirit body, but he definitely did not dare to refine the yellow spring water. Run. Zhang Daoran had the same feeling as Sun Kong Shangren. A way out appeared in his heart. Moreover, Zhang Daoran was very confident that although the water of the yellow springs had begun to overflow, with his nascent soul and the refined ghost guts, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed from the yellow springs. Run. It was just a thought, but Zhang Daoran immediately killed it. After he escaped, the misty mountain maze would lose its balance and the entire formation would kill everyone on the spot. Moreover, once he left, the yellow spring heaven formation would crazily counterattack Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi would definitely not be able to resist it. Other than death, there would be no other ending for Zhai Xingzi. Zhang Daoran might not have Xiaohua's heaven-defying luck, but the mercy in his heart was not much less than Xiaohua's or even more. Since he did not intend to escape, Zhang Daoran immediately made a decision. Chapter 37-21. Zhang Daoran's hands formed a seal and he waved his hand. A strange, black object flew out from his chest. It looked like a giant rock, but it was also very broken. Poof. Zhang Daoran opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Jia. The giant rock let out a long cry and extremely strange runes came out from its body. They turned into a red halo that surrounded the giant rock. Rise. Zhang Daoran let out a roar and his entire body became a hurricane. As the red halo shined, it also began to expand like crazy. Shua. A giant wave came and a death aura mixed with blood rushed toward the rock. Roar. The magic treasure controlled by Zhang Daoran's nascent soul also let out a roar and a red halo appeared around its body. The shape of this halo was similar to the rock's. Countless halos appeared before Zhang Daoran and the nascent soul. When the blue water fell on the halos, it was immediately divided into dozens of small streams. However, within these small streams, the water of the underworld was still there. Right at this moment, Zhang Daoran's nascent soul spat out azure light from its mouth, and the infernal glacial ghost gallbladder that was in its hand instantly fell into the light. 1-1. Violent vibrations erupted from the infernal glacial ghost gallbladder, and a series of ghostly heads emerged from within with hair-thin translucent threads intertwined between them. The phantom chill ghost gallbladder fell into the light and the nascent soul sucked. The phantom chill ghost gallbladder followed the light into the nascent soul's mouth. The moment the phantom chill ghost gallbladder touched the nascent soul, Zhang Daoran's body flashed. Just like Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran cut off his own origin soul. However, Zhang Daoran's timing was clearly more mature than Sun Kong's. Aside from the pain on his face, there was also a hint of nervousness. Boom. Icy flames mixed with the smell of blood emerged from the nascent soul's head and washed down the nascent soul's face. Go all out. Zhang Daoran's Dharma body, which was almost 100 feet tall, also urged his true essence. He cast one strange spell after another. Wherever his magic power fell, the yellow spring water from the 2 magic treasure rings was drawn into the nascent soul. Sizzle. The nascent soul's spiritual body collapsed as soon as it touched the yellow spring water. However, the icy flames and blood that fell from the nascent soul's head rushed over and fought with the water of the yellow springs. Phew. Zhang Daoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Then he pointed at the 2 magic treasures again. 2 eye-like cracks appeared on the back of the magic treasures, and 2 dark hurricanes emerged from them. The water of the underworld in the halo was instantly sucked in by the hurricanes. Zhang Daoran sighed as he watched his nascent soul collapse and reform from time to time. The ghostly frigid guts and the water of the underworld were locked in a tug-of-war. He endured the pain of his body being corroded by the water of the underworld and looked at the blurry array in the distance. He said in his heart, "Fellow Taoist, this old man can only do this much. Before I die, I will buy as much time as I can. I hope you can safely retreat." As the saying goes, when someone is sad, there will naturally be someone who is happy. Just as the water of the underworld gushed out crazily, the runes in the water were chipped off layer by layer due to the array's attacks. The water of the underworld dyed the water red, and the huge blood dragon roared and rushed towards Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi was shocked at first. However, when the bloody aura and the unparalleled chi of death rushed into his nascent soul, the starlight around his nascent soul swelled like a lantern. A strange expression appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face, as if he had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. He actually cried out in a low voice, "Damn it, no wonder this old man felt that this place was very strange. It turns out that the array here actually contains the water of the underworld. I've searched for who knows how many years and I actually found it here today. Heavens, is this old man's luck finally here? Or did my luck change after I followed Xiaohua?" As Zhai Xingzi laughed secretly, the water of the underworld had already rushed into the air. Zhai Xingzi patted his head again. Puff. Several streams of true energy spurted out. Amidst these streams of true energy, a talisman half the size of a palm surged out like a moon surrounded by stars. Although this talisman was only half a piece, it was densely covered with star runes. The star runes formed strange runes. As the streams of true energy landed on it, strands of star runes flickered. Between these flickering star runes, there vaguely appeared stars of various sizes. He then looked at Zhai Xingzi's other hand. He reached into his Chengkuan bag and took out a black ancient magic tool. This magic tool had 9 bends. Between the bends, there were crystals that emitted a strange light. Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul waved its hand. The falling star that had previously transformed into a 7-star flew into the air, still in the shape of a 7-star. Immediately, the nascent soul grabbed, and the demonic artifact fell into the nascent soul's hand, once again combining with the 7 stars. Collect. Zhai Xingzi chanted an incantation. The 7 stars emitted starlight that rushed into the demonic artifact's crystal. Wave after wave of star rings emerged from the demonic artifact, falling onto the water of the underworld. That water of the underworld was immediately absorbed by the star rings into the demonic artifact. The water of the underworld that practically could not resist corrosion was unexpectedly absorbed by Zhai Xingzi's ineffable demonic artifact. Good. Zhai Xingzi's originally anxious heart instantly relaxed. He thought to himself, the nameless ancient scrolls cultivation method is indeed not bad. This demonic artifact can absorb the water of the underworld. In this way, this water of the underworld naturally can help me step into out-of-body realm. As he thought this, Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul's other hand slapped downwards. The star crest that had previously flown out from Zhai Xingzi's Naiwan palace landed on the hand. The nascent soul slowly raised its hand, as if a giant mountain peak was suspended in its hand. However, although this hand appeared slow, it was actually extremely fast. In no more than a few breaths' time, the hand pinched the star crest and placed it on its own forehead. Boom. An extremely brilliant starlight flashed from the nascent soul's forehead. The nascent soul's entire spirit body immediately became illusory. Specks that were like brilliant stars covered the nascent soul's entire spirit body. Break. Just like Master Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi silently chanted an incantation. His mind's connection with the nascent soul's primordial spirit was severed. Zhai Xingzi's face showed an expression of pain. Weng weng. Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul let out a rumbling sound. Its entire spirit body suddenly compressed, condensing into a fist-sized star core in an instant. Success or failure depends on this one move. Zhai Xingzi steeled his heart. His hand seals activated, and that vast and mighty underworld water was immediately divided into a stream that charged towards the star core. ZZZT. The star core was submerged by the underworld water, letting out an unpleasant hissing sound. Wisps of green smoke emitted from the star core. When the first stream of underworld water dripped down, that star core unexpectedly transformed into 365 tiny fragments. These fragments did not have starlight, but even the underworld water could not melt these fragments. Boom. Immediately afterwards, another stream of underworld water washed down. Zhai Xingzi's corporeal body slightly trembled. When the underworld water fell, those 360 fragments again shrunk by half. Zhai Xingzi endured an indescribable pain. This pain was more severe than having his tendons pulled out and his bones pulled out. This pain originated from his soul. This was precisely the pain of refining the soul that was mentioned in the secret art. Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul star core was washed no less than 9 times with the underworld water. Not only were each fragment as small as they could be, but each fragment also flashed with a trace of bloody light. What a pity! Zhai Xingzi's whole body convulsed into a ball. Hiding behind the demonic weapon, he avoided the torrential underworld water. He secretly regretted in his heart. According to the secret art, the more underworld water washes, the more beneficial it is for the nascent soul. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not enough, so I can only wash 9 of them. If I can wash 9 of them, not to mention stepping into the spirit-severing stage, even crossing the heavenly tribulation is within reach. Forget it. Just as he regretted, Zhai Xingzi woke up again. Opportunities are opportunities. In this moment, I can use the underworld water to cleanse my body. The demonic weapon also contains the underworld water. In the future, there is hope for me to refine the star arts. Why should I think more? Immediately, Zhai Xingzi urged on the secret art again. A mouthful of essence blood fell onto those 365 star cores. Wang. Several hundred star cores vibrated at the same time, each emitting faint star markings. These star markings floated in midair, forming a complete star crest. Boom boom boom. A myriad of heaven-earth origin chi condensed into a hurricane that fell towards the star crest. Strands of sparkling light flickered, and thunderbolts similarly struck down. An extremely small nascent soul appeared from the flat star crest. It slowly swelled, reaching more than 100 zhang. But this nascent soul's entire body was covered in star markings under the thunderbolts. Following the disappearance of the thunderbolts, all of the star markings also disappeared. The entire nascent soul was incomparably solid, no different from an ordinary corporeal body. The nascent soul originally had its eyes closed. When the spirit body was completed, the nascent soul opened its eyes. Its 2 black pupils flashed with endless starlight. Swoosh! The nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes. Both of its hands waved, and 2 pillars of starlight fell onto the still roaring underworld water. That water flow instantly quieted, and the blood-colored markings quietly contracted. Wang. 100 li away, an anomaly suddenly appeared. Zhai Xingzi raised his head to look. It was precisely Xiaohua's North Pole. Xiaohua. A slight smile suddenly appeared on Zhai Xingzi's originally pained face. He turned his head to look at his nascent soul that seemed to have been reborn after breaking through. Then he looked at the already receding underworld water. Unexpectedly, he used his hand to rub his nose and laughed. This kind of opportunity, even this old man can benefit from it. Presumably, Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daorang can also do the same. We are already like this, so what fortuitous encounter did Taoist Master Xiao have? It's a pity that this old man's divine intent cannot pass through. That is, when Zhai Xingzi muttered to himself here, he saw that at the north pole of the cloud mountain bewildering array, hundreds of magnificent lights soared into the sky, imposing and vast. Back to Xiaohua, when that profound purity spirit forbidding great array gave birth to an anomaly, Master Sun Kong's nascent soul body was sent flying into the air by the power of hundreds of vicious spirits. Xiaohua and Master Sun Kong respectively suppressed the head and tail of the mountain ridge. The force of impact he received was not any less than Master Sun Kong's. However, how could Master Sun Kong compare to Xiaohua's cultivation? Moreover, when Xiaohua saw that the force coming from the bottom of the great array was about to overturn his body, he immediately roared and took out the wishful staff. He gathered his strength and fiercely struck at the bottom of the great array. Chapter 37:22. There was a loud boom. As the wishful steel staff fell, the fierce soul attacking Xiaohua was immediately suppressed. Of course, this suppression was only temporary. With the strength of Sun Kong, he could only resist 1 or 2 fierce souls. Xiaohua suppressing 4 or 5 of them was already good. Immediately, hundreds of fierce souls broke out from the runes on the ridge and rushed madly towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked and urged the heavenly law embodiment technique. The hurricane within a radius of 10 miles suddenly rose, and countless heaven and earth essence chi poured into Xiaohua's golden body. Beat. Xiaohua waved the wishful staff in one hand and sent the fierce souls flying. His other hand clenched into a fist, and almost one in each hand, the fierce souls were also sent rolling in the air. Unfortunately, the ancients said that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. What's more, Xiaohua was facing hundreds of fierce souls. Which one of these fierce souls was not a powerful beast in the past? Although after thousands of years of tempering, these fierce souls had dissipated a lot, but it was still not something that Xiaohua could resist alone. Although Xiaohua's staff technique was exquisite, although Xiaohua's fists and feet were unparalleled, in just a moment, Xiaohua was already a little tired. Where is the green-robed friend? Xiaohua saw that he was unable to resist and did not dare to neglect, so he shouted. Whoa! Above Xiaohua's head, a 6-colored brilliance suddenly appeared and enveloped a fierce soul that was pouncing towards him. Ao. The fierce soul tumbled in the air and howled in grief. That fierce soul's figure had become much dimmer. Woo. The green-robed Xiaohua took control of the invisible Yuanying and urged the Kunlun mirror to destroy the enemies. Similarly, after another moment, the green-robed Xiaohua felt that it was somewhat strenuous. Although the Kunlun mirror was powerful, it had not reached the point where it could kill the ferocious soul. Although the ferocious soul temporarily retreated, when it counterattacked again, its strength became even more powerful. The light beam of the Kunlun mirror became more and more difficult to condense, and its power began to decline. Rumble? Seeing this, the green-robed Xiaohua did not hesitate to grab with his hand. Countless heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air and fell on hundreds of fierce souls. Swoosh! Seeing the heavenly lightning falling, a thin mist was produced in the blue sky underworld formation. There were traces of blood-colored underworld water in the mist, and the heavenly lightning turned into nothing when it fell into the mist. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily. He knew that Song Longzi had already plotted against him using the thunder-drawing technique. Boom boom boom. The heavenly lightning did not fall, but the ferocious spirits were stimulated by the heavenly lightning's might. Ferocious spirits of different colors and shapes rolled down the mountain rocks, roaring as they rushed out of the great formation. Each and every one of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Xiaohua. How terrifying! As he looked at the ferocious spirits that were far more ferocious than him, Xiaohua felt a sense of powerlessness. He could execute a divine ability to kill one, or he could rack his brains to kill 10, but he couldn't kill a few hundred ferocious spirits at once. Although Xiaohua's fleshly body had been tempered to an incomparably solid state by the enormous stone formation of Yaotai Mountain, it was still slightly insufficient in front of these ferocious spirits. Xiaohua could imagine that if he were to be careless and allowed these ferocious spirits to get close to him, not to mention his fleshly body, even his golden body might be torn apart by the ferocious spirits. What should I do? Xiaohua was at his wit's end. Roar? Right at this moment, a ferocious spirit that looked like a jackal and wolf pounced over. That ferocious aura once again rushed towards Xiaohua's mind. Chao and I. Suddenly, a familiar figure and name appeared in Xiaohua's mind. That was the ferocious spirit that almost killed Xiaohua and Xiaoming when he was building his foundation many years ago. How could Xiaohua forget about it? Furthermore, a secret technique that Xiaohua had almost forgotten about also appeared. Spirit Husbandry Sect. Spirit Awakening 5 Accumulations Formation. Xiaohua's previous memories instantly flashed through his mind, and he recalled the situation of the Spirit Husbandry Sect when he was building his foundation in the Flame Forest Swamp. Damn it! Didn't I get the secret technique to absorb the souls of ferocious spirits from that Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple? Thinking of this, a strange expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. That's right, the secret technique that he had almost forgotten about, and the hundreds of ferocious spirits in front of him. Now that they were gathered together, wasn't he the catalyst to unlock the profound purity spirit sealing array? Xiaohua silently recited the secret technique in his mind a few times, and he had already comprehended it in a short while. Then he saw the green-robed Xiaohua waving his hand, and the Kunlun mirror was kept in his body. Then he slapped his head with one hand. Pooh! A beam of light shot up into the sky from his head and landed on the nearest ferocious spirit. Roar, roar! The ferocious spirit roared and wanted to dodge, but the light was like a maggot that stuck to its bones. No matter how the ferocious spirit struggled, it couldn't escape. Furthermore, the light produced a strange wave and suction force that tore the ferocious spirit into pieces and absorbed it. In just a moment, the ferocious spirit became much dimmer. Needless to say, as long as Xiaohua had enough time, he would definitely be able to easily absorb this ferocious spirit. The secret technique of the spirit husbandry sect was indeed the nemesis of ferocious spirits. Roar! This ferocious spirit roared, and it was very tragic. More and more ferocious spirits nearby heard it and rushed over. Green-robed Taoist, please return. Xiaohua sneered and ordered. Green-robed Xiaohua urged his formless nascent soul to enter his dantian. Where is the soul cultivator? Xiaohua shouted again. I'm coming. A green light flashed, and soul cultivator Xiaohua appeared in his dantian. His hands were like dancing butterflies, and in an instant, a green mark appeared between the eyebrows of the 140 nascent souls in Xiaohua's dantian. Rise! Soul cultivator Xiaohua softly called out. These nascent souls simultaneously raised their left hands and hit their own heads. Rise! Xiaohua's nascent soul sat cross-legged on top of these nascent souls' heads. The head of his nascent soul sprayed out a brilliance, and the heads of the 100 nascent souls also sprayed out a multicolored brilliance. Under the leadership of Xiaohua's nascent soul, hundreds of brilliance sprayed out from Xiaohua's head. Rumble? These 100 or so brilliance might not be conspicuous in Xiaohua's dantian, but when they came out of his dantian, they were a myriad of phenomena. Not only did they produce a rumbling sound, they also stirred up the world's origin energy. One by one, they turned into pillars of light several feet in size and soared into the sky. Not only did they illuminate the North Pole where Xiaohua was located, but they also illuminated the entire 100-mile radius of the Misty Mountain bewildering array. The indescribable phenomenon shrouded the area around Xiaohua and immediately attracted the attention of 3 nascent soul cultivators and 2 Confucian cultivators. Fall, Xiaohua stood in midair with a calm expression and looked at the 100 or so brilliance that soared into the sky. He calmly chanted a mantra. Swoosh! The 100 or so brilliance descended, and every single brilliance enveloped an ancient ferocious soul. Every single nascent soul was executing the secret technique of spirit husbandry sect in Xiaohua's lower dantian. Strands and pieces of ferocious souls were refined by this secret technique and rushed into the spirit bodies of the nascent souls. Every single nascent soul spirit body was visibly swelling up. Rumble? The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in his middle dantian also didn't miss the opportunity to execute the 5 qi righteous lightning. The places where the lightning landed were like the water of the netherworld cleansing Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul's spirit body. It cleansed the ferocious souls that were absorbed into the spirit body mercilessly and helped the nascent soul to absorb them. None of the hundreds of ancient ferocious souls were inferior to Xiaohu. In fact, every single one of them was even more ferocious than Xiaohu. They were all ferocious souls that Song Langzi had carefully selected to guard the door. How bad could they be? Although they had been imprisoned in this profound purity spirit forbidding great array for tens of millions of years, they still had the nourishment of the great array. Although the restriction of the great array had gradually been worn down, they were still as ferocious as before. Now that they saw someone actually challenging them, how could they dodge? One by one, they gathered the souls that they had distributed within the great array and madly attacked Xiaohua. Buzz. Xiaohua frowned. His divine sense rushed out and did his best to resist the imprisonment of the great array. Although he couldn't rush out more than 10 miles within a range of a few miles, Xiaohua could still barely resist. However, these ferocious souls were really too powerful. Just as Xiaohua's divine sense was set up, it was immediately shattered by them. Xiaohua had no choice but to release his divine sense again. But even so, Xiaohua's divine sense was able to block the ferocious souls every time to prevent him from being surrounded and killed. This gave him time to absorb these ferocious souls. Seeing so many ferocious souls like carps crossing the river, Xiaohua did his best to resist while unconsciously narrowing his eyes and smiling. Little ones, take your time, take your time. This place here is warm and tight. You've been lonely outside for tens of millions of years. Now go home. Follow this lord and you'll eat and drink well. Just as Venerable Master Sun Kong was about to drink poison to quench his thirst, he suddenly heard a deafening roar from 100 miles away. Then a vision suddenly appeared. Hundreds of light pillars soared into the sky and landed within the great array. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but Venerable Master Sun Kong's senses were sharp. Every light pillar landed on an ancient ferocious soul. The ferocious souls that had previously pounced on him like a tide were now like a falling tide. They were all attracted by the light pillars and pounced on the light pillars one after another. Only a few ferocious souls that had been sucked in by his yuanying didn't leave despite their extreme struggles. So, Taoist Master Xiao? How can he be so powerful? The source of that brilliance was precisely where Xiaohua was. Venerable Master Sun Kong truly didn't dare to believe his eyes. What kind of divine ability was this? He had just faced an ancient ferocious soul, so he was very clear in his heart. Every ferocious soul had the strength of yuanying and above. He had already reached his limit by barely dealing with two. How could Xiaohua deal with hundreds of ferocious souls? However, Venerable Master Sun Kong clearly sensed that every light pillar had the strength of a yuanying. Hundreds of light pillars. That was the strength of 100 yuanying. Xiaohua, what cultivation level is he at? Venerable Master Sun Kong originally had an overestimation of Xiaohua, but now he was even more certain that Xiaohua was unfathomable. So much so that an extreme sense of loss spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. Yes, if Xiaohua could resist the attacks of 10 Venerable Masters, Venerable Master Sun Kong wouldn't necessarily be envious. But this was the attack of 100 Venerable Masters. How could Venerable Master Sun Kong endure this? In the instant that Venerable Master Sun Kong felt lost, his Tao heart became slightly unstable. His monstrous yuanying suddenly shook and wanted to return to human form. Chapter 37-23. Oh no, this is bad. Sun Kong Shangren is startled. He immediately calms his mind and activates his secret technique. He secretly cries out, "Why am I suddenly confused at this time? There must be geniuses in this world, there must be almighty people who are stronger than me. Rather than letting this almighty person be my enemy, it's better to let this almighty person be my old friend. It's my good fortune to be able to meet Taoist Master Xiao. Not to mention that because of Taoist Xiao, I joined hands with Zhang Daoran in the Jade Pavilion Conference and avoided the ending where both sides suffered heavy losses. Not to mention that because of this, I obtained the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. Today, because of Taoist Xiao, I was able to make great progress in my cultivation because of the secret technique. Based on this alone, what qualifications do I have to be jealous of Taoist Xiao? I can't thank him enough, right? But why is my Tao heart suddenly unstable? Oh no. Sun Kong Shangren suddenly realizes something. A burst of ecstasy rushes into his heart. Could it be that I'm going to break through? Soon after, Sun Kong Shangren didn't dare to think too much. He tried his best to connect with his nascent soul and let go of the ominous soul that he couldn't completely control, leaving only the ominous soul that he could control to continue absorbing. However, just as Sun Kong Shangren was going all out, a trace of doubt appeared. Perhaps Xiaohua also has the same idea as this old man? He may not be able to deal with these vicious souls, but he wants to sacrifice himself to save our lives. At this time, Xiaohua is naturally not fighting alone. More than 100 nascent souls are fighting together. With these 100 nascent souls, the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation is no longer a threat. After absorbing hundreds of ancient vicious souls, it's only a matter of time before his cultivation improves greatly. Moreover, as the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation stabilizes, the Yellow Springs formation of the Cloudy Mountain Maze starts to wreak havoc again. What's this? The aura of the Yellow Springs water weakens and floats to Xiaohua's left side. Xiaohua frowns. His heart is moved. Netherworld water? This formation. Oh, I understand. In just an instant, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. His admiration for Longzi was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. This is a formation master, this is a senior of our Taoism. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, it will definitely shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. With this ancient ferocious soul and the netherworld water, the balance of yin and yang, the fusion of life and death, it is truly difficult to resist. Oh no. If that's the case, then Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi will be in deep trouble. If it was anyone else, it would surely be difficult to deal with this netherworld water that was filled with death qi, and they would surely have no choice but to flee if they didn't possess a great divine ability or an unusual secret technique. However, for Xiao Hua, it was an extremely simple task, especially now that he had successfully tempered his divine will. Quick! While thinking, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth and the Kunlun mirror flew out. Xiao Hua formed a seal and hit the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror emitted a six-colored brilliance from mid-air and covered the area around Xiao Hua. Then Xiao Hua withdrew his divine will and swept it towards the netherworld water. As soon as he touched it, his divine will was immediately corroded by the netherworld water. However, the moment Xiao Hua's divine will was corroded, the netherworld water immediately flowed into the inside of the space like a trickle. For Xiao Hua, who had the inside of the space collecting the netherworld water, was that simple. Xiao Hua was that willful. Using his mind to absorb things was naturally much easier than using a secret technique to absorb the primordial ferocious souls. After a short while, the primordial spirit forbidding formation and the yellow springs formation returned to a temporary balance. The raging primordial chi of heaven and earth and the rampant restrictive spells slowly calmed down, and the formation within 100 miles became calm again. No one knew that Xiao Hua had actually taken away the uncontrollable water of the yellow springs without anyone noticing. Both Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran saw the phenomenon of Xiao Hua absorbing the ancient ferocious soul clearly. However, Zhang Daoran didn't think that Xiao Hua could help him. The yellow springs formation was so powerful. Needless to say, the profound purity spirit forbidding formation was even more so. Even if Xiao Hua could break the profound purity spirit forbidding formation, he probably couldn't save him from danger. Moreover, the netherworld chill ghost gallbladder was refined by Zhang Daoran with the help of the netherworld water. It only took the time to drink a cup of tea to finish. Of course, this kind of action was more of a resistance than a refinement. Without the netherworld chill ghost gallbladder, Zhang Daoran didn't have the strength to resist the netherworld water. Thus, while Zhang Daoran was hoping that Xiao Hua and Sun Kong would be able to escape the formation alive, he also used his cultivation technique to fuse the refined netherfrost ghost gall into his nascent soul, once again resisting the corrosion of the yellow springs. Between life and death, Zhang Daoran didn't have any extra thoughts to be happy about his cultivation rising. He only wanted to resist for as long as possible. Until the end, he realized that the netherworld water was gradually decreasing. There were even signs of it drying up. What's going on? Zhang Daoran was surprised at first, then he was ecstatic. The reason why the netherworld water was decreasing was no longer important to him. The important thing was that he didn't have to die. The important thing was, he could use the remaining netherworld water to integrate the netherworld chill ghost gallbladder that wasn't completely refined into his nascent soul. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran didn't dare to delay. This was an opportunity that was fleeting. Zhang Daoran didn't have time to withdraw his Dharma body. He sat cross-legged in mid-air and started to cultivate. Zhang Daoran, who was in the most dangerous situation, was already fine. Zhai Xingzi, who used the water of the underworld to cultivate, was even less of a threat. When he saw that the water of the underworld had slowed down, he was happy because he didn't have to divide his attention to resist the water of the underworld. He only had to finish practicing his secret technique before the water of the underworld disappeared. Actually, to Zhai Xingzi, the most important thing was the beginning of the cleansing of the star core by the netherworld water. That was to use the chi of death to wash away the impurities in the nascent soul, then use the chi of life to cultivate the nascent soul from the star core. After this stage, the netherworld water could only be used as a support. What was truly useful was his secret technique in the chi of heaven and earth. When Xiao Hua started to collect the netherworld water, a 3-inch nascent soul was already born from the netherworld water. When the chi of death and chi of life were in a stalemate, it slowly grew. Strands of starlight lingered around the nascent soul's body as the secret technique was activated. After Xiao Hua made his move, the outer layer of the misty mountain maze had already started to calm down. Unfortunately, this tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. The huge explosion that caused the outer layer to tremble rumbled once again from the center of the formation. Two auras that were even more terrifying than the hundreds of ancient ferocious souls and the underworld water rushed out. The chaos that had just calmed down in the outer layer was born again. No matter if it was the spirits or the netherworld water, they started to struggle again. Sigh one wave after another. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart as he urged his mind to collect the water of the netherworld. Then he flew toward the center of the chi that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Following Xiao Hua's body, the hundreds of light pillars and ancient spirits also flew up. These light pillars were now controlled by the green-robed Xiao Hua and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua in his lower dantian. There was no need for Xiao Hua to worry about them. When the overwhelming chi wave and the dazzling golden light clashed against each other, a string of bubbles sounded in the void. The void in front of Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isin collapsed. The entire inner formation was completely out of control. Not to mention Gongshu Isin, who was only a 4th grade elemental energy cultivator. Even Gusu Chiodi, who was a 5th grade elemental energy cultivator, couldn't help but have a huge change in expression. She wanted to escape. However, what the two didn't expect was that Gongshu Isin was too careless. She placed herself and Gusu Chiodi in the inner formation. This was the most appropriate method, but at the same time, it was also the most dangerous method. Just when the inner formation went out of control and affected the outer formation, the area around the two was already sealed by the mystic pure spirit sealing formation and the heaven fall underworld formation. Not to mention escaping, even if they were to fly up a few feet, they would be restrained by the yin and yang forces of the netherworld water and the netherworld water. Facing the two outer formations, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran already had thoughts of escaping. How much power could Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isin have to resist? Especially Gusu Chiodi. Seeing the outer formation shaking, she was already worried for Zhai Xingzi. She knew that escaping wasn't the best choice. The inner formation was the core of the formation. Only by stabilizing the inner formation with Gongshu Isin and herself, or even, as long as they stabilized the inner formation for an extremely short period of time, the outer formation would be stabilized as well. Only then would she be able to escape with everyone else. Spinning a cocoon around ourselves? This is the real definition of spinning a cocoon around ourselves. Of course, Gongshu Isin also sensed that her escape route was sealed. Her originally firm state of mind was shaken. In my life, I don't know how many primordial formations and dharma formations I've solved. Now, I'm trapped in a dharma formation. Seems like, the ancient people are right. I must die today. However, to be able to see such a beautiful Taoist formation, I have no regrets in this life. Yes, the outer formation had 2 layers of shocking Taoist formations. The inner formation was against the Buddhist formation. In the middle there was even devilish chi as a guide. In Gongshu Isin's eyes, such a great formation was more beautiful than the most beautiful scenery in the world. She really felt blessed to be buried in it. In the chaos of space, the explosive forces were like cultivators attacking blindly and crazily. There was no pattern at all. Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isin couldn't be distracted by the primordial and Buddhist formations anymore. The only thing they could do now was to protect themselves. Their previously majestic subbodies were torn apart by the forces everywhere. They were in pain. However, the two of them didn't dare to completely retract their subbodies. The scarred subbodies were barely able to protect their main bodies from the attacks of the inner formation. However, the torn subbodies didn't seem to be able to protect the two for long. Isin. Gusu Chiodi's desire to live was much stronger than Gongshu Isin's. She still didn't want to give up. While trying to stabilize the primordial water, she transmitted her voice, "What should we do now?" Gongshu Isin looked at the imperial equipment that was still standing in the violent airwaves. In fact, it was shaking violently. Her face was unusually pale. There wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. Chapter 37-24. Hearing Gusuchioti's question, Gongshu Isin shook her head slightly. Sister Chio, I'm at my wit's end. Though I still have some tricks up my sleeve, Senior Songlongzi didn't just test the art of formations, he also tested my cultivation. Though I know how to break it, I can't stop the demonic aura with my remaining tricks. Also, the 4 Taoist seniors on the outer layer aren't bad either. They might be able to stop the 2 great formations on the outer layer, but to stop the demonic aura, it's beyond their power. What's more, right now, the vast chi wave and the dazzling glazed golden light have begun to clash with each other. We have already fallen into Senior Songlongzi's trap. None of the 6 of us have the ability to separate these 2 things. Hiss. Gusuchioti felt incredulous and said in surprise, if it's as you said, then this cloudy mountain maze formation must be attacked by 7 7th level essence energy experts at the same time to break? That's right. Gongshu Isin's eyes were blurred, she nodded. For Taoist cultivators to suppress the 4 outer layers, 1 Confucian cultivator to suppress the golden wind and jade dew, 1 Buddhist cultivator to suppress the golden light and jade dew, and 1 demon to extract the demonic aura. Alas, only now did I understand the meaning of the golden wind and jade dew. Once the golden wind and jade dew meet, it's better than countless things in the mortal world. Actually, Senior Songlongzi had already told us that the golden wind and jade dew is an essence formation and a Buddhist formation, but I didn't expect it. I'm too far behind Senior Songlongzi. Gusuchioti ignored Gongshu Isin's disappointment. She frowned. It's not realistic to gather 7 experts of such cultivation. Is this misty mountain maze formation unbreakable? Of course it's unbreakable when Senior Songlongzi is meditating in the cave. Gongshu Isin said, didn't I say it before? Now that the formation only has 30% of its power, we might need 7 people to work together. Now that the formation has so many flaws, we don't need to work together. As long as we stabilize the inner layer, break the outer layer, break the inner layer and find the way into the cave. However, it's a pity that even though it's only 30% of the formation, our strength is still insufficient. It's impossible for us to enter the cave. Are we really hopeless? Gusuchioti was also disappointed. She didn't dare to use her chi of nature or genuine chi to attack the bright glazed golden light Buddhist sect. She could only use her imperial equipment to activate the innate primordial water. However, this method had little effect. Little sister can die in such a formation. Xiao Jieje can die with her lover. Gongshu Isin said lightly, we have no regrets in this life. Sai, that's right. That day, that moment, that glance seems to have been imprinted in my heart forever. Gusuchioti looked at the primordial formation and Buddhist formation that were about to merge together. She knew that the moment the 2 merged together would be the moment of everyone's death. She couldn't help but murmur, perhaps at that moment, the heavens began to fulfill our wish of loving each other forever. You are the metal wind in the primordial formation. Zhai Xingzi is the jade dew in the Buddhist formation. The demonic chi is the heavenly palace that separates the 2 of you. Gongshu Isin said coldly, if you can't erase this demonic chi, you can never meet again. Gusuchioti's eyes slightly blinked. She looked at the increasingly violent aura and asked thoughtfully, Isin, if you want to stop this formation and save us from this danger, you only need to erase this demonic chi? How can it be that simple? At this moment, Gongshu Isin seemed to be talking to a close friend. Her tone was calm as she said, this misty mountain maze formation needs to be broken from the inside out. Only by suppressing the primordial formation and Buddhist sect in the inner layer can we have a chance to suppress the 2 yin-yang formations in the outer layer. And now, the biggest possibility is to erase the demonic chi. Then suppress the Confucian formation and Buddhist sect separately. Unfortunately, not to mention the inner formation, the outer formation, is already raging. No one can stop it. What if someone can stop it? Gusuchioti suddenly thought of something and asked. Gongshu Isin shook her head slightly, impossible. There can't be a cultivator who is proficient in the essence of Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism. While they were talking, the impact of the primordial formation and Buddhism sect had already begun. The waves that soared into the sky began to bloom. No matter if it was Gusuchioti or Gongshu Isin, although they tried their best to activate their cultivation and unleash the greatest power of the 2 imperial weapons, their power was too weak. It was even weaker than an ant trying to shake a tree. The 2 sub-bodies collapsed and could no longer protect the 2 of them. Gusuchioti and Gongshu Isin were the same as Zhang Daoran. Their hearts were as cold as ashes. However, they were still inferior to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran still had a trace of hope, but they only had despair. However, just as the destructive aura filled the entire formation, the two female cultivators' hearts were like dead ashes. They could only rely on the thought in their hearts to maintain the formation. Suddenly, Gusuchiodi shouted, "EXN, hurry up! The outer formation has stabilized. We can escape." How is that possible? Gongshu Isen's cultivation was lower than Gusuchiodi's. She was stunned when she heard Gusuchiodi's reminder. However, she immediately used her divine sense and was immediately overjoyed. However, her thoughts were more profound than Gusuchiodi's. She frowned and said, "Could it be that the Taoist elders have found a way to break the formation?" At the same time, the destructive aura rose from the inner formation again. Xiaohua, who was flying nearby, was shocked again. He immediately sent a trace of his divine sense into the inner formation. In just a moment, Xiaohua understood Gongshu Isen's embarrassment. "Damn it, this Zhonglongzi is really powerful. No matter how many praises I have, I can't describe the admiration I have right now. Primordial formation, Buddhist formation and demonic chi, even I can't set them up with my current cultivation. However, Gongshu Isen is still out of my expectations. She can actually hold on until now. She's also a Confucian cultivator that can't be underestimated. As for the key now, I'm afraid we can only kill the demonic chi and balance the primordial formation and dharma formation to stabilize the formation. At this point, it's not important how to break the formation. As long as you can escape with your life, that's better than anything else." Thinking of this, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Fairies, don't worry. I got a demonic weapon by chance. It can take in the demonic chi." As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure flew forward once more, and the several hundred rays of light followed behind him. The ancient ferocious spirits of the profound purity spirit restriction grand formation were like little tails behind him. In the current situation, even if the ancient ferocious spirits wanted to let Xiaohua go, Xiaohua would absolutely not give up. Because in his Dantian, no matter if it was the formless Yuanying or the 140 Yuanying, they all grew a lot. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future he could enter the 5th level of primordial chi at any time with simple cultivation. "Come out!" Xiaohua roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone to tremble. Soon after, a plate-like demonic artifact appeared in Xiaohua's hands. "Come back!" Xiaohua shouted. His hands formed an indescribable seal. No one knew what it was, but a powerful gust of wind could be heard coming from the inner formation. Whoa! Near the demonic artifact, countless pitch-black flames and demonic chi were born. The demonic chi that was originally wreaking havoc in the inner formation seemed to have seen its kin. Other than having tears in its eyes, the demonic chi was even more affectionate than ordinary people. It rushed towards the demonic artifact. "Gongshu family's girl." Xiaohua stood in the air and hurriedly shouted, "My cultivation is limited. I can only control this demonic weapon for half a meal's time. I don't know if you have the confidence to break this formation? If you can't, while I can still control it, it's better for us to escape as soon as possible." "Umph." Gongshu Isen sneered, "Sister Chio's control of the weapon is not good. How can I control two formations? Don't try to provoke me. It's better for us to retreat now." "Good." Xiaohua shouted, "Then I'll help you again." After saying that, Xiaohua stretched out one hand and the clear water bottle landed in his hand. His other hand took out the willow branch and waved it. Like a rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water turned into a barrier between the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. Although the explosion of the immortals and Buddhas destroyed a small part of the rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water's control was far more precise than Gusuchiodi's. In a moment, the innate primordial water separated the golden wind and jade dew formation with great difficulty. Jinren Xiao. Gusuchiodi saw this and really didn't know how to express her surprise. She happily shouted, "You really didn't disappoint me." "Good." Gongshu Isen saw this and also shouted, "Since Elder Xiao has this ability, then I'll leave the formation to you." After saying that, Gongshu Isen activated the weapon again. Under the weapon, when Mountain and Book City majestically appeared again and firmly controlled the Golden Wind and Jade Dew formation. The strangest thing was not Gongshu Isen's primordial chi formation. The Golden Light Buddhist sect was originally crazily counterattacking. When Xiaohua's innate primordial water separated the Buddhist sect from the primordial chi formation, the Buddhist sect had already calmed down. Then, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Buddhist sect became as docile as a dog. Gongshu Isen didn't have time to think about the changes in the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. While activating the weapon, one scroll after another mixed with runes, and even some Buddhist documents flew out of her hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, she saw a thumb-sized whirlpool suddenly appear on the left side of Gusuchiodi. Gongshu Isen was ecstatic. Great! I finally found the essence of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Songlongzi is really a rare Taoist sect senior. Compared to Songlongzi, the difference is like heaven and earth. It was rare for the arrogant Gongshu Isen to lower her head like this. Xiaohua tried his best to activate the innate primordial water, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Lady Gongshu, don't just think about worshipping our Taoist sect senior here. Hurry up and break the formation. We can't hold on for much longer." Chapter 37:25. What Xiaohua said was actually correct. He was really busy right now. On one hand, those hundreds of light pillars rushed out from the top of his head, covering nearly 100 miles of the Great Formation. More than 100 Yuanying in his lower dantian were intensely absorbing the souls of the evil spirits. On the other hand, Xiaohua's mind was even more focused, absorbing the water of the yellow springs into the netherworld sea of blood. Apart from these two areas, the most troublesome thing for Xiaohua was collecting the devil energy. Xiaohua didn't dare to release too much of the devil flame, fearing that he would be attacked by the Golden Wind, Jade Dew, and the brilliant glazed golden light Buddha formation at the same time. He could only release his telekinesis first, wrapping the devil flame in his telekinesis, and he still had to pretend to hold that indifferent plate. Oh, in the end, Xiaohua still had to use his telekinesis to control the innate primordial water to isolate the origin formation and the Buddha formation. If it was an ordinary formation, Xiaohua might not care, but this Misty Mountain formation was too powerful. A rare tiredness rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua's words weren't fake. "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment." Gongshu Exn naturally couldn't see too much, but she saw the light beams, devil chi and innate primordial water. She also understood that a Taoist cultivator couldn't control 3 magic treasures at once. Xiaohua's ability to use such a method was truly extraordinary. She agreed, then hurriedly took out a palm-sized imperial artifact. This imperial artifact looked like a small bridge. Gongshu Exn opened her mouth, and a breath of true chi fell on it. The small bridge produced clouds, and layers of inscriptions rushed out from the clouds. In the void, streams of noble chi rushed out, and the entire small bridge turned into a rainbow bridge, falling towards the whirlpool beside Gongshu Exn. Unfortunately, just before the small bridge rushed to the whirlpool, a strong resistance came from the whirlpool, blocking the small bridge. No matter how Gongshu Exn urged, the small bridge couldn't rush into the whirlpool. Gongshu Exn's face instantly turned red. "Jiu Xianzi." Xiaohua hurriedly called out in midair, "I'll give you a few more drops of innate primordial water. How about you block this Buddha formation for me? I really can't do it." "Alright." Gusuchiodi, who had just escaped from the jaws of death, heard Xiaohua's words and quickly nodded. She activated the copper cup and received the innate true water from Xiaohua. The innate chi in her body surged and thin layers of innate true water gushed out from the copper cup, landing beside Xiaohua's innate true water. Xiaohua waved his hand and put the clear water bottle into the space. His figure slightly swayed a few times as he frowned at the demonic aura in the array. He already understood that the thin layer of black he saw with his illusion breaker magic eye should be the demonic aura. To be honest, this devil chi was not of much use to Xiaohua's cultivation. Compared to the devil flame and devil chi he obtained at the bottom of the Saint River, it was far inferior. Moreover, Xiaohua also understood that the demonic chi was a kind of array. Songlongzi wouldn't arrange too much of it. Xiaohua also didn't think that Songlongzi would be able to obtain too much demonic chi. Sure enough, within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the demonic chi became thinner and thinner. The noble qi that was still surging under the Wunshan Book City gradually calmed down. The Buddhist light also stopped attacking through the innate primordial water. The primordial formation and the Buddhist formation in the inner layer were once again balanced. All right. Xiao Hua hurriedly put away the plate and glanced at Gong Shu Yisun, who was staring at the whirlpool with her eyes flashing with silver light. He called out, "Lady Gongshu, the Misty Mountain Maze Array's outer and inner formations are temporarily suppressed. You can slowly think about it. There's no need to be too anxious." Unfortunately, Gongshu Yisun was already focused on breaking the array. How could she listen to Xiao Hua's words? Gusu Qiudi bit her lips and asked, "Daoist Xiao, how are Star Child and the others?" Xiao Hua knew that Gusu Qiudi didn't dare to split her attention to look at the outer formation. He answered with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Jai Xing profited from his misfortune. Now he's refining his yuanying. If there's no accident, he won't need to wait 10 years. He'll reach the 5th level of origin power." Gusu Qiudi was overjoyed. But then she became worried. How could it be so fast? Isn't it too fast? Xiao Hua thought that Gusu Qiudi was worried about Jai Xing's Tao foundation being unstable. He answered with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Jai Xing's Tao foundation is very strong. If it wasn't for the lack of opportunities, he would have reached the 5th level of origin power long ago. Now that he's using the netherworld water to refine his yuanying, his entire yuanying has been reborn. It's only logical for him to enter the out-of-body realm. His Tao foundation won't be unstable." Gusu Qiudi nodded slightly. But the worry on her face didn't disappear. Xiao Hua knew that the more one loved, the deeper one's worries would be. He didn't care about Gusu Qiudi's worries and said, "Oh right, Qiu Xianzi, suppress the brilliant glazed golden Buddha formation here. When Gongshu Yisun comes back to her senses, tell her that she doesn't want to make any mistakes. I need time to stabilize my cultivation and break the outer formation. Let her slowly break the formation." "All right." Gusu Qiudi nodded. She activated her vital energy to control the imperial equipment while paying attention to Gongshu Yisun's movements. As for Xiao Hua, he had long since left. He flew into the air and sat down cross-legged. He released his mind to collect the netherworld water with all his might. When the time was right, Xiao Hua withdrew his mind. The remaining netherworld water was enough for Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran to use for their cultivation. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xing naturally didn't know that the netherworld water was collected by Xiao Hua. They were overjoyed when they saw the netherworld water disappearing. Both of them closed their eyes and activated their secret techniques. One was reconstructing the yuanying while the other was refining the ghost gall. Both of them were slowly moving towards the 5th level of origin power. Wing. The entire array was stabilized. Xiao Hua's mind also entered his lower dantian. His hands formed seals. Thunderous sounds could be heard from the void nearby. Streaks of lightning swam around the light pillar. When they landed on the evil spirits were immediately torn apart. The fragments increased the absorption speed of the light pillar. For a total of 49 days, Xiao Hua didn't stop for a moment. The light pillar rotated above the array and absorbed all the ancient evil spirits into his lower dantian. Of course, it was impossible for the nascent souls to refine these evil spirits all at once. Even Xiao Hua's formless nascent soul had absorbed a lot more evil spirits than normal nascent souls. They were all piled up in the nebula, waiting for the right time to refine and truly absorb them, turning them into his own spirit body. Rumble. When the last evil spirit was absorbed by Xiao Hua's invisible yuanying, the entire cloud mountain shook. Thick cracks appeared where the mountain ridge was previously. The entire cloud mountain shook and moved rapidly, slowly breaking into 3 parts. The jade-green water that surrounded the cloud mountain had completely dried up at this moment. Deep holes appeared all over the cloud mountain. Roar. A long roar resounded from the east, and then Sun Kong Shangren's figure arrived in the form of a rainbow. Seeing Sun Kong Shangren's refreshed appearance, Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. "Congratulations, brother Sun Kong." "I don't dare." Sun Kong stood in the air and respectfully returned the greeting. "It's all because of Daoist Zhao's great ability. If it weren't for Daoist Zhao suppressing these ancient evil spirits, How could I have such an opportunity? Once again I thank Daoist Xiao for his kindness. Hee, it's not that this Xiao is great, it's that this Xiao's magic treasure is powerful. Xiao Hua answered with a smile. Moreover, this is also Brother Sun Kong's own opportunity. Brother Sun Kong's previous accumulation is enough. It has nothing to do with this Xiao. Sun Kong knew Xiao Hua's cultivation was profound, but he definitely didn't expect that those several hundred ancient evil spirits were absorbed by Xiao Hua. He nodded and said, magic treasures are part of the abilities of our Taoist cultivators. Taoist Xiao having such a magic treasure is our Taoist fortune. Congratulations. Zhang Daoran flew over as well. Looking at his smiling face, it was also a blessing in disguise. Same to you, same to you. Sun Kong returned the greeting. He looked Zhang Daoran up and down and said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother Daoran to have such a harvest. Looks like you also had an opportunity. That's right. Zhang Daoran was very emotional. I thought I would be buried in the Jade Fall Yellow Springs formation today, but who knew? Just as they were talking, Zhai Xingzi's voice came from afar. Brother Daoran, you're really amazing. So much Yellow Springs water was absorbed by you? Zhang Daoran was a bit dazed. He looked at Zhai Xingzi, whose cultivation improved greatly, and said curiously, how could it be me? I thought it was you who used your ability to absorb the Yellow Springs water. I even wanted to thank you. How could it be me? Zhai Xingzi landed in front of everyone with a face full of disbelief. He shook his head and said, although I need the Yellow Springs water, I don't have the ability to absorb so much Yellow Springs water. As they spoke, the two looked at Xiao Hua at the same time. How could Xiao Hua admit it? He hurriedly waved his hand at the two and said, don't look at me, Taoist friends. Brother Sun Kong and I suppressed the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation and were almost swallowed by the several hundred evil spirits inside. I relied on the magic treasure that I obtained by chance to absorb those evil spirits. How could I have the energy to absorb the Yellow Springs water? That's strange. Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran looked at each other with puzzlement. Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said with a smile, right now little girl Gongshu is still racking her brains. Tell her about the situation of the Blue Sky Yellow Springs formation. Perhaps she can find some clues from it. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi nodded and told him about the situation that they encountered. As for their own cultivation, that was their own secret. They skimmed over it and didn't talk about it in detail. If that's the case. Xiao Hua glanced at Exalted Master Sun Kong and said, Brother Sun Kong, we're not as lucky as Brother Daoran and Taoist Zhai Xing. They might have escaped death because the Origin Formation and Buddhist Formation in the inner layer were slightly broken, which caused the Yellow Springs water to stop flowing. What do you think? Of course it should be like that. Exalted Master Sun Kong heard this and immediately thought of the danger he faced. He said with lingering fear, it was really dangerous before. Those were evil spirits from ancient times. Chapter 37-26. After listening to Sun Kong's narration and Xiao Hua's embellishment, Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran couldn't help but change their expressions. Xiao Hua and Sun Kong actually faced hundreds of ancient spirits. This was definitely not something two nascent soul cultivators could resist. It was already good that Xiao Hua could use a magic weapon to collect these spirits. He really couldn't split his attention to collect the water of the netherworld. Actually, the most dangerous. Xiao Hua was most proficient in the spring and autumn annals. Now he immediately drew Zhai Xingzi's attention to Gusu Qiudi. He said, it's still Qiu Xinzi and the girl from the Gongshu clan? How are they? Inside the formation, Zhai Xingzi didn't dare to release his divine sense for fear of causing a change in the inner formation. Now that he heard this, he already threw away his doubts and asked in a low voice. Fortunately, it's safe now. Xiao Hua told them what he saw and did. When everyone heard that there was still demonic qi in the inner formation, they were even more shocked. They looked at each other and rejoiced. This was really a new lease on life. Looking at the three people's somewhat fearful expressions, Xiao Hua simply omitted the somewhat superfluous explanation. Where should we go now? Zhang Daoran looked somewhat worriedly into the distance. The clouds there were still thick, and they couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He encountered the greatest danger. He couldn't help but ask, should we continue to break the formation and enter or return home? Although Zhang Daoran asked Xiaohua, Sun Kong and Zhai Xingzi both turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, in these dozens of days, it seems that except for this Zhao's cultivation that didn't advance, the three of you have all made great progress. In fact, we've already achieved more than half of our goal of exploring the formation. Indeed. Zhang Daoran nodded. With this old man's attainments, I only need to go into seclusion for a dozen years after returning to the cave. Stepping into the out-of-body realm shouldn't be a problem. Brother Daoran's accumulation is enough. Sun Kong continued. I'm afraid I'll have to spend a few more days, but I'm also confident that I can step into the out-of-body realm. When he spoke up to hear, Master Sun Kong seemed to have thought of something, and he stretched out his hand to take out a jade box from his bosom and passed it to Xiaohua. He said, Brother Xiao, this is the azure dragon saliva that I obtained at the Jade Pavilion gathering. It was originally intended to be used to extend my lifespan, but now that I'm about to break through, my lifespan is already sufficient. I'll give this to you and it can be considered a gift of thanks from me. All right. Xiaohua knew that this was Sun Kong Shangren trying to understand the cause and effect, so he bluntly received it and put it away. My situation is similar to Brother Dao Rance. Zhai Xingzi frowned. However, in my opinion, since Gongshu Exin has more or less destroyed the formation, why don't we go in and take a look? Although Tsang Longzi's formation was powerful, he couldn't have set up another powerful formation in his own cave abode, right? There won't be any danger in there. We've obtained the opportunity, but what about the juniors outside the formation? They haven't obtained it yet. Yes, Brother Zhai Xing is right. There's also Senior Tsang Longzi's orthodoxy, which is very important to the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent. Zhang Daoran thought for a while and nodded. I agree to go in. All right, in that case, Brother Sun Kong, I'll have to trouble you to take a look at the situation around the formation, and also call Xue Ping and the others over. Seeing that everyone agreed, Xiaohua said, we'll go take a look at the situation of the Gongshu family's girl. If she can destroy the formation, there's no harm in us going in. Master Sun Kong flew out of the formation and released his divine sense. While checking the situation of the formation, he called Xue Ping and the other disciples over. Xiaohua took Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi to the inner formation. The outer layer's 49 days were harvest time. The four Dao sect cultivators all had different degrees of improvement. In comparison, the inner layer's 49 days were tempering. Not to mention Gusuchiodi using her imperial artifact to block the Buddhist formation, and not to mention Gongshu Isin splitting her attention to suppress the origin formation. Just by looking at Gongshu Isin's haggard and abnormally pale face, one could tell that she was racking her brains to break the formation. Of course, the current formation was different from the one Xiaohua saw before. In front of Gongshu Isin, the thumb-sized whirlpool had expanded to the size of a fist. Moreover, around the whirlpool there were 9 holes of different sizes. It seemed that each hole could be a passage to the cave abode. As for the imperial artifact that looked like a small bridge, it was still at the edge of the whirlpool and couldn't enter. Zhai Xingzi entered the inner formation. He glanced around and flew towards Gusuchiodi. The falling star in his hand flew out and turned into a star curtain in front of the innate true water, helping Gusuchiodi block the Buddhist light. Xiaohua and Zhang Daoran landed behind Gongshu Isin and frowned at the 9 holes. Xiaohua whispered, Lady Gongshu, what's the situation? See for yourself. Gongshu Isin answered coldly. She didn't even turn around. Clearly she was very annoyed. Xiaohua heard this and smiled wryly. He looked at Zhang Daoran's expression and shook his head slightly. Gongshu Isin's heart was in a mess now. It would be strange if she could break the formation. Immediately after, Xiaohua released his divine sense to explore the surroundings. After a long time he saw 9 different rhythmic fluctuations within the 9 holes. Xiaohua's heart stirred. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a gust of wind behind him. Venerable Master Sun Kong flew over with Xue Ping, Fujiwen and the others. Sun Kong saw Xiaohua and whispered, Brother Daoran, Brother Xiao, things aren't looking good. What's wrong? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Sun Kong looked at Gong Shu Yisin, who was focused on breaking the formation. He lowered his voice and said, I used my divine sense to carefully check the surroundings of the formation. The entire formation is severely damaged. Apart from the inner formation, there are two pieces in the north and south that are also dozens of miles in size. The cracks in the three pieces are pitch-black bottomless abyss. I used my divine sense to look down dozens of miles and felt an extremely cold feeling. It's very strange. I didn't dare to look deeper. Also, at the edge of the formation, there seemed to be a few strange auras seeping out. They seem to be different from the energy of heaven and earth. How many of these strange auras are there? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. There wasn't any surprise on his face. Sun Kong didn't understand and replied. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He looked at Sun Kong and asked, if I'm not wrong, it should be near the 4 poles where the 4 of us were suppressing the formation, right? Sun Kong thought for a moment and nodded. Brother Xiao is right. It's just, how did you know? Xiao Hua smiled. He looked at Gong Shu Yisin, who was frowning and staring blankly at the 9 holes. He said in a low voice, the onlooker sees clearly. Perhaps the passage to the cave mansion isn't at the center of the formation. At this moment, a slightly timid voice sounded not far from Xiao Hua. Senior Xiao, this disciple feels that this formation is somewhat familiar. I don't know if I can give it a try? Xiao Hua looked up. It was Fu Jiwen. Of course you can. Xiao Hua knew that Fu Jiwen also understood formations. Since he could see the strangeness of this formation, Fu Jiwen might also see some clues. He smiled and replied, but you'd better discuss it with Miss Gong Shu. Yes. Fu Jiwen received Xiao Hua's agreement and flew to Gong Shu Yisin's side. He bowed and said, Senior Gong Shu, this junior looks at the arrangement of the formation. It seems to be the 9-song ghost lock formation of the Taoist sect. Is this junior's guess correct? Taoist sect's formation? 9-song ghost lock formation? Gong Shu Yisin was surprised. She looked at Fu Jiwen with disdain. She was about to scold him when suddenly, her eyes flashed with understanding. She immediately turned her head and stared at the 9 holes and the whirlpool in the middle of the holes. After a few minutes she raised her head and laughed, haha, so that's it. Songlongzi, you're really amazing. This junior has to prostrate himself in admiration. Then Gong Shu Yisin turned her head and looked at Fu Jiwen. Her face was flushed with excitement. What's your name? Junior's name is Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen respectfully replied. Correct. Gong Shu Yisin nodded. What you said is very reasonable. But you're still wrong. Senior, please enlighten me. Fu Jiwen's expression didn't change. Gong Shu Yisin pointed at the 9 holes and said, on the surface, this formation looks like a Taoist sect formation. Even the spiritual power fluctuations inside are Taoist sect. But in fact it's a pure origin formation. In other words, it's a Taoist sect formation set up with noble spirit. At first, I only thought that since it was a restriction to open the cave, it must be Senior Songlongzi's best formation. Moreover, this Misty Mountain Maze formation is a formation outside, while the inner layer is an origin formation and a Buddhist formation. The restriction to open the door must also be a formation. Who knew that Senior Songlongzi was so unexpected? He completely used Confucian techniques to set up a Taoist sect formation. I really don't understand. Gong Shu Yisin looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile. You're a Confucian cultivator. It's really rare that you know Taoist sect formations. Come, you're the only one here who knows about formations and how to use noble spirit. Help me. If you can break this restriction, I'll consider taking you as my disciple. A stunned expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face. It seemed that when they were greeting each other earlier, he had already made it clear to this proud daughter of heaven that he was serving Xiao Hua. But he didn't dare to offend Gong Shu Yisin, so he respectfully replied, yes, please enlighten me on how to break this formation. Immediately, Gong Shu Yisin transmitted her voice to Fu Jiwen as she pointed at the 9 holes and explained to him how to break the formation. After Gong Shu Yisin finished speaking, Fu Jiwen closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Jin Qi. Inscriptions flew out one by one. Fu Jiwen made a hand seal and the inscriptions split into 3 groups in the air. Each group of inscriptions began to condense into 3 different inscriptions. The size of the inscriptions was the same, so it was obvious that they were the same inscriptions. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.